Hey besties, welcome or welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here. Today, we're diving into something super special, a sleep reading focused on your twin flame journey. I want you to know that this is a safe space, a place for gentle exploration and a little bit of magic. So, what makes this reading so unique? We're going to tap into the dream realm to uncover hidden messages about your twin flame connection. Think of it as a peek behind the curtain, a glimpse into the shared subconscious that binds you. It's all about unveiling what your soul already knows. Are you ready to explore? Okay, let's take a look at the piles. First up, we have the Jasper point, all about unveiling the dreamscape and finding clarity in your shared visions. Then, we have the Amber Sun, which is centered on roots of reunion, helping to ground and anchor your soul connection. Next is the Citrine Moon for lunar illumination, which focuses on igniting mutual awareness between you and your twin flame. And finally, we have the Turquoise tree, all about branching outward, nurturing independent growth that ultimately brings you closer together. Which one is calling to you? Trust your intuition. There's no right or wrong choice here. It's totally okay if more than one catches your eye. Maybe close your eyes for a moment, take a deep breath, and just feel which crystal resonates most deeply. Now, let's all make a little wish together, infusing it with the intention of clarity, connection, and beautiful dreams. May your path unfold with love and light. All right, hey there, you beautiful souls drawn to the Jasper point. This crystal is all about clarity, like cutting through the fog and seeing things as they truly are. And that's perfect because our theme is unveiling the dreamscape, clarity in shared visions. So basically, we're diving deep into your twin flame journey, seeking crystal clear understanding of those shared dreams and visions you have with your twin. Okay, let's get into these cards. First up, we have Judgment. Okay, Judgment is like bam, a major wake-up call. This isn't just any little I should probably do the dishes kind of wake-up call. This is like the universe is blasting trumpets and shining a spotlight on something huge in your life. It's a card of rebirth, of reckoning, of finally seeing things for what they truly are. And you know, with this theme of shared visions, I'm immediately thinking this Judgment card is tied to how you see your twin flame connection. Maybe you've been operating under some illusions. Maybe you've been seeing the relationship through rose-colored glasses, or maybe you've been downplaying the red flags. Or maybe, on the flip side, you've been too critical, too focused on the flaws. And this is a call to see the potential, the true divine connection. Think of it like this, okay? Imagine you're watching a movie, but the projector is all blurry. You can kind of make out the shapes. You get the general idea of the story, but you're missing all the details, all the nuances. Judgment is like the universe finally cleaning the projector lens. Suddenly, everything is in sharp focus. You can see the characters' expressions. You can appreciate the scenery. you understand the deeper meaning. This is happening for you right now in your twin flame journey. Something is being revealed. Something is becoming crystal clear. And it's not necessarily going to be easy, right? I mean, sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes seeing things clearly means acknowledging things you've been avoiding. But this clarity is absolutely essential for your growth, for your evolution, both as an individual and within this connection. You know, it's funny, I always think of judgment as a card of, well, judgment, like being judged. But it's really about self-assessment, about taking responsibility for your own actions and choices. It's about saying, okay, I see what I've done. I see where I've gone wrong, and I'm ready to make amends. I'm ready to move forward. And with the Jasper point energy supporting you, you have that clarity, that strength to face whatever is being revealed. Jasper is so grounding, so stabilizing. It helps you stay centered and calm, even when things get chaotic. So if you're feeling a little overwhelmed by this wake-up call, just remember to breathe, to connect with the earth, and to trust that you have the inner resources to handle whatever comes your way. Okay, now let's dig a little deeper into what this judgment card might specifically be about in your situation. Because, you know, twin flame connections are so complex, so unique. So here are a few possibilities that are coming to mind. Maybe you're realizing that your twin flame isn't who you thought they were. Maybe you've been projecting your own ideals and expectations onto them, and you're finally seeing them as a real, flawed human being. This can be a tough pill to swallow, especially if you've built them up in your mind as this perfect soulmate. But it's also incredibly liberating because it allows you to connect with them on a much more authentic level. You know, like the real them, not some ideal that doesn't even exist. Or maybe, and this is a big one for a lot of twin flame relationships, maybe you're realizing that this person isn't actually your twin flame at all. Ouch, I know. That can be a really painful realization. But sometimes we get so caught up in the idea of finding our twin flame that we force a connection that isn't truly there. We see what we want to see. We ignore the warning signs. And we end up wasting a lot of time and energy on a relationship that isn't serving us. So, judgment might be a harsh but necessary dose of reality. And again, the clarity from the Jasper is going to help you to see it. And you know what? Even if this person isn't your twin flame, that doesn't mean the connection was meaningless. Every relationship teaches us something. Every relationship helps us grow. So, even if you're realizing that this isn't the one, you can still be grateful for the lessons you've learned, for the love you've shared, and for the growth you've experienced. And you can use that, you know, put that in your tool belt. Another possibility is that judgment is about you. Maybe you're realizing something important about yourself, about your own patterns and behaviors in relationships. Maybe you're seeing how you've been sabotaging your own happiness, or how you've been attracting the same kind of toxic relationships over and over again. This can be a really empowering realization, because it means you have the power to change things. You can break free from those old patterns. You can start making healthier choices, and you can create the kind of relationship you truly deserve. It's all about you, right? And with this shared vision theme, I'm also wondering if this judgment card is about a shared dream, a shared goal that you and your twin flame have. Maybe you're both realizing that you're not on the same page anymore, that your visions for the future are diverging. This can be a difficult realization, but it's important to be honest with yourselves about what you truly want. Because if you're not aligned, if you're not working towards the same goals, the relationship is going to struggle. So, maybe you're realizing that it's time to reevaluate your shared vision, or maybe it's time to accept that you're on different paths. Okay, so that's judgment. Big wake-up call, major turning point, lots of possibilities. And remember, the Jasper point is here to help you see things clearly, to stay grounded, and to trust your own intuition. This is a powerful time of transformation, so embrace it, okay? Embrace the clarity. Okay, now let's move on to the next card, which is the Eight of Cups. Oh, this one's interesting paired with the Judgment card. The Eight of Cups is all about walking away, about leaving something behind. It's about recognizing that something is no longer serving you, that you're not getting what you need from a situation, and that it's time to move on. There's this feeling of disappointment, maybe, or disillusionment. Like you put in the effort, you invested your time and energy, but it's just not working out. And it's not necessarily a dramatic, angry departure. It's often a quiet, introspective one. You just kind of fade away. You know, I always picture someone walking away from a circle of cups, like they're leaving a party that's already over. Everyone else is still there, but they're not really present. They're not really engaged. And you realize that you're the only one who's truly awake, the only one who sees that the energy is gone. So, you quietly slip away, seeking something more fulfilling, something more aligned with your soul's purpose. It can be sad, definitely, but it's also incredibly brave. It takes courage to walk away from something you've invested in, something you've cared about. But sometimes, it's the only way to truly grow, to truly evolve. So, with the Judgment card revealing some kind of truth, some kind of clarity, the Eight of Cups suggests that you might be walking away from something as a result of that realization. Maybe you're walking away from a certain way of thinking, a certain pattern of behavior, or maybe you're literally walking away from a relationship or a situation that's no longer serving you. And you know, with the twin flame theme, this could definitely be about walking away from the connection, at least for a while. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's over forever. It could simply mean that you need to take some time apart to focus on your own healing and growth. Twin flame relationships can be incredibly intense, incredibly challenging. And sometimes, the best thing you can do is to step back, to create some space, and to allow each other to evolve independently. You know, like giving each other room to grow, like planting seedlings far enough apart they can both spread their roots. But it could also mean that you're walking away from the idea of this person being your twin flame. Maybe the Judgment card revealed that this connection isn't what you thought it was, and the Eight of Cups is about accepting that reality and moving on. And again, that can be painful, but it can also be incredibly liberating. It frees you up to find a connection that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose, a connection that is healthy and supportive. Like you are not stuck with this person as your only option. That door is now open to something that works better. Or going back to the idea of shared visions, maybe you're walking away from a shared dream that is no longer attainable. Maybe you and your twin flame had a vision of building a life together, of creating something amazing in the world, but you're realizing that it's just not going to happen. Maybe your paths have diverged. Maybe your priorities have changed. Or maybe the circumstances are just too difficult. So, the Eight of Cups is about accepting that reality and finding a new dream, a new vision that is more aligned with your current circumstances. And you know what's interesting? The Eight of Cups often shows up when we're clinging to something out of fear, out of obligation, or out of a sense of duty. We know it's not good for us. We know it's not making us happy, but we're afraid to let go. We're afraid of the unknown. We're afraid of being alone, or we're afraid of disappointing others. But the Eight of Cups is a reminder that you deserve to be happy, that you deserve to be fulfilled, and that you have the right to walk away from anything that is not serving you. And the Jasper point's clarifying energy can really help with this. It can help you see through those fears, those obligations, those false senses of duty. It can help you recognize that you're worthy of something better, that you deserve to be with someone who truly cherishes you, or that you deserve to pursue a dream that truly lights you up. The truth hurts sometimes, but you are ready to handle this. So, if you're seeing the Eight of Cups in your reading, ask yourself what you might be walking away from. What are you leaving behind? What is no longer serving you? And be honest with yourself about your reasons. Are you walking away out of fear, or are you walking away out of self-love? Are you walking away because you're giving up, or are you walking away because you're choosing something better for yourself? And trust that the universe will support you in your decision, whatever it may be. You got this. Okay, now for the final card, the Knight of Cups. Oh, this is a fun one. The Knight of Cups is all about romance, about passion, about following your heart. He's the charming prince, the dreamy artist, the sensitive soul. He's the one who sweeps you off your feet with grand gestures and heartfelt declarations. He's the one who sees the beauty in everything, who appreciates the finer things in life, and who isn't afraid to express his emotions. He's very handsome, of course. So, after the Judgment card's wake-up call and the Eight of Cups departure, the Knight of Cups brings a fresh energy, a new possibility. He's like a breath of fresh air, a ray of sunshine after a storm. He represents the potential for love, for connection, for joy. But it's important to remember that he's a knight, not a king. He's still young, still learning, still developing. He's full of enthusiasm and idealism, but he might lack the maturity and experience to truly commit. He's not necessarily the settle down and get married type. At least not yet. So how does this Knight of Cups fit into your twin flame journey? Well, there are a few possibilities. One is that he represents a new person entering your life. Maybe you've walked away from a relationship that wasn't serving you, and the universe is sending you someone new, someone who is more aligned with your soul's purpose. This could be a romantic interest, a close friend, or even a mentor. Someone who inspires you, who supports you, and who helps you see the world in a new light. Someone that is just right for this stage in life. And with the shared visions theme, this new person might share your dreams, your goals, your passions. They might be someone who can help you bring your vision to life, someone who can collaborate with you on a creative project, or someone who can simply offer a different perspective. The possibilities are endless. And you know what? This card makes me think this person is very cute. Not like your dream person, but cute. Just the kind of person to make things a little more exciting. Another possibility is that the Knight of Cups represents your twin flame showing up in a new way. Maybe you've gone through a period of separation, a period of healing and growth, and now your twin flame is returning with a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of themselves. They might be more emotionally available, more willing to commit, or more aligned with your values. This could be a second chance, a fresh start, a chance to build a stronger, more authentic connection. Or, and this is really interesting, the Knight of Cups could represent you. Maybe you're embracing your own inner romantic, your own creative spirit, your own passion for life. Maybe you're learning to love yourself more deeply, to express your emotions more freely, and to follow your heart wherever it leads. This is a really powerful interpretation because it means that you don't need someone else to complete you, to make you happy. You can be your own Knight of Cups, your own source of love and inspiration. It starts with you, of course. And you know what? With the Judgment and Eight of Cups cards, I'm really feeling this last interpretation. I think you're walking away from something that wasn't serving you, and you're stepping into your own power, your own authenticity. You're embracing your own inner Knight of Cups, and you're ready to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and passion. You go, friend. So, if you're seeing the Knight of Cups in your reading, ask yourself what kind of energy you're attracting into your life. Are you open to receiving love? Are you open to following your heart? And are you open to embracing your own inner romantic? And remember, the Knight of Cups is all about taking action, about pursuing your dreams, about expressing your emotions. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there, to take risks, and to let your light shine. The world needs your love, your creativity, and your passion. And the Jasper point, again, can help you stay grounded and clear as you navigate these new possibilities. It can help you discern who is truly aligned with your soul's purpose, and it can help you trust your own intuition as you make decisions about your love life and your creative pursuits. Okay, so to recap, we have Judgment, a major wake-up call, the Eight of Cups, walking away from something that's no longer serving you, and the Knight of Cups, embracing love, passion, and following your heart. It's a powerful combination of cards, and it suggests that you're on the verge of a major transformation in your twin flame journey. So, embrace the clarity, trust your intuition, and be open to all the possibilities. You are so ready for this. Okay, so to recap, we have Judgment, a major wake-up call, the Eight of Cups, walking away from something that's no longer serving you, and the Knight of Cups, embracing love, passion, and following your heart. It's a powerful combination of cards, and it suggests that you're on the verge of a major transformation in your twin flame journey. So embrace the clarity, trust your intuition, and be open to all the possibilities. You are so ready for this. All right, drum roll please, because the next card is the Four of Cups. Okay, this is interesting. So after all that excitement, all that movement, all that potential we get, the Four of Cups. And the Four of Cups is like a bit of a downer, to be honest. It's not necessarily a bad card, but it's definitely not as sparkly as the Knight of Cups, you know. The Four of Cups is all about apathy, about boredom, about feeling. Blah. It's that feeling when you're sitting around and there are all these opportunities around you, but you just can't be bothered to reach out and grab them. You're kind of stuck in your own little world, feeling sorry for yourself and missing out on what's right in front of you. You know, I always picture someone sitting under a tree with their arms crossed, looking all grumpy, while someone is offering them a cup of something, probably something good, and they're just ignoring it. They're so focused on their own internal world, their own dissatisfaction, that they can't see the gifts that are being offered to them. It's like they're saying, "Oh, another cup. I don't need another cup. I have enough cups. Cups are boring." And it's like, dude, just take the cup. You don't know what's in it. It could be amazing. But no, they're too busy being all meh. So yeah, the Four of Cups. It's all about being stuck in your own head, about being ungrateful, about missing opportunities. It can represent meditation. It can represent reclusiveness. But really, it comes down to a sense of dissatisfaction and a need to reevaluate what truly matters to you. Like, what are you really yearning for? What will make you happy? This card is asking you to look at that. So, how does this fit into the context of the other cards and your twin flame journey? Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Because we had that Judgment card, that big wake-up call, right? And then the Eight of Cups, walking away from something that wasn't serving you. And then the Knight of Cups, this exciting new energy, this potential for love and passion. So you'd think everything would be smooth sailing from here on out, right? But no, the Four of Cups shows up to throw a wrench in the works. It's like you've done all this work, you've made all these changes, but you're still not feeling satisfied. You're still feeling like something is missing. And that can be really frustrating, right? It's like, I did all the things. I had the awakening. I walked away from the toxic situation. I opened myself up to love. Why am I still feeling like this? And that's where the Four of Cups comes in. It's a reminder that transformation is not a linear process. It's not like you go from point A to point B and then you're done. It's more like a spiral where you keep coming back to the same issues, the same patterns. But each time you're a little bit higher, a little bit more aware. So, you might have walked away from something that wasn't serving you, but that doesn't mean you've completely healed from it. You might still be carrying some of the baggage, some of the wounds. And that's what's causing this feeling of apathy, this feeling of dissatisfaction. It's like you're still stuck in the past, even though you've physically moved on. You know, you're still letting those old patterns and hurts color your present experience. And with the twin flame theme, this could be about feeling disillusioned with the connection. Maybe you had this idealized vision of what the relationship would be like, and now you're realizing that it's not living up to your expectations. Maybe you're feeling like your twin flame isn't who you thought they were, or that the connection isn't as strong as you believed it to be. And that can lead to a lot of disappointment, a lot of blah. It's like, I thought this was supposed to be this amazing, magical connection, but it just feels meh. But again, it's important to remember that twin flame relationships are not always easy. They're often incredibly challenging, incredibly intense. And sometimes you need to take a step back to reevaluate your expectations and to focus on your own healing and growth. Because if you're not happy within yourself, you're not going to be happy in any relationship, no matter how divine it is supposed to be. It's all about doing that internal work. You need to find that happiness within first. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into the specifics, because twin flame stuff is never simple, is it? One possibility here, with the Four of Cups showing up after the night, is that you're feeling apathetic towards the potential new love or the renewed connection with your twin flame. Like, the Knight of Cups shows up with all this romantic energy, all this possibility, and you're just like, okay, cool, whatever. You're not excited, you're not enthusiastic, you're just indifferent. And that could be because you're still hurt from the past, still carrying those wounds from previous relationships. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt again, so you're putting up a wall. You're shutting yourself off from the possibility of love. Or maybe you're just feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of the twin flame connection. Maybe you're realizing that it's not all sunshine and rainbows, that it requires a lot of work, a lot of commitment, and you're just not sure if you're ready for that. And that's okay. It's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to feel scared. But it's important to acknowledge those feelings, to understand where they're coming from, and to not let them control you. Because if you're shutting yourself off from love, you're also shutting yourself off from joy, from happiness, from all the good things that life has to offer. You know, it's like you're building a prison around your heart, and you're the only one who has the key. Or another possibility is that you're so focused on yourself, on your own healing and growth, that you're missing the opportunities that are right in front of you. The Knight of Cups is offering you a cup of love, a cup of connection. But you're so busy looking inward, so busy navel-gazing, that you don't even see it. You're so caught up in your own thoughts and feelings that you're not present in the moment. You're not open to receiving the gifts that the universe is trying to give you. And that can be a really common trap on the twin flame journey. We get so focused on doing the work, on healing our wounds, on becoming our best selves, that we forget to actually live our lives. We forget to enjoy the journey, to appreciate the present moment, and to connect with the people around us. It's like we're so busy climbing the mountain that we forget to look at the view. And sometimes the view is even better than the summit. You know, sometimes the real magic happens in the little moments, in the everyday connections, in the simple joys of life. But if you're not present, if you're not open, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss all the amazing things that are happening right now. And honestly, who wants that? I know I don't. Okay, so let's keep untangling this. It is so interesting. And you know, this Four of Cups energy can also manifest as a general feeling of dissatisfaction with your life, even if things are objectively pretty good. Like, you have a roof over your head, you have food on the table, you have people who love you, but you're still not happy. You're still feeling like something is missing. And that can be really frustrating because you feel like you should be happy. You feel like you should be grateful, but you're just not. And then you start feeling guilty for not being happy. And it's just this whole downward spiral of negativity. But it's important to remember that it's okay to not be happy all the time. It's okay to have bad days. It's okay to feel down. It doesn't mean you're ungrateful. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means you're human. And sometimes, the best thing you can do is to just acknowledge those feelings, to allow yourself to feel them, and to not judge yourself for feeling them. Because the more you resist your emotions, the stronger they become. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. It's going to keep popping back up, and it's going to hit you in the face. But if you just let it float, it'll eventually drift away. You know, so allow yourself to feel whatever you're feeling without judgment, and trust that it will eventually pass. And then, once you've acknowledged those feelings, you can start to look at what's causing them. What is it that you're truly dissatisfied with? What is it that you're really yearning for? Because sometimes we're not even aware of what's making us unhappy. We're just walking around with this vague sense of unease, this feeling that something is missing, but we can't quite put our finger on it. And that's where introspection comes in. That's where you need to take some time to sit with yourself, to ask yourself some tough questions, and to really listen to your inner voice. What are your values? What are your passions? What are your dreams? Are you living in alignment with those things? Or are you sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of others? Are you settling for less than you deserve? Are you afraid to go after what you truly want? These are the kinds of questions you need to be asking yourself. And the answers might not be easy, but they're essential for finding your way back to happiness. You deserve that happiness. Absolutely. So, it's time to dig deep and get real with yourself. Okay. And you know what else this Four of Cups can represent? It can represent a missed opportunity that you're now regretting. Maybe the Knight of Cups offered you a cup of love, a cup of connection, and you turned it down. Maybe you were too scared, too cautious, too busy, and you missed your chance. And now you're sitting there, feeling all bummed out, wondering what if. And that can be a really painful feeling, especially when it comes to twin flame connections. Because you feel like you're supposed to be with this person, you feel like it's your destiny, and you've messed it all up. But it's important to remember that it's never too late. Just because you missed one opportunity doesn't mean you've ruined everything. It just means you need to be more open, more aware, more present in the future. And maybe, just maybe, the Knight of Cups will come around again with another cup. Or maybe someone else will show up with an even better cup. You never know. The universe is full of surprises. So, don't beat yourself up about the past. Learn from your mistakes, forgive yourself, and move on. And be ready for the next opportunity when it comes knocking. Because it will come. It always does. And you need to trust that, you know. Just have faith that things are going to work out the way they're supposed to. Even if it doesn't seem like it right now. Also, maybe you're overthinking it. Like really, really overthinking it, you know. It's so easy to do, especially with twin flame connections. You get so caught up in the signs, the synchronicities, the spiritual significance of everything that you forget to just relax and enjoy the ride. You start analyzing every little thing, trying to figure out what it all means, and you end up driving yourself crazy. Like, oh, he looked at me for 3 seconds instead of 2. What does that mean? Or, she texted me back in 5 minutes instead of 10. Is she losing interest? It's exhausting. And it's completely unnecessary. Because the truth is, a lot of it is just random. Sometimes, people look at you for 3 seconds because they're checking you out. Sometimes, they text you back in 5 minutes because they're not busy. It doesn't mean anything more than that. So, stop overthinking it. Stop trying to control everything. Just let go, surrender to the flow, and trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. And if it's meant to be, it will be. You can't force it. You can't manipulate it. You can't control it. You just have to let it happen. So, how do you get out of this Four of Cups funk? How do you shake off the apathy, the boredom, the dissatisfaction? Well, the first step is to acknowledge it, as we talked about. Don't try to push it away. Don't try to pretend it's not there. Just say, okay, I'm feeling apathetic. I'm feeling bored. I'm feeling dissatisfied. And then ask yourself why. What's causing these feelings? What is it that you're really yearning for? Once you've identified the root cause, you can start to take action. You can start to make changes in your life that will bring you closer to what you truly want. And that might mean making some tough decisions. It might mean walking away from something that's not serving you, as we saw with the Eight of Cups. It might mean taking a risk, stepping outside of your comfort zone, and trying something new. It might mean having a difficult conversation with someone you love. But whatever it is, it's important to remember that you have the power to change your life. You're not a victim of circumstance. You're not stuck in this forever. You have the ability to create the life you want. You just have to be willing to take the necessary steps. And you know what else can help? Gratitude. Seriously. It sounds so simple, so cliche, but it really works. When you're feeling down, when you're feeling dissatisfied, take some time to focus on what you're grateful for. Make a list, write in a journal, or just simply think about the good things in your life. And it doesn't have to be anything big or fancy. It can be as simple as a warm cup of coffee, a sunny day, or a kind word from a friend. The point is to shift your focus from what you're lacking to what you already have. And you know what? I bet you have a lot. You have your health, you have your friends, you have your family, and you're on this journey. I mean, really, come on. And when you start to appreciate the good things in your life, you start to feel better. You start to feel more content, more fulfilled, and more open to receiving even more good things. It's like you're sending a message to the universe that says, thank you for what I have. I'm grateful for what I have. And I'm ready for more. Okay, so with the Four of Cups, it's really about recognizing that you're in a bit of a lull, a bit of a blah state, and actively choosing to shift your perspective. It's about finding gratitude for what you have, examining what's causing the dissatisfaction, and being open to the opportunities that are right in front of you, even if they don't seem immediately appealing. It's a call to do some inner work, to reconnect with your values and passions, and to remember that you have the power to create your own happiness. The Jasper point is here to help you see things clearly, to stay grounded, and to trust that even in these moments of apathy, there is still potential for growth and transformation. You just need to be willing to reach out and grab it. So, what's the next step? What's the key to unlocking that potential? Well, let's see what the next card has to say, because I am on the edge of my seat. Okay, so what's the next step? What's the key to unlocking that potential? Well, let's see what the next card has to say, because I am on the edge of my seat. Okay, here we go. The Ten of Wands. Whoa, okay, that changes things. So after all that potential for love, all that possibility, and then the blah of the Four of Cups, we get the Ten of Wands, which is heavy. Literally, I mean, look at that card, right? Someone's struggling. carrying this huge bundle of wands, like they're about to collapse. This is all about burden, about responsibility, about feeling completely overwhelmed. It's that feeling of having way too much on your plate, of being stretched too thin, of just wanting to drop everything and run away, you know. It's like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and you just can't see the end in sight. You're so focused on getting to the finish line, on completing all your tasks, that you've completely lost sight of why you started in the first place. Like, what was the point of all this anyway? And honestly, it's just plain exhausting. So, yeah, the Ten of Wands. It's about being overburdened, about feeling trapped by your responsibilities, about losing your joy and your passion in the process. It can also represent, like, the final push, the last stretch before you finally reach your goal. But even then, it's still going to be hard, still going to be heavy. So, how does this fit into everything else we've seen so far? How does this Ten of Wands energy play into your twin flame journey, especially after that Four of Cups apathy? Okay, buckle up, because I think this is where things get really interesting, you know. Because I think the Ten of Wands is the reason for that Four of Cups blah. I think the reason you're feeling apathetic, the reason you're feeling disillusioned, is because you're carrying too much. You're carrying too much responsibility, too much baggage, too much stuff, and it's weighing you down, it's draining your energy, and it's making it impossible for you to see the joy and the beauty that's right in front of you. It's like you're trying to run a marathon with a backpack full of bricks, and you're wondering why you're not having fun. Well, duh. Of course, you're not having fun. You're exhausted. You're miserable. You need to drop the bricks. But the question is, what are those bricks? What are you carrying that's weighing you down so much? And that's what we need to figure out, you know. What exactly is that weight? Because maybe, just maybe, you're carrying too much responsibility in this twin flame connection. Maybe you're the one who's always trying to fix things, always trying to make things better, always trying to keep the peace. Maybe you're the one who's doing all the emotional labor, all the compromising, all the everything. And your twin flame is just, kind of, along for the ride, you know. Maybe they're not pulling their weight. Maybe they're not as invested in the connection as you are. Or maybe they're just going through their own stuff, and they're not able to show up for you in the way that you need them to. Whatever the reason, you're feeling like you're doing all the work, and it's exhausting. It's like you're trying to build a house all by yourself, and your twin flame is just standing there, watching you sweat. And after a while, you're going to get tired of it, right? You're going to start feeling resentful. You're going to start feeling unappreciated. And you're going to start feeling like, what's the point? This isn't a partnership. This is a yownership. And that's not what you signed up for. Or maybe you're carrying the weight of their stuff. Maybe your twin flame is going through a really hard time. Maybe they're dealing with some major issues from their past, and you're trying to support them, trying to help them heal, trying to be there for them in every way that you can. And that's that's a beautiful thing. It really is. It shows that you're a compassionate, caring person, and that you truly love your twin flame. But it's also really, really draining, because you can't fix their problems for them. You can't heal their wounds for them, and you can't carry their burdens for them. They have to do that themselves. And if you're trying to do it for them, you're just enabling them. You're preventing them from growing, and you're sacrificing your own well-being in the process. It's like you're trying to carry them across a river, but they're so heavy that you're both going to drown. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to let them swim on their own, you know. It's like you can offer them a life preserver. You can cheer them on from the shore, but you can't jump in the water and try to drag them to safety. They have to learn how to swim themselves. And that's a really hard lesson to learn, especially when you love someone so much, when you want to protect them from all the pain in the world. But it's also a really important lesson, because you can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, and you can't sacrifice yourself in the process. You have to take care of yourself first. You have to make sure you're strong enough to support them without collapsing under the weight of their burdens. And honestly, that's so hard to do. So hard, it's like walking a tightrope. But you've got to try. And maybe, just maybe, you're carrying the weight of the twin flame journey itself. Maybe you've become so obsessed with finding your twin flame, with making the connection work, with fulfilling your divine mission, that you've completely lost sight of everything else in your life. Maybe you've put all your eggs in one basket, and you're neglecting your friends, your family, your career, your hobbies, and your own personal growth. Maybe you're so focused on the future, on the potential of this connection, that you're not actually living in the present moment. You know, you're always waiting for things to be perfect, always waiting for your twin flame to wake up, always waiting for something. And in the meantime, your life is passing you by. And that's a really dangerous place to be, because it means you're not actually enjoying your life. You're just waiting for it to start. You're putting your happiness on hold, and you're sacrificing your own well-being for the sake of a potential future that may never even happen. It's like you're sitting on the sidelines, watching everyone else have fun, and you're telling yourself that you'll join them as soon as your twin flame shows up. But what if they never show up? What if the connection doesn't work out? What if you're waiting forever? Are you really going to waste your whole life waiting? Is that really what you want? Because that sounds pretty miserable to me. Twin flame journeys can be a real drag, honestly, if you let them take over your life. It's like you start out all excited, all hopeful, all sparkly, and then you slowly start to realize that it's not all sunshine and rainbows. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of pain. It's a lot of waiting. And after a while, you start to wonder if it's even worth it, you know. You start to wonder if you're just chasing a fantasy, if you're just wasting your time and energy on something that's never going to work out. And that's when the Ten of Wands shows up to remind you that you're carrying too much weight, that you need to lighten your load, and that you need to start living your life now, regardless of what happens with your twin flame. Now is when you get to be happy. Okay, so let's get even more specific, because twin flame relationships are like a tangled ball of yarn, right? The more you try to unravel it, the more complicated it gets. So, let's look at some specific scenarios where this Ten of Wands energy might be playing out in your twin flame journey. One possibility is that you're carrying the weight of your twin flame's expectations. Maybe they have this idea of what the relationship should be like, what you should be doing, how you should be acting, and you're trying to live up to those expectations, even if they don't align with your own values or desires. Maybe they want you to be more spiritual, more committed, more something, and you're trying to be that person for them, even if it means sacrificing your own authenticity. And that's a recipe for disaster, because you can't be someone you're not. You can't pretend to be something you're not. Eventually, the mask is going to slip, and you're going to crack under the pressure. And then what? Then you're going to have a whole new set of problems to deal with. It's so important to be true to yourself, to honor your own values and desires, and to not let anyone, not even your twin flame, pressure you into being someone you're not. Because that's not love, that's manipulation. And you deserve better than that. You deserve to be loved for who you are, not for who someone else wants you to be. Or maybe you're carrying the weight of your own expectations. Maybe you have this idea of what the twin flame journey should be like, what your twin flame should be doing, how the connection should be progressing, and you're getting all stressed out when things don't go according to plan. Maybe you're expecting your twin flame to wake up at a certain time, to commit to the relationship in a certain way, to something. And you're getting all anxious and frustrated when they don't meet those expectations. And that's a really common trap on the twin flame journey. We get so caught up in our own expectations, our own timelines, our own stuff that we forget to just let go and trust the process. We forget that everyone is on their own journey. Everyone has their own pace, and everyone has their own lessons to learn. And we can't force anyone to do anything they're not ready to do. We can't control the timing of the universe. We just have to trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should, even if it doesn't make sense to us right now. And honestly, that's one of the hardest things to do on the twin flame journey. It's so hard to let go of control, to surrender to the unknown, and to trust that everything is going to be okay. But it's also one of the most important things to do. Because the more you try to control things, the more stressed out you're going to get. And the more you resist the flow of the universe, the more resistance you're going to encounter. It's like trying to swim upstream. You're just going to exhaust yourself, and you're not going to get anywhere. So just relax, let go, and trust that everything is working out for your highest good. And yeah, I know that's easier said than done, but it's worth a shot, right? Then there's the possibility that you're carrying the weight of past trauma past wounds, past heartbreak. Maybe you've been hurt in previous relationships. Maybe you've been abandoned, rejected, or betrayed, and you're bringing all that baggage into your twin flame connection. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt again, so you're putting up walls. You're pushing your twin flame away, or you're sabotaging the relationship in subtle ways. Or maybe you're so desperate for love and validation that you're clinging to your twin flame. You're being needy and clingy, and you're scaring them away. And that's understandable, right? It makes sense that you would be afraid of getting hurt again, especially if you've been through a lot of pain in the past. But you can't let your past experiences dictate your present and your future. You can't let your fear control you. You have to heal those wounds. You have to release that trauma. And you have to learn to trust again. And that's not easy. It takes time. It takes effort. And it takes a lot of courage. But it's possible. You can heal. You can love again. And you deserve to be happy. Okay, so we've talked a lot about the burdens you might be carrying in your twin flame journey. But what about the false responsibilities? What about the things you think you're supposed to do, but you're actually not obligated to do at all? Because those can be even more draining than the real responsibilities, because they're based on nothing. They're based on societal expectations, on family pressure, on stuff that doesn't even matter. Like, maybe you think you're responsible for making everyone else happy. Maybe you think you have to please everyone, to say yes to everything, and to never disappoint anyone. And that's a really common trap, especially for empaths and people pleasers. We feel other people's emotions so strongly that we want to fix them. We want to make them feel better, and we want to avoid conflict at all costs. But that's not your job. You're not responsible for other people's happiness. They're responsible for their own happiness. And if they're not happy, that's their problem, not yours. You can offer support. You can offer compassion, but you can't fix them. And you can't sacrifice your own happiness in the process. It's okay to say no. It's okay to disappoint people. It's okay to prioritize your own needs and desires. You're not selfish for doing that. You're just being responsible for your own well-being. And honestly, the more you prioritize yourself, the more you'll be able to show up for others in a meaningful way. Because you can't pour from an empty cup, right? You have to fill your own cup first, and then you can share the overflow with others. That's like basic self-care. Or maybe you think you're responsible for saving the world. Maybe you feel like you have to solve all the problems, to fix all the injustices, and to make everything better for everyone. And that's a noble goal. It really is. It shows that you're a compassionate, caring person who wants to make a difference in the world. But you can't do it all by yourself. You can't fix everything. And you can't carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. You have to focus on what you can control, on what you can influence, and on what you can do to make a positive impact in your own little corner of the world. You can volunteer your time. You can donate to charities. You can support causes you believe in. But you can't fix everything. And you can't let the problems of the world overwhelm you. You have to take care of yourself. You have to protect your energy. And you have to remember that you're just one person. You can't do it all. It's okay to focus on your own life, on your own happiness, and on your own well-being. You're not selfish for doing that. You're just being realistic. And you know what else? Maybe, just maybe, you're mistaking duty for your true calling. Like, maybe you think you're supposed to be doing something. You think you have to be doing something, but it's not actually aligned with your soul's purpose. It's not something that brings you joy. It's not something that makes you feel alive. And it's not something that you're actually good at. It's just something you think you should be doing because someone told you to, because society expects you to, or because you feel like you have to prove something to someone. And that's a really sad way to live, because you're not actually living your own life. You're living someone else's life. You're fulfilling someone else's expectations. And you're sacrificing your own happiness in the process. You're letting your life be dictated by external forces instead of by your own internal guidance. And that's just not right. You deserve to live a life that is authentic, that is meaningful, and that is aligned with your soul's purpose. You deserve to do what you love, to be who you are, and to follow your own path. So, what is your true calling? What are you actually passionate about? What are you good at? What makes you feel alive? What makes you feel like you're making a difference in the world? These are the questions you need to be asking yourself. And the answers might not be easy to find, but they're worth searching for. Because when you're living in alignment with your true calling, you're not carrying a burden. You're carrying a torch. You're carrying a light. And that's a very different feeling. That's a feeling of joy, of purpose, of fulfillment. That's a feeling of being exactly where you're supposed to be, doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And that's a feeling that's worth fighting for. So look, this 10 of Wands, it's not all doom and gloom, okay? It's not a sign that you're doomed to carry this burden forever. It's actually a turning point. It's a sign that you're almost there, that you're close to completing something, that you're about to reach your goal. But it's also a warning. It's a warning that you need to lighten your load, that you need to release some of the weight you're carrying, and that you need to make sure you're not sacrificing your own well-being in the process. It's a reminder that you can't do it all alone, that you need to ask for help, that you need to delegate responsibilities, and that you need to prioritize your own needs and desires. It's like you're climbing a mountain and you're almost to the summit, but you're carrying a backpack full of rocks and you're starting to feel like you can't go any further. So, you have two choices. You can keep carrying the rocks, you can keep struggling, and you can risk collapsing before you reach the top. Or you can drop the rocks, you can lighten your load, and you can make it to the summit with ease and grace. Which choice are you going to make? Are you going to keep carrying the burden, or are you going to release it? Are you going to keep struggling, or are you going to find a way to make it easier? And honestly, the answer is up to you. It depends on what you're willing to sacrifice, on what you're willing to let go of, and on what you truly value. But I will say this, you deserve to be happy. You deserve to live a life that is filled with joy, with purpose, and with fulfillment. And you don't have to carry this burden forever. You can release it. You can lighten your load, and you can make it to the summit. You just have to choose to do it. So, is this burden truly yours to bear? Are you really almost at the finish line? Or is it time to finally drop the load? Well, let's pull the final card and find out, because I am dying to know. So is this burden truly yours to bear? Are you really almost at the finish line? Or is it time to finally drop the load? Well, let's pull the final card and find out, because I am dying to know. Okay, here we go. The Hermit. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. The Hermit, after the Ten of Wands, after all that burden, all that weight. It feels like a welcome invitation, right? Because the Hermit is all about going within, about introspection, about solitude. It's about stepping away from the chaos of the world and taking some time to connect with your own inner wisdom. It's about shining a light on your own path, illuminating the way forward. It's about finding the answers within yourself, rather than seeking them from external sources. You know, I always picture someone standing on top of a mountain, holding a lantern, all alone, but not lonely. Just at peace with themselves, at peace with the world, and at peace with their own journey. And that's a really powerful image, because it reminds us that we don't need anyone else to complete us. We don't need anyone else to tell us what to do, and we don't need anyone else to validate our worth. We have everything we need within ourselves. We just need to take the time to connect with it. So, yeah, the Hermit. It's about introspection, about solitude, about inner wisdom, and about finding your own way. But how does this connect to the Ten of Wands? How does it connect to all that burden, all that weight? Well, I think the Hermit is showing you how to release the burden. I think it's showing you that the way to lighten your load is to go within, to connect with your own inner wisdom, and to find the answers within yourself. Because the truth is, you already know what you need to do. You already know what you need to release. You already know what's weighing you down. You just need to take the time to listen to your own inner voice, to trust your own intuition, and to have the courage to follow your own path. It's like that answer has been inside you all along. You're not lost. You just gotta turn on the light. And I think that's really beautiful, because it means you're not a victim of circumstance. You're not powerless. You have the ability to change your life. You have the ability to release the burden. You just need to tap into your own inner wisdom and follow the guidance that's already there. And with the Jasper point energy, with that clarity, this inner wisdom is going to be so much easier to access. You know, the fog will clear, the path will be illuminated, and you'll be able to see exactly what you need to do. It's gonna be great. But I also think the Hermit is showing you that you need to step away from the chaos. you need to step away from the drama, and you need to step away from the external pressures. You need to create some space for yourself, some time for yourself, and some solitude for yourself. Because it's really hard to connect with your own inner wisdom when you're constantly surrounded by noise, by distractions, and by other people's opinions. It's like trying to listen to a whisper in a crowded room. You just can't hear it right. You need to find a quiet place, a peaceful place, where you can truly listen to your own inner voice. And that might mean taking a break from social media. That might mean spending some time alone in nature. That might mean meditating or journaling. Or that might mean simply saying no to social engagements and spending an evening at home with a good book. Whatever it is, it's important to prioritize your own solitude, to prioritize your own inner peace, and to prioritize your own connection with your own inner wisdom. Because that's where the magic happens. That's where the answers are found. And that's where you'll find the strength to release the burden and to move forward on your twin flame journey with clarity and purpose. The hermit doesn't necessarily mean you have to, hide away in a cave forever, you know. It's not about becoming a complete recluse. It's just about taking some time to recharge, to reconnect, and to realign with your own inner compass. It's about creating a sanctuary within yourself, a place where you can always go to find peace, to find guidance, and to find strength. And once you've created that sanctuary within yourself, you can then go back out into the world and interact with others from a place of strength, from a place of clarity, and from a place of authenticity. You can show up in your relationships with more presence, with more compassion, and with more love. You can contribute to the world in a more meaningful way. And you can navigate the challenges of the twin flame journey with more grace and more ease. It's like you're building a fortress within yourself, a fortress that can withstand any storm, a fortress that can protect you from any harm, and a fortress that can guide you on your path. And that's a really powerful image, because it reminds us that we're not weak, we're not vulnerable, and we're not at the mercy of external forces. We have the power to create our own reality. We have the power to protect ourselves, and we have the power to guide our own journey. And you know what's interesting? The hermit is often associated with the sign of Virgo, which is all about service, about practicality, and about attention to detail. And that makes sense, because in order to truly connect with your own inner wisdom, you need to be willing to do the work. You need to be willing to examine your thoughts, your feelings, and your beliefs. You need to be willing to identify your patterns, your habits, and your behaviors. And you need to be willing to make changes where necessary. It's not enough to just sit on top of a mountain and meditate all day. You actually have to take action. You actually have to implement what you've learned. And you actually have to apply your wisdom to your daily life. And that's where the Virgo energy comes in. It's about being practical, about being organized, and about being detail-oriented. It's about taking small steps, about making gradual progress, and about paying attention to the little things. It's about creating a life that is aligned with your values, that is supportive of your goals, and that is conducive to your well-being. It's like you're building a house, brick by brick. You can't just throw a bunch of materials together and expect it to stand. You actually have to take the time to lay the foundation, to frame the walls, to put on the roof, and to furnish the interior. And each step is important. Each step requires attention to detail, and each step contributes to the overall strength and beauty of the house. So, if you're seeing the hermit in your reading, ask yourself what kind of service you're being called to provide. Are you being called to serve others? Are you being called to serve yourself? Are you being called to serve the world? And how can you bring more practicality, more organization, and more attention to detail into your life? How can you create a life that is more aligned with your values, that is more supportive of your goals, and that is more conducive to your well-being? Because the more you embody the Virgo energy, the more you'll be able to connect with your own inner wisdom, the more you'll be able to release the burden, and the more you'll be able to move forward on your twin flame journey with clarity and purpose. This isn't about being perfect, you know. It's not about becoming some kind of super organized, ultra efficient, hyperproductive robot. It's just about bringing a little bit more structure, a little bit more intention, and a little bit more awareness into your daily life. It's about creating a routine that supports your well-being, that allows you to prioritize your own needs, and that helps you to stay grounded and centered, even when things get chaotic. It's like you're creating a container for your energy, a container that can hold all your emotions, all your thoughts, and all your experiences without overflowing. And the stronger the container, the more you'll be able to handle, the more you'll be able to process, and the more you'll be able to grow. So don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to try new things, and don't be afraid to fail. Just keep learning, keep growing, and keep evolving. And trust that the universe is supporting you every step of the way. You got this. Now, let's dig a little deeper, because the Hermit can be a really complex card, especially when it comes to twin flame relationships. So one possibility here is that you're being called to take some time apart from your twin flame. Maybe you've been spending too much time together. Maybe you've become too enmeshed. Or maybe you're just not giving each other enough space to grow. And that can be really hard, especially when you're in a twin flame relationship, because you feel like you're supposed to be together all the time. You feel like you're supposed to be inseparable, and you feel like you're supposed to be each other's everything. But that's not always the case. Sometimes, the best thing you can do for a relationship is to take some time apart, to focus on your own individual growth, and to allow each other to evolve independently. It's like you're planting two trees too close together. They're going to compete for resources. They're going to crowd each other out, and they're not going to reach their full potential. But if you plant them further apart, they'll have plenty of room to grow. They'll be able to thrive. and they'll be able to support each other from a distance. And the same is true for relationships. Sometimes you need to create some space in order to allow the connection to breathe, to allow the love to grow, and to allow each other to become the best versions of yourselves. This isn't about breaking up, you know. It's not about ending the relationship. It's just about creating some healthy boundaries, about taking some time for yourself, and about focusing on your own individual needs. It's like you're going on a solo retreat, a retreat where you can reconnect with yourself, where you can recharge your batteries, and where you can gain clarity about your own path. And when you come back together, you'll be stronger, you'll be more grounded, and you'll be more able to support each other on your journey. It's a win-win situation. Or another possibility is that you're being called to go within and heal some deep wounds from your past. Maybe you're carrying some baggage from previous relationships. Maybe you're dealing with some childhood trauma. Or maybe you're just not fully healed from past experiences. And that can be really hard to admit, because it means you have to face your demons. You have to confront your pain, and you have to be willing to do the work to heal. But it's also really important, because if you don't heal those wounds, they're going to keep showing up in your relationships. They're going to keep sabotaging your happiness, and they're going to keep preventing you from fully connecting with your twin flame. It's like you're trying to build a house on a shaky foundation. Sooner or later, the house is going to collapse. You have to build a strong foundation. You have to heal those wounds, and you have to create a solid base for your relationship to thrive. And that's where the hermit comes in. It's about going within, about shining a light on your shadows, and about being willing to do the work to heal. It's about forgiving yourself, about forgiving others, and about releasing the past so you can create a brighter future. This isn't about blaming yourself, you know. It's not about dwelling on your mistakes, and it's not about feeling sorry for yourself. It's just about acknowledging your pain, about understanding where it comes from, and about taking steps to heal. It's like you're cleaning out a wound. You have to remove the dirt. You have to disinfect the area, and you have to apply a bandage. And it might be painful at first, but it's necessary in order to prevent infection and to allow the wound to heal properly. And the same is true for your emotional wounds. You have to clean them out, you have to disinfect them, and you have to apply a bandage. And that bandage is self-compassion, self-love, and self-care. You have to be kind to yourself. You have to nurture yourself. And you have to give yourself the space and the time to heal. And the more you practice self-compassion, the more you'll be able to heal those wounds. The more you'll be able to connect with your twin flame. And the more you'll be able to create a loving, fulfilling relationship. Okay, so let's keep digging, because there's always more to uncover, right? Another possibility here is that you're being called to become your own guru, your own teacher, and your own guide. Maybe you've been relying too much on external sources for guidance. Maybe you've been listening to too many other people's opinions. Or maybe you've just not been trusting your own intuition. And that can be a really common trap on the twin flame journey, because there's so much information out there, so many opinions, and so many gurus who claim to have all the answers. It's easy to get caught up in the noise, to lose sight of your own inner compass, and to start doubting yourself. But the hermit is reminding you that you have all the answers you need within yourself. You have your own inner wisdom, your own intuition, and your own guidance system. You just need to learn how to listen to it, how to trust it, and how to follow it. This isn't about rejecting external guidance, you know. It's not about ignoring other people's opinions, and it's not about becoming a know-it-all. It's just about prioritizing your own inner wisdom, about trusting your own intuition, and about making your own decisions. It's like you're consulting with a team of advisors. You're listening to their advice. You're considering their perspectives. But ultimately, you're the one who makes the final decision. You're the CEO of your own life. And you have to trust your own judgment. You have to believe in your own abilities. And you have to have the courage to follow your own path. And the more you do that, the more confident you'll become, the more empowered you'll feel, and the more you'll be able to attract the right people, the right opportunities, and the right experiences into your life. It's like you're building a magnet that attracts everything you need to fulfill your soul's purpose. And the stronger the magnet, the more you'll be able to attract. So, don't be afraid to trust yourself. Don't be afraid to follow your own path. And don't be afraid to become your own guru. You have everything you need within yourself. You just need to tap into it and let it guide you. And you know what else? The hermit can also represent a period of deep learning, a period of intense study, and a period of spiritual growth. Maybe you're being called to dive deeper into a particular subject, to explore a new area of interest, or to expand your spiritual horizons. And that can be really exciting, because it means you're opening yourself up to new possibilities. You're expanding your knowledge, and you're growing as a person. It's like you're climbing a ladder. Each step you take brings you closer to a higher level of understanding, a higher level of awareness, and a higher level of consciousness. And the more you learn, the more you grow, and the more you evolve, the more you'll be able to contribute to the world, the more you'll be able to help others, and the more you'll be able to fulfill your soul's purpose. This isn't about becoming an intellectual snob, you know. It's not about showing off your knowledge, and it's not about making other people feel inferior. It's just about expanding your own horizons, about deepening your understanding, and about using your knowledge to make a positive impact in the world. It's like you're gathering tools. Each tool you acquire gives you more options, more resources, and more ways to solve problems. And the more tools you have, the more you'll be able to help yourself, the more you'll be able to help others, and the more you'll be able to create a better world. So, don't be afraid to learn, don't be afraid to study, and don't be afraid to grow. The universe is constantly expanding, and you're being called to expand with it. You got this. You are on your way. Okay, so with the Ten of Wands and the Hermit together, the message is really clear. You need to lighten your load by going within, by connecting with your own inner wisdom, and by trusting your own intuition. You need to release the burdens that are weighing you down. You need to heal the wounds that are holding you back. And you need to prioritize your own needs and desires. You need to step away from the chaos. You need to create some space for yourself. And you need to focus on your own personal growth. And the more you do that, the more you'll be able to connect with your twin flame. The more you'll be able to create a loving, fulfilling relationship. And the more you'll be able to fulfill your soul's purpose. But it's not just about taking action. It's also about being. It's about cultivating a state of inner peace, a state of inner stillness, and a state of inner knowing. It's about finding joy in the present moment, about appreciating the simple things in life, and about trusting that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. It's like you're finding a sanctuary within yourself, a place where you can always go to find peace, to find guidance, and to find strength. And the more you cultivate that inner sanctuary, the more you'll be able to navigate the challenges of the twin flame journey with grace, with ease, and with unwavering faith. It's like you're building a bridge that connects you to your own inner wisdom, a bridge that connects you to your twin flame, and a bridge that connects you to the divine. And the stronger the bridge, the easier it will be to travel between those 3 points. The easier it will be to access the resources you need, and the easier it will be to manifest your dreams. So don't be afraid to go within. Don't be afraid to be still. And don't be afraid to trust the process. You have everything you need within yourself. You just need to tap into it and let it guide you. And remember, the Jasper point is here to help you see things clearly, to stay grounded, and to trust your own intuition. It's here to support you on your journey, to guide you on your path, and to help you release the burden and step into your power. Now, with all of these cards together, you have the Judgment, the Eight of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Four of Cups, the Ten of Wands, and the Hermit. That's a whole lot to take in. So how does this all play into your shared visions? How do these cards and actions align with unveiling the dreamscape? What does that mean for you? Well, with the Hermit present, it means it's time to go it alone for a minute. To really figure out what's your dream, not what you think it should be. And with that, I'm so excited to pull the next card. And with that, I'm so excited to pull the next card. Okay, here we go. The Wheel of Fortune. Oh my goodness, that is huge. Okay, so after all of that introspection, all of that hermit energy, all of that going within, we get the Wheel of Fortune, which is all about change, about cycles, about destiny, about luck, both good and bad, you know. It's like, after all that internal work, the universe is like, okay, time to shake things up. The Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that life is always in motion, that things are always changing, and that what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up, you know. It's It's that whole circle of life thing. You can't get complacent, and you can't get too discouraged, because things are always shifting. So, yeah, the wheel of fortune. Change, cycles, destiny, luck. But how does this all connect? How does this connect to the Hermit, to the Ten of Wands, to the Four of Cups, to the whole twin flame journey? Well, first of all, I think the Wheel of Fortune is saying that all of that inner work you've been doing with the Hermit, it's about to pay off. It's like you've been planting seeds in the dark, and now they're finally starting to sprout. You've been putting in the effort, you've been doing the work, and now the universe is going to reward you with some good luck, with some positive change, and with some forward momentum. You know, it's like you've been climbing a mountain, and now you're finally reaching the summit. You're about to get a whole new perspective on things, and you're about to see some amazing opportunities open up for you. But it's also a reminder that you can't control everything. The Wheel of Fortune is a symbol of fate, of destiny, and of things that are beyond your control. You can't predict the future. You can't force things to happen, and you can't always get what you want. Sometimes the wheel turns in your favor, and sometimes it doesn't. And that's just the way it is. You have to learn to accept the ups and downs of life, to roll with the punches, and to trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it at the time. It's so important to embrace the uncertainty, to embrace the unknown, and to embrace the fact that life is always changing. Because the more you resist change, the more you're going to suffer. But the more you embrace it, the more you're going to thrive. So, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune is a call to surrender, to let go, and to trust that the universe has your back. Does that make sense? And with the Ten of Wands energy we saw earlier, with all that burden, all that weight, I think the Wheel of Fortune is saying that some of that weight is about to be lifted. Maybe you're going to get some help with your responsibilities. Maybe you're going to find a new way to cope with your stress. Or maybe you're just going to realize that you don't have to carry so much on your own. Whatever it is, the Wheel of Fortune is bringing some relief, some ease, and some lightness into your life. It's like you've been carrying a heavy backpack, and now someone is offering to carry it for you. You can finally take a break. You can finally relax, and you can finally enjoy the journey without feeling so weighed down. But it's also a reminder that you can't just sit back and expect everything to be done for you. You still have to take responsibility for your own life. You still have to do the work, and you still have to contribute to the world in a meaningful way. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing some help, some support, and some assistance, but it's not a free pass. You still have to show up. You still have to participate, and you still have to be willing to put in the effort. It's like you're getting a scholarship to college. You still have to study. You still have to attend classes, and you still have to pass your exams. The scholarship is helping you financially, but it's not doing the work for you. So yeah, the Wheel of Fortune is a call to action. a call to participation, and a call to responsibility. You ready for that? And with the Four of Cups energy, with that apathy, with that boredom, with that feeling of blah, I think the Wheel of Fortune is saying that things are about to get a lot more interesting. Maybe you're going to find a new passion. Maybe you're going to discover a new hobby. Or maybe you're just going to start seeing the world in a new light. Whatever it is, the Wheel of Fortune is bringing some excitement, some enthusiasm, and some joy into your life. It's like you've been watching the same movie over and over again, and now someone is changing the channel. You're about to see something new, something different, and something that's going to capture your attention and spark your imagination. But it's also a reminder that you have to be open to new experiences. You have to be willing to take risks, and you have to be willing to step outside of your comfort zone. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing some opportunities, some possibilities, and some adventures, but you have to be willing to seize them. You can't just sit around and wait for things to happen to you. You have to get out there, you have to explore, and you have to be willing to try new things. It's like you're getting a ticket to a music festival. You still have to pack your bags. You still have to drive to the location. And you still have to be willing to dance and sing and have a good time. The ticket is getting you in the door, but it's not forcing you to have fun. You have to choose to have fun. Does that resonate? Now, how does the Wheel of Fortune specifically affect your twin flame journey? Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Because twin flame journeys are never simple, they're never easy, and they're never predictable. They're always full of twists and turns, ups and downs, and unexpected surprises. It's like riding a roller coaster blindfolded. You never know what's coming next. But that's also what makes them so exciting, so challenging, and so rewarding. So, with that in mind, let's explore some possibilities. One possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is bringing your twin flame back into your life. Maybe you've been separated for a while. Maybe you've been in no contact. Or maybe you've just been feeling distant from each other. Whatever the reason, the Wheel of Fortune is turning in your favor, and it's bringing you back together. It's like you've been lost at sea, and now you're finally spotting land. You're about to reconnect with your twin flame. You're about to rekindle the flame, and you're about to experience the joy and the bliss of being reunited. But it's also a reminder that you can't just expect everything to be perfect right away. You still have to work on the relationship. You still have to communicate effectively, and you still have to be willing to compromise. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing you back together, but it's not guaranteeing a happy ending. You still have to put in the effort to make it work. Does that make sense? Or another possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is bringing a new twin flame into your life. Maybe you've been searching for your twin flame for a long time. Maybe you've been feeling lonely and disconnected. Or maybe you've just been open to the possibility of finding someone special. Whatever the reason, the Wheel of Fortune is turning in your favor, and it's bringing a new twin flame into your life. It's like you've been waiting for a bus, and now 2 buses are arriving at the same time. You're about to meet someone who resonates with your soul, someone who challenges you to grow, and someone who loves you unconditionally. But it's also a reminder that you have to be discerning. You have to trust your intuition, and you have to be willing to say no to relationships that don't feel right. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing a new opportunity, but it's not forcing you to take it. You still have to choose wisely. You still have to protect your heart, and you still have to be true to yourself. Does that resonate? And then there's the possibility that the Wheel of Fortune is bringing a major shift in your current twin flame relationship. Maybe you're going to move to a new city together. Maybe you're going to start a new business together. Or maybe you're going to take your relationship to the next level. Whatever it is, the Wheel of Fortune is bringing some excitement, some adventure, and some change into your relationship. It's like you're getting a promotion at work. You're about to take on more responsibility. You're about to learn new skills, and you're about to earn more money. But it's also a reminder that you have to be prepared for the challenges that come with growth. You have to be willing to adapt to change, and you have to be able to handle the pressure. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing a new opportunity, but it's not guaranteeing success. You still have to put in the work. You still have to be resilient, and you still have to be able to handle the stress. Does that make sense? Now, let's talk about your shared visions, because that's the theme of this reading, right? And the Wheel of Fortune is definitely going to affect your shared visions with your twin flame. One possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is bringing your shared visions to fruition. Maybe you and your twin flame have been dreaming about something for a long time. Maybe you've been working towards a common goal, or maybe you've just been hopping for something to happen. Whatever it is, the Wheel of Fortune is turning in your favor, and it's bringing your shared visions into reality. It's like you've been planting a garden, and now your plants are finally starting to bloom. You're about to see the fruits of your labor. You're about to reap the rewards of your efforts, and you're about to experience the joy and the fulfillment of achieving your dreams. But it's also a reminder that you can't just sit back and expect everything to happen automatically. You still have to tend to the garden. You still have to water the plants, and you still have to protect them from pests. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing your shared visions to fruition, but it's not guaranteeing success. You still have to put in the work to maintain them. Does that resonate? Or another possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is changing your shared visions. Maybe you and your twin flame are realizing that your goals are no longer aligned. Maybe you're discovering new passions, or maybe you're just growing in different directions. Whatever it is, the Wheel of Fortune is bringing a shift in your shared visions, and it's important to be open to that change. It's like you're driving a car and you realize that you're going in the wrong direction. You have to be willing to turn around, to change course, and to find a new route to your destination. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing a change in your shared visions, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It might just be a sign that you're evolving, that you're growing, and that you're finding a new path that's more aligned with your true selves. Does that make sense? You know, it's like maybe you had this vision of opening a bakery together, but now one of you wants to be a yoga instructor. It doesn't mean the love is gone. It just means the dream needs tweaking. And then there's the possibility that the wheel of fortune is bringing a completely new shared vision into your life. Maybe you and your twin flame are about to discover a new passion, a new purpose, or a new project that you can work on together. Whatever it is, the wheel of fortune is bringing a fresh energy, a fresh perspective, and a fresh opportunity into your relationship. It's like you're discovering a hidden treasure. You're about to find something that's valuable, that's meaningful, and that's going to bring you both joy and fulfillment. But it's also a reminder that you have to be open to new experiences. You have to be willing to take risks, and you have to be willing to step outside of your comfort zone. The wheel of fortune is bringing a new shared vision, but it's not guaranteeing success. You still have to put in the work. You still have to be creative, and you still have to be willing to learn new things. Does that resonate? Okay, so let's talk about practical steps, because all this spiritual stuff is great, but what can you actually do with it, right? Well, first of all, I think it's important to embrace the change that's coming. Don't resist it, don't fight it, and don't try to control it. Just surrender to the flow and trust that everything is happening for a reason. It's like you're surfing a wave. You can't control the wave, but you can learn how to ride it. The more you resist the wave, the more likely you are to wipe out. But the more you embrace the wave, the more likely you are to have a smooth and enjoyable ride. And that's true for life as well. The more you resist change, the more you're going to struggle. But the more you embrace change, the more you're going to thrive. So, yeah, embrace the change, surrender to the flow, and trust that everything is happening for a reason. Second, I think it's important to stay grounded and centered. With all this change happening, it's easy to get swept away, to get overwhelmed, and to lose sight of your own values. So, make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're prioritizing your own needs, and make sure you're staying connected to your own inner wisdom. It's like you're a tree. You need strong roots to withstand the wind. The more you nourish your roots, the more stable you'll be, and the more easily you'll be able to weather any storm. And that's true for life as well. The more you take care of yourself, the more grounded you'll be, and the more easily you'll be able to handle any challenge. So yeah, stay grounded, stay centered, and stay connected to your own inner wisdom. And remember that Jasper point energy. It's there to help you stay grounded, to stay clear, and to stay focused on what truly matters. Lean into that clarity. Third, I think it's important to communicate openly and honestly with your twin flame. With all these changes happening, it's crucial to be on the same page, to be clear, about your expectations and to be willing to compromise. It's like you're building a house together. You need to have a blueprint. You need to communicate clearly about your vision. And you need to be willing to work together to make it happen. The more you communicate, the stronger your foundation will be, and the more easily you'll be able to build a lasting and fulfilling relationship. And that's true for life as well. The more you communicate, the stronger your relationships will be, and the more easily you'll be able to navigate any challenge. So, yeah, communicate openly, communicate honestly, and communicate with love and respect. Fourth, I think it's important to trust your intuition. With all these possibilities opening up, it's easy to get confused, to get overwhelmed, and to lose sight of your own path. So, make sure you're listening to your inner voice. Make sure you're trusting your gut feelings, and make sure you're following your heart. It's like you're navigating a maze. You need to listen to your inner compass. You need to trust your instincts, and you need to follow the path that feels right. The more you trust your intuition, the more easily you'll be able to find your way, and the more likely you are to reach your destination. And that's true for life as well. The more you trust your intuition, the more confident you'll be, and the more likely you are to make the right choices. So, yeah, trust your intuition, follow your heart, and listen to your inner voice. And finally, I think it's important to be patient. Change takes time, growth takes time, and healing takes time. Don't get discouraged if things don't happen overnight. Don't get frustrated if you encounter obstacles, and don't give up on your dreams. Just keep moving forward, keep learning, and keep growing. It's like you're climbing a mountain. You need to be patient. You need to pace yourself, and you need to trust that you'll eventually reach the summit. The more patient you are, the more you'll enjoy the journey, and the more likely you are to reach your goal. And that's true for life as well. The more patient you are, the more you'll appreciate the process, and the more likely you are to achieve your dreams. So, yeah, be patient, be persistent, and be hopeful. Remember, with the Wheel of Fortune, things are always changing, but it's all about trusting the ride and embracing the journey, okay? I know it can feel overwhelming, all of this stuff coming up at once. It's okay to just breathe. You are not alone, you know. You are so loved, so supported, and you are doing such a great job. Just keep going, keep growing, and keep trusting the process. And now, with all this in mind, what does this mean for your shared visions? Are they changing? Are they coming to fruition? Or are you about to embark on a whole new adventure together? Are you going to get back with someone from the past? Or is it a brand new person? Well, let's pull the next card and find out. Because honestly, I am just so excited to see what happens next. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune is turning. Things are changing, and now we have the Queen of Wands. Oh, friend, this is so exciting. This card is like pure fire, pure energy, pure you. The Queen of Wands is all about confidence, about passion, about embracing your power and shining your light. She's the ultimate embodiment of feminine energy. But it's not about being passive or submissive. It's about being assertive, about being creative, and about being a leader in your own life. She knows what she wants. She goes after it with passion, and she inspires everyone around her. You know, I always picture her as like a total boss babe, someone who's running her own empire, but also someone who's deeply connected to her own intuition and her own values. She's not afraid to be herself. She's not afraid to stand out, and she's not afraid to speak her mind. And that's what makes her so magnetic, so inspiring, and so powerful. So, yeah, the Queen of Wands. Confidence, passion, leadership, authenticity. But how does this connect to everything else we've seen so far? How does this fit into your twin flame journey, especially after that Wheel of Fortune shakeup? Well, I think the Queen of Wands is showing you who you're becoming. I think she's showing you the potential that's within you, the power that you have, and the light that you're meant to shine. It's like all of that inner work you've been doing, all of that healing, all of that releasing. It's all been leading you to this moment. You're stepping into your queendom. You're embracing your queendom. And you're ready to create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. It's you, and it is now. And with the Wheel of Fortune bringing all that change, the Queen of Wands is here to help you navigate it with grace, with confidence, and with unwavering faith. She's like a lighthouse, guiding you through the storm, showing you the way to your own inner harbor. She reminds you that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the power to handle whatever comes your way. You just need to trust yourself, believe in yourself, and embrace your own inner queen. Now, let's get specific, because the Queen of Wands is not just about being powerful. She's also about being creative, about being passionate, and about inspiring others. She has a vision. She knows how to bring that vision to life, and she inspires everyone around her to join her on her journey. She's not just a leader, she's a visionary. And with the shared visions theme of this reading, that's especially important. Because the Queen of Wands is showing you how to create a shared vision that is aligned with your own values, that is inspiring to others, and that is truly meaningful. She's showing you how to lead with passion, how to inspire with authenticity, and how to create a legacy that will last for generations to come. It's time to lead. And you know what? I think you're ready. Okay, so let's break down how this Queen of Wands energy connects to each of the previous cards, because that's where the real magic happens, you know. First, we have the Judgment card, that big wake-up call, that moment of truth. And the Queen of Wands is all about owning your truth, about standing in your power, and about being authentic, even when it's scary. She's like, yeah, I've made mistakes. I've learned from them. And now I'm moving forward with confidence and grace. She's not afraid to acknowledge her past, but she's not going to let it define her future. She's choosing to create a new narrative, a new story, and a new life that is aligned with her soul's purpose. And that's exactly what you're being called to do. To own your truth, to embrace your power and to create a life that is authentic and fulfilling. The past happened. You are not a victim of the past. It is now your superpower. You made it. It's time to glow. Then we have the Eight of Cups, walking away from what's no longer serving you. And the Queen of Wands is all about knowing your worth, about setting boundaries, and about choosing yourself, even when it's hard. She's like, yeah, this isn't working for me anymore. I'm out. She's not afraid to walk away from situations that are draining her energy, that are dimming her light, or that are preventing her from reaching her full potential. She knows that she deserves better, and she's not going to settle for anything less. And that's exactly what you've done. You've walked away from what's no longer serving you, and now you're free to create a life that is aligned with your values, that is supportive of your goals, and that is conducive to your well-being. That took courage, and you did it. Good job. Next up, the Knight of Cups, that potential for new love, that fresh energy. And the Queen of Wands is all about channeling that passion, about directing that energy, and about creating something amazing with it. She's like, yeah, I'm excited about this. Let's see what we can create together. She's not just swept away by her emotions. She's using her emotions to fuel her creativity, to inspire her leadership, and to manifest her dreams. She knows that passion is a powerful force, and she's using it wisely, intentionally, and effectively. And that's exactly what you're being called to do. To channel your passion, to direct your energy, and to create something amazing in your life, whether it's a new relationship, a new project, or a new way of being. It's a creative energy. Now, what are you going to do with it? Time to take charge. Then we have the Four of Cups, that feeling of apathy, that sense of boredom. And the Queen of Wands is all about reigniting that enthusiasm, about finding that gratitude, and about seeing the beauty in the world around you. She's like, yeah, I've been there. I know what it's like to feel blah, but I'm not going to let it define me. She's choosing to focus on the positive, to appreciate the simple things, and to find joy in the everyday moments. She knows that life is a gift, and she's determined to make the most of it. And that's exactly what you're being called to do. To reignite your enthusiasm, to find your gratitude, and to see the beauty in your life, even when it's hard. Don't get bogged down. Then the Ten of Wands, that burden, that weight, that feeling of being overwhelmed. And the Queen of Wands is all about releasing that burden, about delegating those responsibilities, and about stepping into your power. She's like, yeah, I can't do it all myself, and I'm not going to try. She's choosing to ask for help, to set boundaries, and to prioritize her own well-being. She knows that she's stronger when she's not carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. And that's exactly what you've done. You've released the burdens that were weighing you down, and now you're free to step into your power, to embrace your leadership, and to shine your light. It's time to ask for help. And finally, we have the Hermit, that introspection, that solitude, that inner wisdom. And the Queen of Wands is all about integrating that wisdom, about sharing that knowledge, and about guiding others on their journey. She's like, yeah, I've been on my own. I've learned a lot, and now I'm ready to share it with the world. She's choosing to use her experiences, her insights, and her wisdom to inspire others, to empower others, and to help others reach their full potential. She knows that she has a gift to share, and she's not afraid to use it. And that's exactly what you're being called to do. To integrate your inner wisdom, to share your knowledge, and to guide others on their journey. You have a gift, share it. See how beautifully everything connects. It's all been leading you to this moment, to this place of power, to this expression of your authentic self. The Queen of Wands is not just a card. She's a mirror, reflecting back to you your own potential, your own strength, and your own light. Embrace her energy, embody her qualities, and watch as your life transforms in amazing ways. You ready? I think you are. Now, let's dive deeper into how the Queen of Wands influences your shared visions, because that's where things get really exciting, especially within the context of your twin flame connection. You know, because with this card, your shared visions are no longer just dreams. They're becoming actionable plans. They're becoming tangible realities, and they're becoming sources of inspiration for everyone around you. It's like you're not just imagining a better world, you're creating it. You're not just hopping for a brighter future, you're building it. And you're doing it together, with your twin flame, with your community, and with the universe supporting you every step of the way. So cool, right? And one of the key things the Queen of Wands brings to your shared visions is a sense of confidence, a belief in yourself, and a certainty that you can achieve anything you set your mind to. You're no longer doubting yourself. You're no longer questioning your abilities, and you're no longer letting fear hold you back. You know that you have what it takes to succeed, and you're not afraid to go after your dreams with passion, with determination, and with unwavering faith. It's like you're climbing a mountain, and you know that you can reach the summit. You're not worried about the obstacles. You're not afraid of the challenges, and you're not going to let anything stop you from reaching your goal. You have a clear vision, you have a strong plan, and you have the unwavering belief that you can make it happen. And that's a really powerful thing, because when you believe in yourself, you inspire others to believe in you too. You attract the right people, you attract the right opportunities, and you attract the right resources to help you on your journey. It's like you're creating a ripple effect, a wave of positivity, and a momentum that carries you forward towards your dreams. So, yeah, confidence is key when it comes to the Queen of Wands and your shared visions. Believe in yourself, believe in your abilities, and believe in your power to create the life you want. You got this. Another thing the Queen of Wands brings to your shared visions is a sense of authenticity, a commitment to being true to yourself, and a refusal to compromise your values. You're no longer trying to be someone you're not. You're no longer trying to please everyone, and you're no longer sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of others. You're choosing to be yourself, to honor your own needs, and to live a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. And that's a really powerful thing, because when you're authentic, you attract people who resonate with your soul. You attract opportunities that align with your values, and you create a life that is truly fulfilling. It's like you're building a house, and you're using materials that are true to your style, that are reflective of your personality, and that are aligned with your vision. The house might not be perfect, but it's yours, it's authentic, and it's a reflection of your soul. And that's what makes it so beautiful, so unique, and so special. So, yeah, authenticity is key when it comes to the Queen of Wands and your shared visions. Be yourself, honor your values, and create a life that is true to your soul. It's time to shine. And finally, the Queen of Wands brings to your shared visions a sense of leadership, a willingness to step up, a desire to inspire others. You're no longer afraid to take charge. You're no longer hesitant to share your ideas. And you're no longer waiting for someone else to lead the way. You're stepping into your role as a leader, as a visionary, and as a guide for others. And that's a really powerful thing, because when you lead with passion, with authenticity, and with compassion, you inspire others to step into their own power, to embrace their own gifts, and to create their own amazing lives. It's like you're lighting a torch and you're passing it on to others. The more torches you light, the brighter the world becomes, and the more people are empowered to create a better future. So, yeah, leadership is key when it comes to the Queen of Wands and your shared visions. Step up, take charge, and inspire others to create a better world. It's your time to lead. So, how does all of this play into your twin flame connection? How does the Queen of Wands influence your relationship with your twin flame and your shared visions for the future? Well, one possibility is that the Queen of Wands is inspiring you and your twin flame to embrace your individual power within the connection. You're both stepping into your own roles as leaders, as visionaries, and as creators. And you're supporting each other, encouraging each other, and celebrating each other's successes. It's like you're two stars, shining brightly side by side. You're not competing with each other. You're not trying to outshine each other. And you're not dimming each other's light. You're simply shining your own unique light, and you're allowing your twin flame to do the same. And that's a really powerful thing, because when you both embrace your individual power, you create a relationship that is strong, that is supportive, and that is truly fulfilling. You're both stars. Or another possibility is that the Queen of Wands is inspiring you and your twin flame to redefine your shared visions, to create new goals that are aligned with your current values, and to manifest a future that is even more amazing than you ever imagined. You're no longer clinging to old dreams. You're no longer limiting yourselves, and you're no longer afraid to dream big. You're embracing the possibilities. You're exploring new opportunities, and you're creating a vision that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. It's like you're writing a new chapter in your story, a chapter that is even more exciting, more fulfilling, and more aligned with your true selves. You're both writing a new chapter. And then there's the possibility that the Queen of Wands is inspiring you and your twin flame to lead with passion, to inspire with authenticity, and to create a ripple effect of positive change in the world. You're no longer content to just dream about a better future. You're taking action. You're creating solutions, and you're inspiring others to join you on your journey. It's like you're starting a movement that is fueled by love, that is guided by wisdom, and that is creating a world that is more just, more equitable, and more sustainable for everyone. You're starting a movement. So, yeah, the Queen of Wands is a powerful force when it comes to your shared visions and your twin flame connection. Embrace her energy, embody her qualities, and watch as your relationship transforms, as your dreams manifest, and as you create a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. Okay, so let's get down to some practical guidance, because all this talk about queens and visions is great. But what can you actually do to embody the Queen of Wands energy in your life? Here are some actionable steps you can take. First, embrace your confidence. Start by identifying your strengths, your talents, and your accomplishments. What are you good at? What do you enjoy doing? What have you achieved in your life? Make a list, write it down, and remind yourself of your awesomeness every day. Because you are awesome. And then start taking small steps to step outside of your comfort zone. Do something that scares you, challenge yourself, and push yourself to grow. The more you challenge yourself, the more confident you'll become, and the more easily you'll be able to embody the Queen of Wands energy. You got this. Second, honor your authenticity. Start by identifying your values, your beliefs, and your passions. What do you stand for? What do you believe in? What do you care about? Make a list, write it down, and use it as a guide for your decisions and your actions. And then start expressing yourself authentically in every area of your life. Wear clothes that make you feel good, speak your mind, and share your gifts with the world. The more authentic you are, the more you'll attract people who resonate with your soul, and the more fulfilling your life will become. You are amazing. Third, step into your leadership. Start by identifying your areas of expertise, your skills, and your knowledge. What are you good at? What do you know a lot about? What can you teach others? Make a list, write it down, and start sharing your knowledge with the world. Write a blog, create a course, or simply offer your guidance to those who need it. The more you lead, the more you'll inspire others, and the more you'll create a positive impact in the world. You can do it. And finally, connect with your passion. Do what brings you joy. And to really embody the Queen of Wands, it is also powerful to work with creativity. Creativity will set fire to your soul in ways that are so fulfilling. Now, as we bring this reading to a close, I want to remind you of the energy of the Jasper point. Remember, this crystal is all about clarity. And that's what this entire journey has been about, gaining clarity on your path, on your power, and on your shared visions. Trust that the universe is guiding you. Trust that you are on the right path. And trust that you have everything you need to create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. You are loved, you are supported, and you are capable of amazing things. So go out there, shine your light, and create the life of your dreams. I believe in you, and thank you so much for letting me be a part of your journey. Hey there, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Okay, wow, Amber Sun. This crystal is all about grounding you, like bringing you back to earth. And I think that's so key for what we're diving into today with your twin flame journey. This reading is themed around the roots of reunion, anchoring your soul connection, which is so beautiful, right? So, let's get right into it. Whoa, the cards are already speaking volumes. You have the Emperor, the Moon, and Seven of Swords. Girl, buckle up. This is going to be a ride. Okay, the Emperor. When I see this card, I immediately think about structure, authority, and control. It's that very, very masculine energy, you know. Not necessarily male, but masculine. Very assertive, very. I know what I'm doing, very structured. So, in the context of your twin flame journey, I'm wondering if there are some power dynamics at play here. Are you feeling like someone is trying to control the situation? Or maybe, are you trying to control the situation? Because it definitely goes both ways. This could be about how you both, or one of you specifically, approaches relationships in general. Like, is there a need to be in charge? A need to be right? Sometimes the Emperor can show up when we have really rigid ideas about how things should be, and that can totally block the flow of a twin flame connection. Because those connections, wow, they really want you to surrender. The Emperor is all about building and maintaining order, but twin flame relationships are often about breaking down old structures and rebuilding something completely new, something more authentic. Think about your own life right now. Where do you feel like you need to be in control? And how is that affecting your connection? Is there an area where you're being too rigid or inflexible? Maybe it's about expectations. Are you expecting your twin flame to act a certain way or to fit into a certain mold? Because that Emperor energy can be super judgmental sometimes. He's got his rules, and he expects everyone to follow them. But twin flames, they don't always play by the rules, do they? It could also relate to father figures, you know. Like, what was your relationship with your dad like? Or with any authority figure in your life? Because those early relationships can really shape how we interact with power and control later on. If you had a really strict or authoritarian father, maybe you're now either drawn to that type of energy or you completely rebel against it. And either way, it's going to affect your relationships. This could even extend to your own internal father figure, like the way you discipline or control yourself. Are you too hard on yourself? Do you have unrealistic expectations for yourself? Because that inner critic can really manifest as this Emperor energy. And if you're constantly judging yourself, it's going to be hard to open up and be vulnerable with your twin flame. Also, think about your twin flame. How do they relate to authority? Do they respect it? Do they challenge it? Are they maybe embodying some of that Emperor energy themselves? And if so, how does that dynamic play out between you two? Is there a power struggle? Or do you complement each other in some way? Maybe one of you is more of the doer, the one who takes charge and gets things done, while the other is more of the thinker, the one who provides the vision and the strategy. But even in that scenario, it's important to make sure that there's a balance of power. No one wants to feel like they're being dominated or controlled, especially in a twin flame connection where equality and mutual respect are so important. The Emperor is all about establishing boundaries, which can be healthy, but it can also become a wall if those boundaries are too rigid. Are there walls between you and your twin flame right now? Are you afraid to be vulnerable? Afraid to open up? Maybe you're putting up a strong front to protect yourself from getting hurt. But remember, twin flame connections are all about tearing down those walls and merging together. It's about seeing past the ego and connecting on a soul level. And going back to that amber sun crystal, grounding is so important here. The Emperor can sometimes get lost in his own head, in his own plans and strategies. He needs to come back down to earth, connect with his emotions, and remember what truly matters. What are the real values that you want to build this connection on? What are the non-negotiables? Because those are the things that will provide a solid foundation. And when you're grounded, you're better able to communicate your needs and boundaries in a healthy and assertive way without resorting to control or manipulation. You'll also be better able to receive what your twin flame is giving you without immediately putting up a wall. So, my friend, that's the Emperor. A lot to unpack there, right? What are your initial thoughts? Does any of this resonate with you? Do you see any of these dynamics playing out in your connection? Think about that for a second. Now, let's move on to the moon. And oh boy, this card is a trip, where the Emperor is all about structure and order. The moon is all about the hidden, the subconscious, the illusions. It's that shadowy, mysterious energy that's lurking beneath the surface. The moon is like, what's really going on here? What are we not seeing? Because with twin flames, things are never quite as they seem on the surface, right? There's always so much more going on beneath the surface, so many hidden emotions, so many unspoken fears. And the moon is here to bring those things to light, even if it's a little scary. This card often represents intuition, dreams, and psychic abilities. So, are you getting strong intuitive hits about your twin flame? Are you having vivid dreams about them? Pay attention to those messages, because they might be trying to tell you something important. The moon is all about trusting your gut, even when things don't make logical sense. But the moon can also represent illusions and deception. Are you seeing your twin flame or the connection through rose-colored glasses? Are you ignoring red flags? Or are you maybe being deceived in some way? This doesn't necessarily mean that someone is intentionally lying to you, but it could mean that there's information that's being hidden, or that you're not seeing the full picture. Maybe there are things that you're refusing to see because they're too painful or too scary. The moon likes to keep things murky, right? It obscures the truth. It makes it hard to see clearly. Fear is a big one with the moon. What are you afraid of in this connection? Are you afraid of getting hurt? Are you afraid of commitment? Are you afraid of losing yourself? Because those fears can really cloud your judgment and prevent you from seeing things as they really are. And those fears can manifest in all sorts of ways, like you might become overly critical or overly needy, or you might push your twin flame away without even realizing it. The moon also represents the past. Are there past traumas or experiences that are affecting your connection? Maybe you've been hurt in previous relationships, and you're now projecting those fears onto your twin flame. Or maybe there are unresolved issues from your childhood that are holding you back. The moon is asking you to go deep, to explore those hidden wounds, and to heal them. Because you can't truly move forward in this connection until you've addressed the past. And this card is also heavily tied to emotions, your emotional state. Are you feeling emotionally stable right now? Or are you feeling anxious or overwhelmed or just generally out of sorts? Because your emotional state can really impact your perception of reality. If you're feeling emotionally volatile, it's going to be hard to see things clearly. Think about it this way. The Emperor is the conscious mind, the rational mind, the part of us that likes to be in control. The moon is the subconscious mind, the emotional mind, the part of us that's driven by instinct and intuition. And these two energies are often in conflict. The Emperor wants to maintain order and control, while the moon wants to explore the unknown and embrace the shadow side. So, how do you reconcile these two opposing forces within yourself? How do you find a balance between logic and intuition? Because that's the key to navigating this twin flame journey. Let's link this back to the amber sun grounding energy. The moon can be very ungrounding. It can make you feel like you're floating in a sea of emotions with no solid ground beneath your feet. So, it's important to find ways to stay grounded, especially when you're dealing with these intense emotions and hidden fears. What helps you feel grounded? Is it spending time in nature? Is it meditation? Is it talking to a trusted friend or therapist? Find those things that bring you back to earth and make them a regular part of your routine. This will help you navigate the murky waters of the moon with more clarity and stability. The moon also highlights the cyclical nature of things. Just like the moon waxes and wanes, so too do our emotions and experiences. There will be times when you feel close to your twin flame and times when you feel distant. There will be times when you feel clear and confident and times when you feel confused and uncertain. This is all part of the process. The key is to trust that even in the darkness, there is always light on the horizon. So the moon is asking you to trust your intuition, to explore your hidden fears, and to embrace the unknown. It's a journey into the depths of your soul. Are you ready to take that journey? Because it's not always going to be easy, but it's always going to be worth it. Okay, friend, that was a lot about the moon. What's coming up for you? Are you recognizing any of these hidden emotions or illusions in your connection? Is there anything that you've been avoiding or refusing to see? Just let it sink in for a moment. All right, last but not least, we have the Seven of Swords. And oh honey, this card always brings a little bit of drama, let me tell you. Where the Emperor is about authority and the moon is about hidden things, the Seven of Swords is like sneaky, sneaky right. This card often represents deception, betrayal, and feeling like you have to do things in secret. It's that energy of, I'm going to get what I want, even if I have to bend the rules a little bit. So, in the context of your twin flame journey, this card could indicate that someone is not being entirely honest, either with themselves or with you. Or it could mean that you're not being entirely honest with yourself or with them. This doesn't necessarily mean that someone is outright lying, but it could mean that there are things that are being hidden, or that the full truth is not being revealed. Maybe there's a secret affair, or maybe there's just a secret desire that's not being acknowledged. Whatever it is, it's creating a sense of unease and mistrust. The Seven of Swords can also represent feeling like you have to sneak around, or that you can't be your true self. Are you hiding your feelings from your twin flame? Are you afraid to be vulnerable? Maybe you're worried about what they'll think if you show them your true self. Or maybe you're in a situation where you can't be openly with your twin flame. Like, maybe one or both of you are in a committed relationship with someone else. This card often comes up in situations where there are complications and obstacles to overcome. This card can also be about intellectual dishonesty, too. Sometimes the deception isn't an act of the heart, but more of the mind. Like, are you rationalizing bad behavior? Are you making excuses for yourself or your twin flame? Are you twisting the truth to fit your own narrative? The Seven of Swords can be very good at justifying things, even when they know they're wrong. But here's the thing about the Seven of Swords. It's not always a negative card. Sometimes it can represent cleverness, resourcefulness, and the ability to think outside the box. Maybe you're in a situation where you need to be a little bit strategic, a little bit cunning, in order to get what you want. Like, maybe you need to find a creative solution to a problem, or maybe you need to navigate a difficult situation with grace and diplomacy. The Seven of Swords can be very good at finding loopholes and exploiting weaknesses. However, it's important to be mindful of your intentions. Are you using your cleverness for good? Or are you using it to manipulate and deceive? Because the line between resourcefulness and dishonesty can be very thin. And if you're not careful, you can easily cross that line. Let's bring it back to our grounding amber sun. When the Seven of Swords shows up, it's so important to stay grounded and connected to your values. Because this card can easily lead you astray. It can make you feel like you're justified in doing whatever it takes to get what you want, even if it means compromising your integrity. But remember, true fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your values. So, before you make any decisions, ask yourself, is this in alignment with my highest good? Is this in alignment with my values? And if the answer is no, then it's probably not the right path for you. And how does this relate to the Emperor and the Moon? Well, the Emperor might be trying to control the situation, but the Moon is revealing hidden truths and emotions. The Seven of Swords is the action that results from this conflict. Maybe the Emperor's need for control leads to deceptive behavior, or maybe the hidden emotions revealed by the Moon cause someone to act sneakily. It's all interconnected, you see. Also, the Moon might be clouding your judgment, making it hard to see the truth. And the Seven of Swords is taking advantage of that confusion. It's like the Moon is creating the fog, and the Seven of Swords is sneaking through it, undetected. So, it's important to clear away the illusions and see things as they really are. Ground yourself and trust your intuition. The Seven of Swords can also indicate a need for independence and freedom. Maybe you're feeling trapped or restricted in some way, and you're looking for a way to break free. You might be feeling like you need to take matters into your own hands, even if it means going against the grain. But be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's important to find a balance between independence and responsibility. So, the Seven of Swords is all about honesty, integrity, and finding creative solutions. It's about being true to yourself, even when it's hard. Are you being honest with yourself and with your twin flame? Are you acting in alignment with your values? Because that's the key to overcoming the challenges represented by this card. All right, friend, that's the Seven of Swords. A lot to think about, right? Does this card resonate with you? Are there any areas in your life where you're not being entirely honest, or where you feel like you have to sneak around? Just take a moment to reflect. Okay, wow, we've covered a lot of ground here. The Emperor, the Moon, and the Seven of Swords. It's like we have power dynamics, hidden emotions, and a little bit of deception all swirling around this connection. But remember, we also have the amber sun crystal, reminding us to stay grounded and connected to our values. So, how do we bring all of this together? How do we anchor this soul connection in reality? Well, the first step is to be honest with yourself. What are your fears? What are your desires? What are you hiding? Once you're clear on those things, you can start to communicate them to your twin flame. And it's not always going to be easy, but it's always going to be worth it. Because true connection is built on honesty and vulnerability. And remember, twin flame relationships are all about growth and transformation. They're about challenging your beliefs, breaking down your walls, and becoming the best version of yourself. So, embrace the challenges, embrace the uncertainty, and trust that you're on the right path. Okay, so these cards, wow, they're really setting the stage. What do you think so far? How are you feeling? Remember, grounding is key. Breathe. And let's see what else the cards have to say. Okay, deep breaths, friend. Let's do this. The next card we have is, drum roll please, the Seven of Wands. Oh, this is getting interesting. So, Seven of Wands, right off the bat. This card is about feeling challenged, about being on the defense. It's like everyone's coming at you, and you're standing your ground, ready to fight for what you believe in. It's got that energy of like, bring it on, I'm ready. But it can also feel a little overwhelming, like you're constantly under attack. So, the big question is, what are you defending against? What are you fighting for? And how does this fit into everything else we've already seen? This card is all about courage and conviction, about standing tall in the face of adversity. You know. Okay, so first, let's connect this to the Emperor. Remember how we talked about power dynamics and control? Well, the Seven of Wands could be showing up because you're feeling like you need to defend your own power, your own authority, against someone else's control. Maybe you're pushing back against someone who's trying to tell you what to do or how to live your life. Maybe you're finally saying, enough is enough. I'm not going to let you control me anymore. This could be your twin flame embodying that Emperor energy, right? And you're feeling like you need to assert yourself, to stand up for your own needs and desires. It's like they're trying to impose their will on you, and you're saying, no way. I have my own path to follow. But it could also be you embodying the Emperor energy. Are you being too controlling in the relationship? Are you trying to force things to happen on your terms? If so, the Seven of Wands could be a wake-up call, telling you that you need to back off and give your twin flame some space. Because sometimes the best defense is to simply let go of control. You know, this card is also about setting boundaries. The Emperor is all about establishing rules and limits, but the Seven of Wands is about enforcing those boundaries. It's about saying, this is where I draw the line. You can't cross it. And that can be really hard, especially in a twin flame connection, where the boundaries can often feel blurred. You might be afraid of hurting your twin flame's feelings, or of pushing them away. But remember, healthy boundaries are essential for any relationship to thrive. They protect your own energy and prevent you from getting drained or taken advantage of. Think about it this way. The Emperor is building the walls of your castle, but the Seven of Wands is standing guard at the gate, making sure that only the right people are allowed in. And sometimes that means turning people away, even if it's painful. This can also relate to your own internal Emperor. Are you being too hard on yourself? Are you setting unrealistic expectations for yourself? If so, the Seven of Wands could be telling you to stand up for yourself, to defend your own inner peace. It's about saying, I'm good enough just as I am. I don't need to meet anyone else's standards. This is about self-compassion, about treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. Because sometimes the biggest battles we fight are the ones we fight within ourselves. The Seven of Wands is urging you to be your own advocate, to protect your own well-being. You know, and going back to that amber sun grounding energy, it's so important to stay grounded when you're dealing with these power struggles. The Emperor can sometimes get lost in his own ego, in his own need to be right. But the Seven of Wands is reminding you to stay connected to your heart, to your values. What truly matters to you? What are you willing to fight for? Because those are the things that will give you the strength to stand your ground. And when you're grounded, you're better able to assert yourself in a healthy and assertive way, without resorting to aggression or defensiveness. You'll be able to communicate your needs and boundaries clearly and confidently, without feeling like you're being attacked. So, how does this resonate with you? Are you feeling like you need to defend yourself against someone's control? Or are you maybe being too controlling yourself? Are you setting healthy boundaries? Or are you letting people walk all over you? Just take a moment to reflect on that. What are you fighting for? Now, let's connect the Seven of Wands to the moon. Remember how the moon is all about hidden emotions, illusions, and fears. Well, the Seven of Wands could be showing up because you're feeling like you need to defend yourself against those hidden things. Maybe you're afraid of your own emotions, or of your twin flames' emotions. Maybe you're afraid of the truth, or of what it might reveal. The moon likes to keep things murky, right? It obscures the truth. It makes it hard to see clearly. And the Seven of Wands is saying, I'm not going to let those illusions control me. I'm going to stand up for the truth, even if it's scary. This card can also represent defending your intuition. The moon is all about trusting your gut, even when things don't make logical sense. But sometimes, other people might try to tell you that your intuition is wrong, or that you're being irrational. And the Seven of Wands is saying, I'm going to trust my own inner guidance, even if it goes against what everyone else is saying. This is about having faith in yourself, about knowing that you have the answers within you. It's about refusing to let anyone else invalidate your feelings or your experiences. Fear is a big one with the moon, right? And the Seven of Wands could be showing up because you're feeling like you need to defend yourself against your own fears. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt or of being rejected. Maybe you're afraid of commitment or of losing yourself. And those fears can manifest in all sorts of ways, like you might become overly critical or overly needy, or you might push your twin flame away without even realizing it. The Seven of Wands is urging you to confront those fears, to look them in the eye, and to say, I'm not going to let you control me anymore. This is about taking your power back, about refusing to let fear dictate your decisions. The moon also represents the past. Are there past traumas or experiences that are affecting your connection? Maybe you've been hurt in previous relationships, and you're now projecting those fears onto your twin flame. Or maybe there are unresolved issues from your childhood that are holding you back. The Seven of Wands could be showing up because you're feeling like you need to defend yourself against those past wounds. It's about saying, I'm not going to let the past define me. I'm going to create a new future for myself. This is about healing, about releasing the pain and the baggage that you've been carrying around for so long. And it's not always going to be easy, but it's always going to be worth it. Because once you've healed those wounds, you'll be able to open yourself up to a deeper, more authentic connection with your twin flame. And how does this relate to the amber sun grounding energy? Well, the moon can be very ungrounding. It can make you feel like you're floating in a sea of emotions with no solid ground beneath your feet. So, it's important to find ways to stay grounded, especially when you're dealing with these intense emotions and hidden fears. The Seven of Wands is about standing your ground, but you can't stand your ground if you're not grounded. So find those things that bring you back to earth and make them a regular part of your routine. This will help you navigate the murky waters of the moon with more clarity and stability. The Seven of Wands is also asking you to trust your intuition, to explore your hidden fears, and to embrace the unknown. It's a journey into the depths of your soul. It's about defending your inner world, about protecting your own truth. And it's not always going to be easy, but it's always going to be worth it. Okay, friend. That was a lot about the moon and the Seven of Wands. Are you recognizing any of these hidden emotions or illusions that you feel you need to defend against? Is there anything that you've been avoiding or refusing to see? Just let it sink in for a moment. What are you afraid of? All right. Now let's dive into how the Seven of Wands connects with the Seven of Swords. This is where it gets really interesting. Remember, the Seven of Swords is all about deception, dishonesty, and feeling like you have to do things in secret. So the Seven of Wands could be showing up because you're feeling like you need to defend yourself against someone else's dishonesty, or against your own dishonesty. Maybe you're suspecting that your twin flame is not being entirely honest with you, or maybe you're not being entirely honest with them. And the Seven of Wands is saying, I'm not going to let this deception continue. I'm going to stand up for the truth, even if it's painful. This card can also represent defending your integrity. The Seven of Swords can sometimes tempt you to cut corners, to bend the rules, in order to get what you want. But the Seven of Wands is reminding you to stay true to your values, to act with integrity, even when it's hard. It's about saying, I'm not going to compromise my morals for anyone. I'm going to do what's right, even if it means making sacrifices. This is about being honest with yourself and with others, about refusing to participate in deception or manipulation. It's about building trust, which is essential for any healthy relationship. especially a twin flame connection. The Seven of Swords can also represent feeling like you have to sneak around, or that you can't be your true self. Maybe you're hiding your feelings from your twin flame, or maybe you're afraid to be vulnerable. The Seven of Wands is saying, I'm not going to hide anymore. I'm going to be my authentic self, even if it's scary. This is about embracing your vulnerability, about allowing yourself to be seen and loved for who you truly are. It's about creating a safe space where you and your twin flame can be honest and open with each other without fear of judgment or rejection. The Seven of Swords can also be about intellectual dishonesty. Are you rationalizing bad behavior? Are you making excuses for yourself or your twin flame? The Seven of Wands is calling you to be honest with yourself about the reality of the situation. Stop twisting the truth to fit your desired narrative. It's about seeing things as they are, not as you wish they were. It's about accepting responsibility for your actions and holding yourself and your twin flame accountable. The Seven of Wands is urging you to stand up for what you believe in, even if it's unpopular. It's about having the courage to speak your truth, even when it's difficult. It's about refusing to be silenced or intimidated. But here's the thing. The Seven of Wands isn't just about defending yourself against external forces. It's also about defending yourself against your own negative thoughts and beliefs. The Seven of Swords can sometimes lead you to believe that you're not good enough, or that you're not worthy of love. And the Seven of Wands is saying, I'm not going to let those negative thoughts control me. I'm going to stand up for my own self-worth. This is about self-love, about accepting yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. It's about recognizing your own inherent value and refusing to let anyone else diminish it. The Seven of Wands is reminding you that you are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy of love and happiness. And how does this relate to the Amber Sun grounding energy? Well, when the Seven of Swords shows up, it's so important to stay grounded and connected to your values, because this card can easily lead you astray. It can make you feel like you're justified in doing whatever it takes to get what you want, even if it means compromising your integrity. But remember, true fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your values. So before you make any decisions, ask yourself, is this in alignment with my highest good? Is this in alignment with my values? And if the answer is no, then it's probably not the right path for you. The Seven of Wands is also about protecting your energy. The Seven of Swords can be very draining, especially if you're constantly dealing with deception or dishonesty. So it's important to set boundaries and to protect yourself from negative influences. Surround yourself with people who support you and uplift you, and distance yourself from those who drain your energy or bring you down. And don't be afraid to say no. Your time and energy are precious, so use them wisely. The Seven of Wands is reminding you that you have the power to create a life that is filled with joy, love, and authenticity. So, stand up for yourself, defend your values, and protect your energy. You deserve it. Okay, friend, that was a lot about the Seven of Swords and the Seven of Wands. Are there any areas in your life where you feel like you need to defend yourself against deception or dishonesty? Or where you feel like you have to compromise your integrity? Just take a moment to reflect. What are your boundaries? So, we've talked about defending against control, Emperor, defending against hidden fears, Moon, and defending against deception, Seven of Swords. But what about the core of the Seven of Wands itself? What about that inner strength and resilience? That's where the Amber Sun really comes into play. This card isn't just about being attacked. It's about HAVING, the inner resources to withstand those attacks. It's about knowing your own worth, knowing your own power, and standing firm in the face of adversity. Think about a time when you faced a major challenge. What got you through it? What inner resources did you draw upon? Was it your faith, your resilience, your sense of humor? Whatever it was, that's the energy of the Seven of Wands. It's that unwavering belief in yourself, that knowing that you can handle anything that comes your way. And the Amber Sun is amplifying that energy, grounding it, making it real. This is about tapping into your inner warrior, that part of you that's fierce, strong, and determined. It's about connecting with your own personal power and using it to create the life you want. It's about refusing to be a victim, about taking control of your own destiny. The Seven of Wands is reminding you that you are not alone. You have the support of the universe, the support of your ancestors, and the support of your own inner strength. So, stand tall, breathe deep, and know that you can overcome anything. This is about self-reliance, about trusting your own abilities and instincts. It's about knowing that you don't need anyone else to validate you or to give you permission to be yourself. You are enough, just as you are. And the more you connect with that inner strength, the more you'll be able to attract positive experiences and relationships into your life. The Seven of Wands is also about having faith in the process. Twin flame journeys are not always easy. There will be challenges, there will be obstacles, and there will be times when you feel like giving up. But the Seven of Wands is reminding you to keep going, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, and that you are exactly where you need to be. It's about surrendering to the journey and allowing yourself to be guided by your intuition. And remember, the Amber Sun is there to ground you, to keep you connected to the earth, even when things feel chaotic or overwhelming. So, take a deep breath, connect with your body, and trust that you are being supported every step of the way. The Seven of Wands is also about taking action. It's not enough to just stand your ground. You also need to take proactive steps to create the life you want. This might mean setting boundaries, communicating your needs, or making changes in your life that align with your values. Whatever it is, don't be afraid to take risks and to step outside of your comfort zone. The universe rewards courage, so be bold, and go after what you want. And remember, the amber sun is there to help you manifest your desires. So, visualize your goals, focus your energy, and believe that anything is possible. Okay, friend, that was a lot about inner strength and resilience. How are you feeling? Are you connecting with that inner warrior? Are you ready to stand your ground and fight for what you believe in? What makes you feel strong? Okay, so how do we bring all of this together? We've got power dynamics, hidden emotions, potential deception, and the need to stand your ground. It's a lot to process, right? But the key is to stay grounded, to stay connected to your values, and to trust your intuition. The Emperor is asking you to establish healthy boundaries. The Moon is asking you to explore your hidden fears. And the Seven of Swords is asking you to be honest with yourself and with others. And the Seven of Wands is giving you the strength and courage to do all of those things. So, what does this look like in practice? Well, it might mean having a difficult conversation with your twin flame about your needs and boundaries. It might mean confronting your own fears and insecurities. Or it might mean setting some clear intentions about what you're willing to tolerate in the relationship. Whatever it is, the key is to take action, to be proactive, and to trust that you have the power to create the relationship you want. This is about taking responsibility for your own happiness. It's about refusing to be a victim, and about empowering yourself to create a life that is filled with joy, love, and authenticity. And remember, the Amber Sun is there to support you every step of the way. So connect with that grounding energy, visualize your goals, and believe that anything is possible. The Seven of Wands is also reminding you to be compassionate, both with yourself and with your twin flame. Twin flame journeys are not always easy, and there will be times when you both make mistakes. But it's important to forgive each other, to learn from your experiences, and to move forward with love and understanding. This is about creating a safe space where you can both be vulnerable and authentic without fear of judgment or rejection. And the more you cultivate that compassion, the stronger your connection will become. The Seven of Wands is also about celebrating your successes. Don't forget to acknowledge your progress and to celebrate the milestones you achieve along the way. Twin flame journeys are a marathon, not a sprint. So it's important to take the time to appreciate how far you've come. And remember, the Amber Sun is there to amplify your joy and to help you manifest even more positive experiences into your life. So be grateful for what you have and celebrate the journey. Okay, friend, that was a lot. We've covered so much ground here. The Emperor, the Moon, the Seven of Swords, and the Seven of Wands. It's like we have power dynamics, hidden emotions, potential deception, and the need to stand your ground, all swirling around this connection. But remember, we also have the Amber Sun crystal, reminding us to stay grounded and connected to our values. So, how does all of this resonate with you? What are your initial thoughts? Does Does any of this feel particularly relevant to your situation right now? Is there anything that you feel like you need to take action on? Think about it. What needs defending? Okay, wow, these cards are really painting a picture, aren't they? It's like each card is adding another layer to the story, another piece of the puzzle. And with the amber sun grounding us, we're really starting to get a sense of what's going on here. So, deep breaths. Let's breathe through it. What's the next card going to reveal? I'm so excited to see. Okay, friend, that's a lot, right? It's like we're wading through all these intense energies, trying to figure out what's real and what's not. But you know what? Amidst all this chaos, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. And to see what that light might look like, let's pull another card. Okay, here we go. Wow, the 10 of Cups. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so the 10 of Cups, like at first glance, it's all sunshine and rainbows, right? Happy family, loving relationships, emotional fulfillment. It's the picture of perfect harmony. But after everything we've just talked about, it makes me wonder, is this a genuine possibility, or is it just a fantasy? That's what we really need to unpack here. First, let's connect this to the Emperor. Remember how we talked about control and rigid structures? Well, the 10 of Cups is like the complete opposite of that. The Emperor is all about order and authority, but the 10 of Cups is about letting go and allowing things to flow naturally. It's about creating a space where everyone feels loved and accepted without needing to impose strict rules or expectations. The Emperor might be saying, "This is how things should be," while the 10 of Cups is saying, "This is how things could be if we just open our hearts." It's like the Emperor is building a fortress, while the 10 of Cups is creating a garden. Which one feels more aligned with your soul's purpose? Maybe the Emperor needs to learn a little bit from the 10 of Cups. Maybe he needs to soften his edges and allow himself to be more vulnerable. Because true strength isn't about control, it's about connection. It's about creating a community where everyone feels supported and valued. But, and here's a big BUT, the 10 of Cups can also be a bit idealistic. It can be easy to get caught up in the fantasy of a perfect family without acknowledging the challenges and complexities that come with real relationships. So, it's important to be realistic and to not expect everything to be perfect all the time. Because even in the happiest families, there are disagreements and misunderstandings and moments of frustration. The key is to approach those challenges with love and compassion, and to remember that everyone is doing the best they can. The 10 of Cups isn't about avoiding conflict. It's about resolving conflict in a healthy and constructive way. It's about creating a space where everyone feels safe to express their emotions without fear of judgment or rejection. It's also about making sure you are creating your own happiness and not relying on everyone else in the picture to do it for you. Okay, so how does this resonate with you? Are you striving for that perfect family ideal? Or are you embracing the messiness of real life Are you allowing yourself to be vulnerable? Or are you hiding behind a wall of control? Think about it. All right, now let's connect the Ten of Cups to the moon. Oh, this is where it gets really interesting. Remember how the moon is all about hidden emotions, illusions, and the subconscious. Well, the Ten of Cups could be showing up to reveal the truth behind the facade of happiness. It's like, on the surface, everything looks perfect, but underneath, there might be some unresolved issues or hidden resentments. The moon is asking us to look beneath the surface, to explore the shadows, and to acknowledge the emotions that we might be trying to suppress. Are you truly happy in your relationships, or are you just pretending to be? Are you burying your feelings in order to maintain the peace? The Ten of Cups can be a beautiful card, but it can also be a warning. It can be telling us that we need to address the underlying issues before they start to erode the foundation of our happiness. It's like if you build a house on a shaky foundation, it's eventually going to crumble. So it's important to make sure that you're building your relationships on a foundation of honesty, trust, and open communication. Maybe the Ten of Cups is showing you what you desire, but the moon is highlighting the obstacles that are preventing you from achieving it. Maybe you long for that perfect family harmony, but you're afraid to confront the difficult emotions that are standing in your way. The moon can also represent illusions, right? So, maybe you're seeing your relationships through rose-colored glasses, and you're ignoring the red flags. Maybe you're so focused on the ideal of the Ten of Cups that you're not seeing the reality of the situation. It's like you're so desperate to believe in the happy ending that you're willing to overlook the problems. But remember, true happiness isn't about ignoring the problems. It's about facing them head-on and working through them together. So, the moon is asking you to be honest with yourself, to acknowledge your true feelings, and to see your relationships for what they really are. It's about stripping away the illusions and embracing the truth, even if it's painful. Are you willing to do that? And how does this tie back to that amber sun? Grounding is key here. The moon can make us feel like we're floating in a sea of emotions, but the amber sun is reminding us to stay connected to the earth, to stay grounded in reality. It's about finding practical ways to address the underlying issues and to create a more stable and fulfilling life. It's about taking concrete steps to build stronger, healthier relationships. Okay, so what's coming up for you? Are you recognizing any illusions in your relationships? Are you avoiding any difficult emotions? Are you willing to embrace the truth, even if it's uncomfortable? All right, let's move on to the Seven of Swords. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Remember how the Seven of Swords is all about deception, dishonesty, and sneaky behavior. Well, the Ten of Cups could be showing up to expose the secrets that are hidden beneath the surface of happiness. It's like, on the outside, everything looks perfect, but on the inside, there might be some betrayals, some hidden agendas, or some unspoken resentments. The The Seven of Swords is all about getting what you want, even if you have to bend the rules or deceive others. So, maybe someone is trying to manipulate the situation in order to create the illusion of the Ten of Cups. Maybe they're pretending to be happy in order to keep the peace, or maybe they're secretly undermining the relationship in order to get their own way. The Seven of Swords can also represent feeling like you have to hide your true self in order to fit in. So, maybe someone is suppressing their own needs and desires in order to maintain the facade of the Ten of Cups. Maybe they're afraid to express their true feelings because they're worried about disrupting the harmony of the group. But remember, true happiness isn't about pretending to be someone you're not. It's about being authentic and genuine, even if it means challenging the status quo. The Seven of Swords can also be about intellectual dishonesty. Remember, are you rationalizing bad behavior in order to maintain the peace? Are you turning a blind eye to the red flags? The Ten of Cups is urging you to be honest with yourself and with others, to expose the secrets and to address the underlying issues. It's about creating a space where everyone feels safe to be themselves without fear of judgment or rejection. But it's also about being aware of the potential for deception and protecting yourself from those who might try to manipulate you. It's about having healthy boundaries. The Ten of Cups, in this context, is almost like a warning. It's highlighting the potential for things to go wrong if you're not careful. It's like, be aware of the wolves in sheep's clothing. Be aware of the people who might be trying to take advantage of you. Be aware of the situations that might seem too good to be true. Trust your intuition and don't be afraid to question things. Remember that amber sun grounding energy. It is essential here. Don't let the potential for deception throw you for a loop. Stay connected to your values. Ask yourself if the situation is in alignment with your highest good. Okay, so what's resonating with you here? Are you suspecting any deception in your relationships? Are you feeling like you have to hide your true self? Are you being honest with yourself and with others? And now, let's connect the Ten of Cups to the Seven of Wands. This is going to be powerful. Remember, the Seven of Wands is all about defending your ground, standing up for what you believe in, and facing challenges head-on. Well, the Ten of Cups could be showing up to represent what you're fighting for. It's like you're defending your right to have happy, fulfilling relationships. You're standing up for your own emotional well-being. You're refusing to let anyone take away your joy. The Seven of Wands is about courage and conviction, about standing tall in the face of adversity. So, maybe you're facing challenges in your relationships, but you're determined to overcome them. Maybe you're dealing with difficult family dynamics, but you're committed to creating a more harmonious environment. The Ten of Cups is a reminder of what's at stake. It's a reminder of why you're fighting so hard. It's a reminder that you deserve to have love, joy, and fulfillment in your life. But the Seven of Wands can also be about feeling overwhelmed and attacked. So, maybe you're feeling like everyone is coming at you and you're struggling to defend yourself. Maybe you're feeling like you're constantly putting out fires and you're exhausted. The Ten of Cups is a reminder that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to lean on others for support. It's okay to prioritize your own well-being. You don't have to do it all alone. You deserve to have people in your life who love you, support you, and help you to carry the load. The Seven of Wands is about setting boundaries and protecting your energy. So maybe you need to create some space for yourself in order to recharge and reconnect with your own joy. Maybe you need to distance yourself from toxic relationships in order to protect your emotional well-being. The Ten of Cups is a reminder that you have the right to choose who you surround yourself with. You have the right to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and authenticity. The Seven of Wands is also about defending your beliefs and values. So, maybe you're facing challenges in your relationships because you have different values or beliefs. Maybe you're struggling to find common ground. The Ten of Cups is a reminder that it's okay to have different perspectives. It's okay to disagree. The key is to approach those differences with respect and understanding. It's about finding ways to compromise and to create a space where everyone feels valued and heard. The Seven of Wands is urging you to stand up for what you believe in, but it's also reminding you to be compassionate and understanding. It's about finding a balance between defending your own needs and respecting the needs of others. With that amber sun grounding energy in mind, it's about being willing to compromise. It's about being willing to see things from another's perspective. What is it you are really trying to protect? Is it worth the fight? So, are you feeling like you need to defend your right to have happy, fulfilling relationships? Are you facing challenges in your family or your community? Are you standing up for what you believe in? Okay, wow. So we've connected the Ten of Cups to all the previous cards. The Emperor, the Moon, the Seven of Swords, and the Seven of Wands. It's like we're seeing the potential for happiness, but we're also seeing the obstacles that are standing in the way. Control, hidden emotions, deception, and the need to defend yourself. It's a lot to navigate. But what does the Ten of Cups really mean in this situation? Is it a genuine possibility, or is it just a fleeting illusion? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Well, I think the answer is, it depends. It depends on whether you're willing to do the work. The Ten of Cups isn't just going to magically appear in your life. You have to create it. You have to be willing to face your fears, to confront your challenges, and to be honest with yourself and with others. You have to be willing to let go of control, to embrace vulnerability, and to trust the process. The Ten of Cups is a potential. It's a possibility that's waiting to be realized. But it's not a guarantee. It's up to you to make it happen. It's like the universe is giving you the ingredients, but you have to bake the cake. You have to put in the time, the effort, and the love. The Ten of Cups is a reminder that you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to manifest your desires. You have the power to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. But it all starts with you. It starts with your intention. It starts with your belief. It starts with your willingness to take action. So, are you ready to take action? Are you ready to create your own 10 of Cups? Maybe the 10 of Cups isn't about achieving a perfect state of happiness, but about cultivating a deeper sense of connection and belonging. It's about finding joy in the everyday moments and appreciating the simple things in life. It's about creating a community where everyone feels valued and supported. Maybe it's not about having a perfect family, but about embracing the messiness and imperfections of real relationships. It's about learning to communicate effectively, to resolve conflicts peacefully, and to forgive each other for our mistakes. It's about creating a safe space where everyone feels comfortable being themselves, without fear of judgment or rejection. Maybe it's not about finding your soulmate, but about cultivating deeper connections with the people who are already in your life. It's about appreciating the unique qualities of each individual and building relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. It's about creating a network of support that will help you to navigate the challenges of life. Maybe the 10 of Cups is a call to focus on gratitude, to take time each day to appreciate the good things in your life, to express gratitude to the people who love and support you, to recognize the abundance that surrounds you. The more you focus on gratitude, the more you'll attract positive experiences into your life. It's like gratitude is a magnet for happiness. The 10 of Cups ultimately is about finding inner peace and contentment. It's about recognizing that happiness is not something that you find outside of yourself, but something that you cultivate within. It's about learning to love yourself unconditionally, to accept your flaws, and to celebrate your strengths. It's about finding joy in the present moment and trusting that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Are you focusing on the present, the real here and now? And finally, let's bring it back to the amber sun. Grounding is essential here. The 10 of Cups can be a very emotional card, and it's easy to get swept away by the feelings. It's important to stay grounded in reality and to not get lost in the fantasy. The amber sun is reminding you to connect with your body, to connect with nature, and to connect with your senses. Take a walk in the woods, listen to your favorite music, or cook a delicious meal. Do things that bring you joy and that help you to feel present in your body. The amber sun is also reminding you to connect with your values. What's truly important to you? What do you want to create in your life? Use those values as a compass to guide you on your journey. The amber sun is also reminding you to set boundaries. Protect your energy and don't let anyone take advantage of you. Learn to say no and prioritize your own well-being. It's all connected. The amber sun is about finding a balance between the emotional and the practical. It's about allowing yourself to feel your emotions, but also about taking action to create a life that is aligned with your values. It's about finding a way to ground your dreams in reality. It's like you can have all the beautiful visions in the world, but if you don't take action, they'll just remain fantasies. The amber sun is giving you the strength and the courage to take those first steps, to start building the life that you've always dreamed of. The amber sun finally reminds us that even in the midst of chaos, there is always a source of light and warmth. Connect with that light and let it guide you on your journey. Know that you are loved, you are supported, and you are capable of creating a life that is filled with joy, love, and fulfillment. Okay, friend, that was a lot. We've explored the Ten of Cups from every angle, and we've connected it to all the previous cards. Now, the big question is, what's next? What does the future hold for your twin flame journey? Well, to find out, we're going to have to pull one last card. Are you ready? Because what comes next could change everything. Okay, friend, that was a lot. We've explored the Ten of Cups from every angle, and we've connected it to all the previous cards. Now, the big question is, what's next? What does the future hold for your twin flame journey? Well, to find out, we're going to have to pull one last card. Are you ready? Because what comes next could change everything. And here it is, the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles. Okay, so right away, this card is about hard work, dedication, and mastering your craft. It's about putting in the effort to achieve your goals and taking pride in your accomplishments. It's got that energy of like, I'm going to roll up my sleeves and get this done. But it can also be a little bit of a grind, like you're constantly working and never quite reaching the finish line. So, the big question is, what work needs to be done? What skills need to be mastered? And how does this all connect to everything else we've seen? You know, this card is about commitment and focus. And where the Ten of Cups is a potential outcome, the Eight of Pentacles is how to practically get there. Okay, so first, let's connect this to the Emperor. Remember how we talked about control and rigid structures? Well, the Eight of Pentacles could be showing up to tell you that you need to put in the work to build a more solid foundation for your relationship. Maybe you need to work on your communication skills or your conflict resolution skills. Maybe you need to work on setting healthier boundaries. The Emperor is all about structure, but the Eight of Pentacles is about the nitty-gritty details of building that structure. It's about the daily effort that it takes to create something lasting. The Emperor might be saying, I know what needs to be done, while the Eight of Pentacles is saying, okay, now let's actually do it. It's like the Emperor is the architect, and the Eight of Pentacles is the construction worker. And both are necessary to build a strong and stable relationship. But, and here's another BUT, the Eight of Pentacles can also be a bit of a perfectionist. It can be easy to get caught up in the details and to lose sight of the bigger picture. So, it's important to remember that progress, not perfection, is the goal. Don't get so bogged down in the details that you forget to enjoy the journey. And also, make sure you aren't working so hard that it becomes a distraction. Are you throwing yourself into work as an excuse to avoid something? It's essential to remember balance. The Ten of Cups is about that happy family, but Eight of Pentacles asks, are you willing to work for it, or are you just expecting it to happen? So, how does this resonate with you? Are you willing to put in the effort to build a stronger relationship? Are you focusing on progress or perfection? Are you willing to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty? Think about it. All right, now let's connect the Eight of Pentacles to the moon. Oh, this is going to be so juicy. Remember how the moon is all about hidden emotions, illusions, and the subconscious. Well, the Eight of Pentacles could be showing up to tell you that you need to do the inner work to heal your emotional wounds. The moon is about uncovering those hidden feelings, but the Eight of Pentacles is about actually processing them and integrating them into your life. Are you willing to confront your fears, your insecurities, and your past traumas? It's not always easy, is it? The moon exposes those hidden wounds, but the Eight of Pentacles asks, what are you going to do about it? And that is the work, friend. Digging into the shadows is one thing, but healing them is another. This might involve therapy, journaling, meditation, or any other form of self-care that helps you to process your emotions. The goal is to create a sense of emotional wholeness and to release the baggage that you've been carrying around for so long. The moon can also represent illusions, remember, and the Eight of Pentacles could be showing up to tell you that you need to do the work to see things as they really are. Maybe you've been clinging to a false belief about yourself or about your twin flame. Maybe you've been ignoring red flags in the relationship. The Eight of Pentacles is asking you to challenge your assumptions, to question your beliefs, and to be honest with yourself about the reality of the situation. This might involve seeking guidance from a trusted friend or therapist, or doing some research on codependency or toxic relationships. It's about developing a more objective perspective so that you can make informed decisions about your life. And how does this tie back to that amber sun? Grounding is key, friend. The moon can make us feel like we're floating in a sea of emotions, but the amber sun is reminding us to stay connected to the earth, to stay grounded in reality. The Eight of Pentacles is about practical steps, tangible actions. So, find ways to ground yourself when you're doing this inner work. Spend time in nature, exercise, or do something creative. Engage your senses and connect with your body. This will help you to stay present and to avoid getting overwhelmed by your emotions. Okay, so what's coming up for you? Are you willing to do the inner work to heal your emotional wounds? Are you ready to challenge your assumptions and see things as they really are? Are you finding ways to stay grounded while you're doing this work? Think about it. Deep breaths. All right, let's move on to the Seven of Swords. This is getting intense. Remember how the Seven of Swords is all about deception, dishonesty, and sneaky behavior. Well, the Eight of Pentacles could be showing up to tell you that you need to do the work to build trust in your relationship. You know, trust is so important. Maybe there's been some dishonesty in the past, or maybe there's a lack of transparency in the present. The Eight of Pentacles is asking you to commit to being honest and open with each other, even when it's difficult. This might involve having some uncomfortable conversations, but it's essential for building a strong and lasting connection. The Seven of Swords is all about getting what you want, even if you have to bend the rules or deceive others. But the Eight of Pentacles is about earning what you want through hard work and dedication. It's about building a relationship that is based on mutual respect and trust, not on manipulation or control. The Eight of Pentacles could also be showing up to tell you that you need to do the work to uncover any hidden secrets or agendas. The Seven of Swords is all about keeping things hidden, but the Eight of Pentacles is about bringing things into the light. Maybe there's something that you've been avoiding or refusing to see. The Eight of Pentacles is asking you to be brave enough to confront the truth, even if it's painful. This might involve seeking guidance from a therapist or counselor, or doing some research on healthy communication and conflict resolution. It's about creating a safe space where you can both be honest and vulnerable with each other without fear of judgment or rejection. And remember, the Ten of Cups hinges on honesty. It can't exist without it. The Seven of Swords is like, what are you willing to lie about to keep the peace? And the Eight of Pentacles is like, are you ready to stop lying, even if it's hard? This is intense. With that amber sun grounding energy in mind, it's about being honest with yourself about your own motivations and intentions. Are you being sneaky or manipulative in any way? Are you trying to control the situation? The Eight of Pentacles is asking you to take responsibility for your actions and to commit to being a more ethical and trustworthy person. This might involve making amends for past mistakes or setting new boundaries for yourself. It's about living in integrity and aligning your actions with your values. Okay, so what's resonating with you here? Are you willing to do the work to build trust in your relationship? Are you ready to uncover any hidden secrets or agendas? Are you being honest with yourself about your own motivations? Deep breaths. Don't get overwhelmed. And now, let's connect the Eight of Pentacles to the Seven of Wands. This is going to be so powerful. Remember, the Seven of Wands is all about defending your ground, standing up for what you believe in, and facing challenges head-on. Well, the Eight of Pentacles could be showing up to tell you that you need to do the work to strengthen your boundaries. The Seven of Wands is about defending your boundaries, but the Eight of Pentacles is about building strong and healthy boundaries in the first place. This is important stuff. Are you clear about what you're willing to tolerate in your relationship? Do you know how to say no? Are you able to assert your needs and desires without feeling guilty or selfish? The Seven of Wands is about courage and conviction. about standing tall in the face of adversity. But the Eight of Pentacles is about the daily effort that it takes to maintain those boundaries. It's about consistently reinforcing your limits and not allowing others to cross them. You have to put in the work to create boundaries, and then you have to put in the work to maintain them. This means constant maintenance. The Eight of Pentacles is also urging you to develop your self-worth. Like your self-worth, the Seven of Wands is about defending yourself, but the Eight of Pentacles is about building a strong sense of self-esteem so that you don't need to be constantly defending yourself. If you know you are worth defending, it makes it so much easier. This might involve practicing self-compassion, setting realistic goals, and celebrating your accomplishments. It's about recognizing your own inherent value and refusing to let anyone diminish it. The Seven of Wands is about defending your beliefs and values, remember. But the Eight of Pentacles is about clarifying your values so that you know what you're fighting for. What are your non-negotiables? What are you willing to compromise on? The clearer you are about your values, the easier it will be to stand your ground and to make decisions that are aligned with your truth. With that amber sun grounding energy in mind, it's about being practical and realistic about your boundaries. Don't set boundaries that are too rigid or inflexible. Be willing to adjust your boundaries as needed, based on the circumstances. The goal is to create boundaries that are healthy and sustainable, not boundaries that are punitive or controlling. The Eight of Pentacles is reminding you to connect with your inner strength, to trust your intuition, and to have faith in yourself. You are capable of overcoming any challenge that comes your way. You have the power to create a life that is filled with love, joy, and authenticity. The Ten of Cups is there waiting for you if you do the work, so keep going. You've got this. Okay, so are you feeling like you need to strengthen your boundaries? Are you clear about your values? Are you developing your self-worth? The Seven of Wands is saying, defend yourself. The Eight of Pentacles is saying, but first, build yourself up. It's a two-part process. Okay, wow. So we've connected the Eight of Pentacles to all the previous cards. The Emperor, the Moon, the Seven of Swords, and the Seven of Wands. We see what kind of work is needed to get there. The Ten of Cups isn't just a gift. It's earned. To live in integrity. To be a good partner. To be a good you. The Emperor asking you to build a good structure. The Moon asking you to do your emotional homework. The Seven of Swords pushing you to be honest. The Seven of Wands building strength and boundaries. All these things are connected, friend. Remember the amber sun grounding energy. And it's all about putting in the time, the effort, and the dedication. It's about committing to the process, even when it's difficult. You've made it this far. You've got this. The Eight of Pentacles is a reminder that you're not alone. There are people who love you, support you, and believe in you. Lean on them, ask for help, and celebrate your successes along the way. You are capable of creating a life that is filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. The Ten of Cups is waiting for you if you're willing to put in the work. It's asking the big questions. What does the relationship need? Where is the actual lacking to create that 10 of Cups future? It's not just floating around. This 8 of Pentacles is saying put skin in the game. It requires constant checkups, tending to your garden, making sure both sides are happy with the process and the labor. You have to consider the long-term implications. How is this relationship going to continue thriving? What are we willing to consistently do? The 10 of Cups can be attainable with dedication and consistent effort. This isn't a sprint, but a marathon. I think the most essential part of the 8 of Pentacles is the dedication to mastering a skill and expanding your comfort zone. If both sides are dedicated to bettering themselves and communicating these personal goals, you're leveling up together. Remember to take a step back and really appreciate what you've done in the journey, even if it's difficult. Acknowledge all the tiny wins, whether that be with communication, boundaries, or just loving each other. This card serves as a reminder that putting in the consistent work will always pay off for the both of you. As the energy keeps flowing, continue to keep in mind your own unique spark and don't let it simmer down. The 8 of Pentacles brings the energy of consistency and can seem very grounded, but we don't want to lose that spark. Keep the momentum going by bringing in new adventures and switch up the routines as well. Even the small things matter. Keep planning date nights or just take some time for yourselves. The more you explore together, the more you'll create a deeper bond. This solidifies the importance of keeping up the inner child and exploring with each other. Even through chaos, have fun. Remember that boundaries are consistently changing with the energy, and communication is key to maintaining that peace. There will be hiccups along the way, but remember you're both on the same side and trying your best. It's okay to mess up or not show up as your best self. What matters most is that you consistently come back and put the effort. You are not alone in this journey, and the more you express that, the stronger you'll be. The 8 of Pentacles wants you to remember you're both on the same team. It's like giving a high five and hyping each other up. You want to see them succeed. Don't focus on the small, petty things, but encourage each other to express their best selves. Now is your time to dive deep into the passions that bring you joy and express that with the world or with each other. It's easy to get caught up in the mundane tasks of life, but this is your sign to switch it up, especially on the twin flame journey. You want to make sure you're both consistently expressing your needs in a healthy way that aligns with your higher self. You are on this earth for a reason, and sharing that with each other makes the bond that much stronger. This can even be something as small as cooking dinner for each other or hyping them up. It's important to be very aware of how you may be projecting or taking out your frustration on each other. The energy with twin flames is very intense and requires a lot of release, so it's easy to get caught up in your own frustration. Make sure to create habits of self-soothing and acknowledge how you may be projecting. Create healthy habits that you can maintain through the years and express that. If it helps to mediate or release, do so. This also ties into those boundaries because you want to also protect your energy and show up as your best self. The Eight of Pentacles will continue showing up to express boundaries and intentions. You got this. It is very important to get crystal clear on each other's expectations and what those boundaries are. Since there has been the Seven of Swords in the past, you want to clear the air with honesty and give each other the safe space to express. A great way to build that safety is acknowledging it's okay to mess up and learn, so long as there is consistency and effort in doing so. No one is perfect, but both trying your best will lead to a deeper bond. Even if it's setting aside the time each week to vent or give each other appreciation, you will continue strengthening. The key is to keep showing up. Try to reframe challenges as opportunities to grow and strengthen the bond. As you both navigate the world in a way that is authentic to you, there will be times when you disagree or don't see eye to eye. That's human. But the more you're both able to step back and see it as an opportunity to create a plan, the easier it will be. Continue communicating or coming up with plans together, and you'll continue solidifying the bond. This isn't always easy and takes practice, but it's always worth it. Make sure to be gentle with yourself and each other. And friend, don't underestimate the power of the amber sun crystal. Grounding really is key here. Take some time to connect with nature, to meditate, or to do something that brings you joy. The more grounded you are, the easier it will be to navigate the challenges of this journey. You've got this. The last card is coming up, and you're already so ready. So, are you ready for the next card? It's the final piece of the puzzle, and it could change everything. Okay, friend, that was a lot. We've explored the Ten of Cups from every angle, and we've connected it to all the previous cards. Now, the big question is, what's next? What does the future hold for your twin flame journey? Well, to find out, we're going to have to pull one last card. Are you ready? Because what comes next could change everything. And here it is, the sun. Oh my gosh, the sun. Okay, so after all that intensity, after all the shadow work and the boundary setting and the honesty, we get the sun. This card is like pure joy, pure light, pure abundance. It's like the universe is saying, yes, you did it. You made it through the storm, and now the sun is shining on you. But what does this actually mean, you know? What does this sun energy bring to everything we've already uncovered? This is like the best possible card. Okay, so first, the sun and the emperor. Think about it. The emperor, all that structure, all that control, all that masculine energy. The sun is like the ultimate reward for balanced masculine energy. The emperor, when he's healthy, provides a safe and stable foundation. He creates structure and order, and that's all good. But sometimes the emperor can get too rigid, too controlling, too focused on external achievements. He can forget about joy, about play, about simply basking in the warmth of life. The sun is all about those things. It's about letting go of control and trusting that everything is going to be okay. It's about embracing your inner child and finding joy in the simple things. The sun says, "You've built a solid foundation. Now it's time to enjoy it." It's like the emperor has built a beautiful garden, and now the sun is shining down on it, making everything grow and flourish. This could mean that all that hard work you've been doing to create structure and stability in your life is finally paying off. You're starting to see the fruits of your labor, and you're feeling a sense of accomplishment and pride. It could also mean that you're learning to balance your masculine and feminine energies. You're learning to be strong and assertive, but also open and receptive. You're learning to take charge of your life, but also to surrender to the flow of the universe. Think of it this way. The emperor is like the director of a movie, making sure everything is running smoothly. The sun is like the audience, enjoying the show. Both are important, but you can't be the director all the time. Sometimes you just need to sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. This is really about integrating the best parts of the emperor with the pure joy of the sun. The disciplined structure the emperor provides can now be used to build a joyful, abundant life. So, the question becomes, are you allowing yourself to experience joy? Are you letting go of control and trusting that everything is going to be okay? Are you embracing your inner child and finding joy in the simple things? Maybe there's a part of you that still feels like you have to be serious all the time, like you can't let your guard down. The sun is inviting you to release that pressure and to just be yourself, authentically and unapologetically. Remember, true strength comes from vulnerability, not from control. It's like the emperor is saying, "I'm in charge," and the sun is saying, "It's okay to let someone else take the wheel for a while. Just relax and enjoy the sunshine." How are you balancing masculine and feminine energies? Are you being too rigid, or are you allowing yourself to feel joy and abundance? This is a turning point. You're on the verge of something amazing. What does this card mean to you in relation to the emperor's energy in your life? Wow. Now, let's connect the sun to the moon. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Remember, the moon is all about hidden emotions, illusions, and the subconscious. It's that shadowy, mysterious energy that's lurking beneath the surface. But the sun is the opposite of all that. The sun is pure clarity, pure illumination, pure truth. It's like shining a spotlight on all the hidden corners of your mind and banishing the darkness. It's like the moon is saying, "What are you afraid of?" And the sun is saying, "There's nothing to be afraid of. Everything is out in the open, and everything is beautiful." The sun can be shining directly onto your intuition, giving you insight into the connection. It's about clarity and recognizing the truth within yourself. This could mean that you're finally ready to face your fears and to release all the emotional baggage that you've been carrying around. You're ready to forgive yourself and to forgive others. You're ready to move forward with a a sense of hope and optimism. It could also mean that you're finally seeing through the illusions that have been clouding your judgment. You're seeing your twin flame and your connection with a newfound clarity. You're no longer being swayed by your fears or by your past traumas. You're seeing things as they really are, and you're accepting them with love and compassion. Think of it this way. The moon is like a cloudy night, obscuring your vision. The sun is like the dawn, breaking through the clouds and revealing the landscape in all its glory. Suddenly, you feel more confident with your decisions or direction. Everything is crystal clear, and you know what you want. And the moon needs that. This is really about integrating your conscious and subconscious minds, allowing your inner child to play. You're seeing your own emotions and the emotions of others with greater clarity and understanding. The shadows are fading, and you're stepping into the light. This is a time of profound healing and transformation. So the question becomes, are you ready to embrace the truth? Are you ready to let go of your fears and illusions? Are you ready to step into the light? Maybe there's still a part of you that's clinging to the darkness, that's afraid of what might happen if you let go. The sun is inviting you to trust that everything is going to be okay, to believe in yourself and in the power of love. It's like the moon is saying, be careful, there are monsters in the shadows. And the sun is saying, the only monsters are the ones you create in your mind. Let them go, and you'll be free, releasing all the emotional baggage from your life. This pairing indicates seeing through the shadows with clarity and truth. So, how are you dealing with your hidden emotions? Are you letting your fears control you, or are you embracing the light? This is a powerful time for healing. You're on the verge of a major breakthrough. That inner child is so close to being healed. It's amazing. The moon and sun pairing indicates facing fears head on. Let's connect the sun with the Seven of Swords. Oh, this is interesting. The Seven of Swords is all about deception, dishonesty, and feeling like you have to do things in secret. It's that energy of, I'm going to get what I want, even if I have to bend the rules a little bit. But the sun is all about honesty, integrity, and transparency. It's about living your truth authentically and unapologetically. The sun washes everything. It shines directly on all the secrets. The secrets can't survive in the sunlight. It's like the Seven of Swords is saying, I'm going to sneak around and get what I want. And the sun is saying, why sneak around? Just ask for what you want. Be honest about your needs and desires, and you'll be surprised at how much easier things become. The pairing could signify that all dishonesty will be revealed. The truth will come out. The sun is shining on all the hidden parts. This could mean that you're finally ready to release all the secrets that you've been keeping. You're tired of hiding, tired of pretending to be someone you're not. You're ready to be your true self, even if it means facing some difficult consequences. It could also mean that you're finally seeing through someone else's deception. You're realizing that they haven't been honest with you, and you're ready to confront them about it. longer willing to tolerate dishonesty in your life. Think of it this way. The Seven of Swords is like a thief in the night, stealing what he can get away with. The Sun is like the police, shining a light on his crimes and bringing him to justice. It's about taking responsibility for your actions and for the actions of others. You can't hide anything from the Sun. This is really about integrating your shadow self with your light self, acknowledging your flaws and accepting yourself unconditionally. You have to be honest with yourself before you can be honest with others. The Sun is asking you to be vulnerable. You're releasing the need to control the situation and trusting that everything will be okay. So, the question becomes, are you ready to be honest with yourself and with others? Are you ready to release all the secrets that you've been keeping? Are you ready to confront any dishonesty that you're seeing in your life? Maybe there's a part of you that's afraid of what might happen if you tell the truth. The Sun is inviting you to trust that the truth will set you free, to believe that honesty is always the best policy, even when it's difficult. The Seven of Swords is saying, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. And the Sun is saying, it's better to ask for permission in the first place. Be honest about your intentions, and you'll avoid a lot of trouble. So, are you being honest with yourself? Are you seeing through the deception? Are you ready to tell the truth? You are about to be liberated. This is an awakening. Okay, let's bring in the Sun with the Seven of Wands. Whoa, now this is interesting. The Seven of Wands is all about defending your ground, standing up for what you believe in, and facing challenges head on. It's that energy of, bring it on, I'm ready. But the Sun is about radiating your light, expressing your joy, and inspiring others. It's about leading by example and attracting positive energy into your life. The Sun shines its light for everyone. The Seven of Wands is like, I'm going to fight for what's mine. And the Sun is like, there's enough for everyone. Just share your gifts with the world, and you'll attract abundance into your life. It's about trusting that the universe will provide and focusing on what you have to offer rather than what you're lacking. And the Sun is asking you, are you willing to share your gifts with the world and inspire others to shine their light too? This combination shines a spotlight on your strengths. The Sun gives you the confidence to defend yourself. This could mean that you're finally ready to step into your power and to share your unique gifts with the world. You're no longer afraid of being judged or of standing out from the crowd. You're embracing your authenticity, and you're inspiring others to do the same. It could also mean that you're learning to defend yourself in a more loving and compassionate way. You're no longer resorting to aggression or defensiveness. You're setting boundaries with kindness and respect, and you're attracting positive energy into your life. Think of it this way. The Seven of Wands is like a soldier protecting his territory. The Sun is like a diplomat, building bridges and fostering understanding. It's about finding a balance between strength and compassion, between assertiveness and empathy, being able to stand your ground while bringing in the light. This is really about integrating your inner warrior with your inner child, standing up for what you believe in while also expressing your joy and creativity. You have to be strong and assertive, but also open and receptive. The Seven of Wands can be about the strength to defend yourself, and the light is shining on it. So the question becomes, are you ready to step into your power and share your gifts with the world? Are you ready to defend yourself with love and compassion? Are you ready to inspire others to shine their light too? Maybe there's a part of you that's afraid of being too visible, of being too successful. The sun is inviting you to release those fears and to embrace your full potential. Believe in yourself and know that you have something valuable to offer the world. It's like the Seven of Wands is saying, I'm ready to fight. And the sun is saying, you don't have to fight. Just shine your light and the world will come to you. How can you use your strength and your voice to bring joy to others? Now, let's connect the sun and the Ten of Cups. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. The Ten of Cups is all about happy families, loving relationships, and emotional fulfillment. It's the picture of perfect harmony. And the sun is like the ultimate source of that happiness. It's the warmth, the light, the joy that makes those relationships so special. The sun is a beacon of love, shining on all the cups. And it's like the sunshine warms all the cups, making everything grow and flourish. The sun card signifies relationships based on authenticity and honesty. You are able to reach a point of fulfillment with this newfound light. It shines a light on your family, your community, and all of your relationships. It makes you confident in the dynamic of your loved ones, while solidifying that you're all growing together. This could mean that you're finally experiencing the kind of deep, fulfilling relationships that you've always dreamed of. You're surrounded by people who love you, support you, and appreciate you for who you are. You're feeling a sense of belonging, a sense of connection, a sense of joy. It could also mean that you're learning to create those relationships from within. You're no longer relying on others to make you happy. You're generating your own joy and sharing it with the world. You're radiating love and positivity and attracting even more of it into your life. This combination makes you more magnetic. Think of it this way. The Ten of Cups is like a beautiful garden filled with flowers and sunshine. The sun is like the gardener, tending to those flowers with love and care, making sure that they continue to thrive. It's about nurturing your relationships and creating a space where everyone can feel safe, loved, and appreciated. This is really about integrating your inner happiness with your external relationships, finding joy within yourself, and then sharing that joy with others. You are ready to embrace love, relationships, and harmony. So, the question becomes, are you ready to experience deep, fulfilling relationships? Are you ready to generate your own joy and share it with the world? Are you ready to nurture your relationships with love and care? Maybe there's a part of you that still feels like you're not worthy of that kind of happiness. The Sun is inviting you to release those limiting beliefs and to open yourself up to the possibility of love. You are worthy. You have a lot of love to give, and you deserve to receive it in return. It's like the Ten of Cups is saying, I want a perfect family. And the Sun is saying, you don't need a perfect family. You just need love. And you already have that within you. This card can also be a sign you're finally ready to start a family of your own. Take the energy to nurture yourself and shine with that partner. The Sun and the Ten of Cups is truly one of the most wonderful pairings. What are you waiting for? Let's pair the Sun and the Eight of Pentacles. See what that has to say. This is all about finding joy in the work, friend. The Eight of Pentacles is all about hard work, dedication, and mastering your craft. It's about putting in the effort to achieve your goals and taking pride in your accomplishments. But the Sun is about finding joy in the process. It's about loving what you do and doing what you love. It's about expressing your creativity and sharing your gifts with the world. The Sun is about radiating energy into the Eight of Pentacles. The Sun makes even hard work enjoyable. The Eight of Pentacles is like, I'm going to work hard to achieve my goals. And the Sun is like, why not enjoy the journey? Find something that you're passionate about and let that passion fuel your work. So, how are you able to bring light into your daily life? Are you following a path with excitement? This could mean that you're finally finding your true calling, something that you're passionate about and that you're good at. You're feeling a sense of purpose, a sense of flow, a sense of joy. The Sun can highlight the passions. This pairing solidifies how you're able to generate happiness and bring that into the working environment. It can be something as small as bringing a smile to your face and seeing how you can have an impact. It could also mean that you're learning to bring more joy and creativity into your current work. You're finding ways to express yourself, to connect with others, and to make a positive impact on the world. You're no longer just going through the motions. You're actually enjoying what you do. Think of it this way. The Eight of Pentacles is like a craftsman, carefully honing his skills. The Sun is like the inspiration, the muse that guides his hand and fills his heart with joy. It's about finding a balance between discipline and passion, between hard work and creativity. Let passion guide the hard work. Follow your intuition. It can give you new ideas or paths, or illuminate what you are already doing. The Sun is truly highlighting abundance, so it can signify you being on the right path. This means continue to nurture the process and trust in yourself. As long as you do that, you'll continue to find success. So, the question becomes, are you finding joy in your work? Are you following your passion? Are you expressing your creativity and sharing your gifts with the world? Maybe there's a part of you that believes that work has to be hard, that you can't enjoy what you do. The Sun is inviting you to release that belief and to open yourself up to the possibility of joyful work. It's like the Eight of Pentacles is saying, I have to work hard to earn a living. And And the sun is saying, why not earn a living doing something you love? It's possible. You just have to believe in yourself and follow your heart. This card can also signify putting in the time for yourself and taking time off. This could be as small as creating a morning routine that serves you and brings you the joy before you start the daily work. It could even be something like taking a spa day or a week off to go explore. No matter what, the sun continues to shine on you, but you also need to nurture yourself and give yourself breaks. Are you ready to work with joy? Are you ready to find that perfect balance? You are on the right track. You're about to create something amazing. Okay, wow. The sun is seriously bringing some incredible energy to this reading. It's like, after all the challenges, after all the shadow work, after all the boundary setting, you're finally stepping into the light. You're embracing your authentic self. You're finding joy in your relationships, and you're creating a life that is filled with purpose and meaning. This journey is about to be a lot more exciting. You'll finally have clarity and confidence. No matter the challenge, you found the key to create the future you most desire. The question is, what's next? What does the final card hold? Are you ready to know the results of your hard labor? All the lessons are finally coming together, and you can start seeing a new perspective and being gentle with yourself. It's easy to get caught up and feel like you're not doing your best. But what truly matters is what intentions you're walking with. The intentions are going to build a whole new level of connection that aligns with your soul. You are able to feel safe to share your voice, create boundaries, and receive love. You are doing great, and remember that being soft and gentle with yourself will get you a lot farther. What do you need to continue working on to be the most authentic self? All challenges will create so much more clarity that aligns with the Ten of Cups. Are you ready for this next adventure? Remember, as the energy continues flowing and you keep putting the dedication in the work, you'll also get those breaks. There is always a light to get shined, but if you aren't giving yourself the time to recharge, you are going to burn out. Protect that energy and that joy. It's also about accepting your imperfections. It's easy to get caught up and focus on all the tiny things that aren't serving you. Switch your mindset to seeing all the blessings and ways you can give more love. How are you able to appreciate your progress, even with the small hiccups? It's always a journey of learning, but seeing the accomplishments is what's going to keep you going. Take a step back and see how far you've come, and you'll remember the power you hold. Is there any part of you that is afraid of what's next? Are you taking the time to honor yourself and that success? Okay, so remember that amber sun crystal, that grounding energy. This is more important than ever now that you're stepping into this sun energy. It's easy to get carried away by the excitement, to lose touch with reality, and to forget about the importance of self-care. The amber sun is reminding you to stay grounded, to stay connected to your body, and to stay present in the moment. You are able to connect with nature, create routines for self, and show appreciation. Acknowledge the progress you have made and release all things not serving. Honor your authenticity through boundaries. Create something meaningful in your life and take control. Meditate with crystals and affirmations. Practice self-love and compassion. It always starts from within. The amber sun is also reminding you to be grateful for all the blessings in your life, to appreciate the small things, and to focus on the positive. The more gratitude you express, the more abundance you'll attract. The amber sun helps you to celebrate all the progress you've made, even if there are minor hiccups. Keep moving forward because you are on the right track. Connect with your body and practice any grounding techniques. Nature is always there to remind you to breathe and take your space. Honor that. Appreciate all things and start small. Start honoring your wins with things as simple as a gratitude journal and see what that unfolds. As you take all these things with practice, you can feel all that sunshine. It is important to continue honoring yourself through authenticity. What does that mean to you? All right, friend, that was a lot. We've explored the sun in all its glory, and we've connected it to all the previous cards. It's like you're finally ready to shine your light, to share your gifts with the world, and to create a life that is filled with joy, love, and purpose. But what's the final piece of the puzzle? What's the next step on this journey? What does the very last card have in store? I can't wait to see. Are you ready for this? Okay, friend, take a deep breath, because here we go. The final card is Death. Whoa, okay, don't freak out. I know, death can seem scary, but trust me in tarot, it's rarely about literal death. It's about transformation, endings, and new beginnings. Think of it as a shedding of the old to make way for the new. It's like one door closes and another one opens. The old withers for the new to bloom. It's kind of exciting. So, in the context of your twin flame journey, and after everything we've just seen, death is like the ultimate transformation. It's about letting go of what no longer serves you and embracing a completely new version of yourself and this connection. It's about releasing the past, forgiving yourself and others, and stepping into a future that is aligned with your soul's purpose. A glorious ending. It's about clearing away what doesn't serve, what doesn't feel right, and making way for what is meant to be. Okay, so let's connect this to the Emperor. Remember how we talked about control and rigid structures? Well, death is like the ultimate surrender. It's about letting go of the need to control everything and trusting that the universe has a plan for you. It's about releasing those rigid structures that are holding you back and allowing yourself to be more flexible and adaptable. The Emperor might be saying, I have to be in charge. And death is saying, sometimes the best thing you can do is let go. This could mean that you're finally releasing the need to control your twin flame or the outcome of this connection. You're trusting that whatever is meant to be will be, and you're focusing on your own growth and healing. Or it could mean that you're releasing the need to control your own life. You're letting go of those rigid expectations and plans and allowing yourself to be more spontaneous and open to new possibilities. Think of it this way. The emperor is like a builder, constructing a building according to a specific blueprint. Death is like a demolition crew, tearing down the old building to make way for a new one. It can feel scary and chaotic, but it's necessary in order to create something better. Maybe the emperor is your foundation, and death is what tears it down to allow abundance to enter into the chaos. It's a crazy metaphor, but think about it. Also remember the amber crystal. It's guiding you to continue with the grounding energy, because death can come in very chaotic. You also want to create a new foundation while you're taking it down. I know it's a crazy idea, but there is beauty in the chaos. This is really about integrating your masculine and feminine energies, releasing the need to be in control, and trusting that the universe has your back. So, are you ready to surrender? Are you ready to let go of control? Are you ready to trust the process? Maybe there's a part of you that's still clinging to the old ways, that's afraid of what might happen if you let go. Death is inviting you to trust that everything is going to be okay. To believe that even in the midst of chaos, there is always an opportunity for growth and transformation. It's like the emperor is saying, I have to be strong. And death is saying, true strength comes from vulnerability. Let go, and you'll be even stronger. The death card is also asking you to embrace impermanence. Everything in life is constantly changing. Relationships, jobs, homes, and even our own bodies and minds are all subject to the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Death encourages you to accept this impermanence, to embrace the flow of life, and to let go of your attachment to things that are temporary. This can be a challenging process, but it's also incredibly liberating. When you're no longer clinging to what you're going to lose, you're free to fully experience the present moment. This card is also about seeing endings as opportunities. Every ending is a chance for a new beginning. The death card reminds you that even when something comes to an end, it's not truly over. It's simply transforming into something new. This can be a helpful perspective when you're dealing with loss or change. Try to see the ending as an opportunity for something better to emerge. What are you holding on to that prevents this transformation? Are you able to see that this is a potential new start, a clean slate for you? So, how are you approaching change in your life? Are you resisting it, or are you embracing it? This is a time for a major shift, a major new beginning. It signifies the end of a cycle, so remember the foundations. Wow. Now, let's connect death to the moon. Oh, this is going to be deep. Remember, the moon is all about hidden emotions, illusions, and the subconscious. It's that shadowy, mysterious energy that's lurking beneath the surface. Well, death is like shining a light on those hidden emotions and bringing them to the surface so you can finally release them. The moon is asking, what doesn't serve you? Then death is ripping it apart. represents intuition. The death signifies you must take the leap of faith and listen to it. The moon is about uncovering those hidden feelings and processing them. The moon can make us feel like we're floating in a sea of emotions, but death encourages you to dive deep into those emotions, to explore them fully, and to release them. This might involve facing some painful truths, but it's necessary in order to heal and move forward. You are able to move forward with a stronger sense of self. You are also uncovering any illusions. The moon is asking you to release anything you've been pretending and embrace authenticity. Are you able to step out of the fantasy? Have you been ignoring any red flags in order to be the perfect fit? If you're going through that, it's important to take a step back and acknowledge reality and release it. You don't need to have a facade, and it's important to show up as yourself. What patterns of the past are replaying? Death is asking you to release it all. In order to have new opportunities, you need to break the patterns. It's time to let go and embrace the power with an open heart. Take the leap of faith and trust your intuition. You're already doing so great. You've got this. This can be helpful to get assistance with a therapist or counselor, especially if you have past wounds. Embrace it. This is really about integrating your conscious and subconscious minds, acknowledging your emotions and releasing them with love and compassion. Death encourages you to make peace with your past. This doesn't mean that you have to forget about what happened, but it does mean that you have to release any resentment or bitterness that you're holding onto. Forgive yourself and others and move forward with a clean slate. What are your feelings that are holding you back? How can you use the intuition to help you transform your life? So, are you ready to face your hidden emotions? Are you ready to release your illusions? Are you ready to make peace with your past? Maybe there's a part of you that's afraid of what might happen if you let go. Death is inviting you to trust that everything is going to be okay. To believe that even in the midst of darkness, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. It's like the moon is saying, be careful, there are monsters in the shadows. And death is saying, the only monsters are the ones you create in your mind. Let them go, and you'll be free. This combo card wants you to acknowledge the subconscious and address the shadows. What's holding you back from listening to the gut? It can show a pattern of being afraid to express, and that's a message to embrace. The biggest gift you can give yourself is to express yourself with love. Remember that grounding with the amber sun, even when you're releasing those emotions and those illusions. What part of the inner child are you hiding? Let's link death with the 7 of Swords. Ooh, here comes the tea. This is getting good. 7 of Swords is about deception and dishonesty, feeling like you have to do things in secret. But death is all about truth and honesty, exposing the lies and releasing the need to deceive. The 7 of Swords is asking, what am I not being honest about? Then death removes it. This can bring a sense of truth. I feel that there will be a lot of clarity coming through when it comes to the deception and past events. If there has been any conflict or moments that didn't serve your best interests, then this card is a sign that it will be over. This will finally give you a fresh start and a feeling of being reborn to a new way of being. Death pushes for honesty, and the Seven of Swords can't survive. I'm able to stand with integrity and honesty at all times. Release all past secrets that aren't serving you any longer and move forward. Trust and believe that you'll become better from this point on and walk the right path. How are you continuing to show up and be true to you? This card can also mean that you're fully aware of being dishonest with yourself. It's about ending that too. Let it go. Release it. Death and the Seven of Swords can really push you to be authentic. Authenticity is power. I can release old ways of manipulating situations and shift to coming from a place of integrity. This is all about integrating the shadow and the light self, releasing the need to deceive and embracing authenticity. Death encourages honesty in all relationships and in all aspects of your life. This might involve having some difficult conversations, but it's necessary in order to build trust and create genuine connections. Release the people that are not able to be authentic. Acknowledge the truth, forgive, and release. Are you ready to be honest with yourself and others? What secrets will you unlock? The Death wants you to trust that what is meant to be will be, and it's important to be authentic to yourself and embrace new beginnings. Death, in this sense, can show you releasing patterns and beliefs in yourself. Is there anything preventing you from walking your truth? Okay, so with all that in mind, let's pair the Sun and the Seven of Wands. This pairing encourages you to protect that truth and to stand your ground no matter what comes. Death, the past is over with. You are becoming your own person and speaking with honesty to the world. Release all old patterns. Time to cut ties with dishonesty. Embrace the journey that continues forward with nothing but your inner truth. As you are walking on your new path, it's important to express that through your boundaries and to not allow others to project. Stay true to your new beginning and trust your intuition. You are walking with confidence that is able to protect all space. This makes you more confident. What have you learned from those experiences? What do you want to manifest? With this new energy, you are releasing the past that you held so close. All the steps that you're taking continue to encourage you to be the best. Remember that you are able to walk with confidence into every space and take control of your own destiny. This card has big energy in saying you are in your it girl energy, and what you say goes. You are protecting that with all power. What is holding you back from taking all that it girl energy? This card can show you that you may be afraid of all that you offer, and may be afraid of walking into a room with all that knowledge. Don't be. You got this. What you say matters and has impact. Own your truth, protect it. Now you're ready to take the world. And the most important part, remember you are on your own journey and meant to protect your own energy. With that in mind, How are you able to show up as authentic and honest and honor that energy? What actions are you taking to show up? How are you able to find ways to protect your peace? It's not just about what others are trying to throw at you. It's about what you are allowing in. You can release those boundaries or step down at any time. Stay in that it girl energy. Keep taking the light. With that in mind, let's move on. The sun and death is time for your golden hour. The sun is shining on this transition. What could be next? You are stepping into a brand new path that is serving to you with honesty and joy. You can step into this light and release the past. As you keep walking on this path, you are going to inspire. You are sharing your truth that aligns with new opportunities for growth and expansion. This card is truly showing that now is the time to let go and trust yourself. So, if you're feeling lost or confused, let go and have faith. Release old identities that prevent you from stepping to the best aligned with truth. It all is in your power. Also, a reminder that even when you release and shift, the sun is always there. As you continue walking towards the new and step away from old stories, you're truly opening yourself to all that is meant. With all that energy comes the amber sun grounding with what action you can integrate today. How are you able to nurture new ways of being? The intention and release comes a new cycle. It can be as small as redecorating your room and stepping with intentions. You're on the right path. Release relationships that no longer serve. You are not alone. Step away from old stories. This is the liberation to step into the best aligned with truth. Don't forget to honor that. How are you going to honor the new chapter? With all that energy, what is something new you want to create? Are you releasing everything that is not allowing you to step into the best parts? The universe is conspiring for you, so are you going to take the leap? Remember your worthiness and know you can continue going with your purpose. What intentions are you setting for the journey? How will you celebrate that win with self? The sun is shining on your rebirth, and it all starts with that amber crystal grounding. So remember to breathe. The sun is shining on this transition, and you are here for a reason. Are you going to let go and fly? What makes you feel safe? What small steps can you take? This is the new beginning. It's time for you to step into the new potential and release. You got this. The death card is nothing to fear, but more to embrace all the opportunities that are here. So keep integrating it into your daily life and honoring every step. You're never alone. You're releasing and taking your power. This card combo is all about moving and walking towards new ways. You are not afraid to step into the light because you know what you offer. Acknowledge your confidence, your power. What matters to you, and step into your power. This combo is truly a congratulations for being in authenticity. Trust the process and step away. Release the past, trust yourself, be authentic, walk in power, and create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. Okay, friend, wow. We have come so far on this journey. From start to finish, it has been a wild ride. We've been dealing with power dynamics, hidden emotions, deception, standing our ground, and finding our voice. We've navigated that all. You are a champion. After doing all that emotional and shadow work, as well as honoring your boundaries, death can show you releasing old patterns. Now you're embracing the light of the sun that will illuminate your life. You are doing it all. I am in awe. Now, what does that amber crystal have in store for you? The amber wants you to remember to breathe. As you take those leaps in your journey, it's important to pause and honor every step. Ground that success, because you deserve to receive all this love from the universe. The small pause in those moments can also give clarity, so always remember the lessons. As you are walking into those spaces, there will be times you'll be lost, so honor that feeling. Don't be afraid of being in those spaces, because that's where magic happens. The universe will always have your back, but it's important to take a moment and connect. What routine creates safety and clarity in the chaos? What boundaries allow you to thrive? As you are stepping away, those questions can remind you. To summarize, this reading is congratulations. Remember, you are authentic, powerful, worthy, strong, joyful, loving, and more. This journey isn't always perfect, but is it truly meant for you? So trust every new beginning and remember it's all aligning. It's your rebirth. It's your liberation. It's yours. Be open to the new adventures and release the outcome, because they are always working in your favor. All right, hey there, you guys. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you were drawn to the Citrine moon, this is your twin flame journey reading. The Citrine moon is all about awakening, and the theme we're working with here is lunar illumination, which is all about igniting mutual awareness. So, get ready for some seriously illuminating insights. Okay, let's dive right into these cards, because, oh my gosh, they're already telling such an interesting story. We have the Lovers, the Four of Cups, and the Hanged Man. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm seeing some major themes here: connection, hesitation, and surrender. And in the context of a twin flame journey, buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. So the Lover's card, obviously, it speaks to a deep connection, right? Like, this isn't just any old relationship. This is a soul-level bond. But it's also about choice, and that's where it gets interesting. With twin flames, there's this sense of destiny, like you're pulled together by something bigger than yourselves. But even with that pull, you still have free will. You still have choices to make. And I think, in this situation, those choices are really, really important. Because it's not just about finding each other. It's about choosing each other consciously and intentionally. It's about aligning your values and your paths in a way that honors both of your individual journeys and your shared destiny. So this connection is incredibly powerful, but it requires both of you to actively choose it, day in and day out. It's not just going to magically work itself out. I'm feeling like there's a need to communicate, really communicate. And I don't just mean surface level conversations. I'm talking about getting down to the nitty-gritty, sharing your fears, your hopes, your dreams, everything. Being completely vulnerable and honest with each other. Because that's the only way you can truly build a solid foundation for this connection. You know, a foundation that can withstand whatever challenges come your way. And let's be real, with twin flame relationships, there are always challenges. They're designed to push you, to stretch you, to help you grow. They're mirrors, reflecting back your deepest insecurities and your greatest potential. And that can be incredibly intense and also incredibly rewarding if you're willing to do the work. The Lover's card is also making me think about values. Like, what do you both value in a relationship? What are your non-negotiables? Are you on the same page when it comes to things like commitment, communication, and trust? Because if there are major differences in your values, that's going to create friction. It's going to be harder to navigate the journey together. So really take the time to explore your values and to communicate them clearly to each other. And the thing about twin flames is that they often trigger each other. Like, they bring up all your unresolved issues, all your old wounds, and that can be really painful. But it's also an opportunity for healing. Because when you face those issues together, when you support each other through the pain, you can create a bond that's unbreakable. You know, but it requires a willingness to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to be compassionate, both with yourself and with your twin flame. It's not about blaming each other or pointing fingers. It's about taking responsibility for your own stuff and working together to create a healthier, more loving dynamic. And that's the key, you know. This card is also showing me that there is a big choice coming up. Or maybe there's a choice that needs to be made that's been put off. I think that this choice could make or break things, and it has a lot to do with taking a leap of faith. It's like, are you going to trust the universe? Are you going to trust your intuition? Are you going to trust each other enough to take this next step? Because I'm seeing that there's a lot of fear around this choice. Fear of the unknown, fear of getting hurt, fear of failing. But the thing is, if you let fear dictate your decisions, you're going to miss out on so much. You're going to stay stuck in the same patterns, the same cycles. And that's not what you're here for. You're here to grow, to evolve, to experience the fullness of life. And that requires taking risks. It requires stepping outside of your comfort zone. It requires trusting that even if things don't go exactly as planned, you'll be okay. You'll learn something, you'll grow stronger, and you'll be one step closer to where you're meant to be. So, I really think that this Lover's card is calling you to embrace courage, to embrace vulnerability, and to embrace the unknown. Because that's where the magic happens. That's where you truly connect with your twin flame on a soul level. And that's where you create a love that's deeper and more meaningful than anything you've ever experienced before. And that leads us to the Four of Cups. Oh boy, This is where things get a little tricky, right? Because after all that talk about connection and choice, we have this card that represents apathy, boredom, and missed opportunities. It's like, what's going on here? Well, I think it's showing that there's a period of stagnation. Maybe one or both of you are feeling uninspired, disconnected, or just plain blah. You're going through the motions, but you're not really present. You're not really engaged. And that's creating a distance between you and your twin flame. You know, it's like you're so focused on your own stuff, your own problems, that you're not seeing the opportunities that are right in front of you. You're not noticing the love and support that's being offered. You're just kind of closed off, numb. And I think that this is a really common phase in twin flame relationships. After the initial excitement and intensity, there's often a period of disillusionment. The honeymoon phase wears off, and you start to see each other's flaws. You start to question whether this is really meant to be. And that can lead to a lot of doubt and apathy. But the thing is, this phase is actually really important. It's an opportunity to reassess your priorities, to reconnect with yourself, and to get clear on what you really want. It's a chance to deepen your commitment and to build a stronger foundation for the relationship. But you have to be willing to do the work. You have to be willing to break through the apathy and to re-engage with each other. So, how do you do that? Well, I think the first step is to acknowledge the feelings. Don't try to suppress them or ignore them. Just admit that you're feeling bored, disconnected, or uninspired. And then start exploring why. What's causing these feelings? What's missing in your life? What's missing in the relationship? And then start taking small steps to address those things. Maybe you need to spend more time alone, doing things that you enjoy. Maybe you need to reconnect with your passions. Maybe you need to communicate your needs more clearly to your twin flame. The important thing is to take action. Don't just sit around waiting for things to change. Be proactive. Be intentional, and be willing to experiment. Try new things, explore new possibilities. You never know what might spark your interest and reignite your passion. And I think it's really important to be patient with yourself and with your twin flame during this phase. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time and effort to break through the apathy and to reconnect. But it's worth it, because on the other side of this phase is a deeper, more authentic connection. This card is also making me think about expectations. Like, maybe you have unrealistic expectations about the relationship. Maybe you think it's supposed to be perfect all the time. Or maybe you think your twin flame is supposed to fulfill all your needs. But that's not realistic. Relationships are messy. They're complicated. They have ups and downs. And no one can fulfill all your needs. You have to learn to meet your own needs and to take responsibility for your own happiness. And that's a really important lesson to learn in any relationship, but especially in a twin flame relationship. Because twin flames are not meant to complete you. They're meant to challenge you, to inspire you, and to help you grow. They're meant to reflect back your own inner light and to encourage you to shine even brighter. But they can't do that if you're expecting them to be perfect or to fulfill all your needs. So I think it's really important to release any unrealistic expectations and to embrace the reality of the relationship. Accept that there will be challenges, there will be disagreements, and there will be times when you feel disconnected. But that doesn't mean the relationship is failing. It just means you're growing. And I think it's also important to focus on gratitude. Like, what are you grateful for in the relationship? What do you appreciate about your twin flame? What are the things that make you happy? Focusing on the positive aspects of the relationship can help you to break through the apathy and to reconnect with each other. So, take some time to reflect on those things and to express your gratitude to your twin flame. Tell them what you appreciate about them. Tell them what makes you happy. And tell them how much you love them. Because sometimes all it takes is a little bit of appreciation to reignite the spark. This Four of Cups energy is also showing me that maybe one of you, or both, are being offered something new. Maybe it's a new opportunity, a new perspective, a new way of being. But you're so stuck in your old patterns that you're not even noticing it. You're just kind of dismissing it like, oh, that's not for me. Or, that's not going to work. But what if it is for you? What if this new opportunity is exactly what you need to break through the apathy and to reconnect with your twin flame? What if it's the key to unlocking a whole new level of growth and happiness? So, I really encourage you to be open to new possibilities. Don't dismiss anything out of hand. Explore different options. Try new things and see what resonates with you. You might be surprised at what you discover. And that makes me think about the Hanged Man. Like, after all that apathy and missed opportunities, this card represents surrender, sacrifice, and a shift in perspective. It's like, okay, universe, I get it. I'm not in control. I need to let go and trust the process. And I think that this is a really powerful card in the context of a twin flame journey. Because twin flame relationships are not for the faint of heart. They require a lot of trust, a lot of patience, and a lot of surrender. You have to be willing to let go of your ego, your expectations, and your need to control things. And just trust that everything is happening for a reason. The Hanged Man is all about seeing things from a different angle. Maybe you've been so focused on your own perspective that you haven't been able to see things from your twin flame's point of view. Maybe you've been so caught up in your own drama that you haven't been able to see the bigger picture. But this card is inviting you to step back, to detach, and to look at things from a new perspective, to see the situation with fresh eyes, to understand your twin flame's motivations and needs, and to recognize the lessons that are being offered. And I think that this is a really important step in breaking through the apathy and reconnecting with each other. Because when you can see things from a different perspective, you can start to understand each other better. you can start to empathize with each other's struggles, and you can start to create a more compassionate and understanding dynamic. This card is also showing me that there's a need for sacrifice. Maybe you need to sacrifice your ego, your pride, or your need to be right. Maybe you need to sacrifice your time, your energy, or your resources. Maybe you need to sacrifice your old patterns, your old beliefs, or your old ways of being. But the thing is, these sacrifices are not about giving up something that's valuable. They're about letting go of something that's holding you back. They're about creating space for something new to come in. They're about aligning yourself with your higher purpose and your twin flame journey. And I think it's really important to be willing to make these sacrifices because they're essential for growth and evolution. They're essential for creating a deeper, more meaningful connection with your twin flame. And they're essential for fulfilling your shared destiny. The Hanged Man is also making me think about patience. Like, twin flame journeys are not a sprint, they're a marathon. They take time, they take effort, and they take a lot of patience. You can't rush the process. You can't force things to happen. You have to let things unfold naturally in their own time. And that can be really challenging, especially when you're feeling impatient, frustrated, or disconnected. But the thing is, the universe has a plan for you. And that plan is unfolding perfectly, even if you can't see it right now. So I think it's really important to trust the timing of the universe, to trust that everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to, and to have faith that even though things may be difficult right now, they will eventually get better. This card is also showing me that there's a need for surrender. Like, you can't control everything. You can't force your twin flame to change. You can't make the relationship perfect. You have to let go of your need to control things and just trust that everything is going to be okay. And that can be really scary, especially if you're a naturally controlling person. But the thing is, when you try to control things, you're actually blocking the flow of energy. You're creating resistance, and you're preventing the universe from delivering what you need. But when you surrender, when you let go of control, you open yourself up to receive. You allow the universe to work its magic, and you create space for miracles to happen. So I really encourage you to surrender to the process. Let go of your need to control things. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, and have faith that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. And I think it's also important to remember that this is a journey. It's not a destination. There will be ups and downs, challenges and triumphs. But the important thing is to keep moving forward, to keep learning, to keep growing, and to keep loving. Because that's what it's all about. It's about the journey. It's about the connection. And it's about the love. And when you focus on those things, you can overcome any obstacle and create a relationship that's truly extraordinary. The energy of the Hanged Man is a powerful invitation to pause, reflect, and shift your perspective. It's a reminder that sometimes the greatest growth comes from letting go and trusting the process. It's like taking a deep breath and allowing yourself to see the situation with new eyes, a new heart, and a new understanding. Now, how do all these cards tie together? It's like this. The lovers represent the initial spark, the deep connection, and the choice to embark on this journey together. But then, the Four of Cups creeps in, bringing apathy, missed opportunities, and a sense of stagnation. And that's where the Hanged Man comes in, urging you to surrender, sacrifice, and shift your perspective in order to break through the apathy and reconnect with each other on a deeper level. And all of this is happening under the light of the Citrine moon, which, as we know, is all about awakening. So this whole journey, the connection, the apathy, the surrender, it's all leading to a greater awakening. An awakening to your true selves, to your shared destiny, and to the power of your connection. And, as our theme reminds us, it's about igniting that mutual awareness. The lunar illumination is shining on both of you, helping you to see each other and yourselves more clearly. The potential for profound growth and understanding is definitely here. So, stay open, stay curious, and trust the process. Because the universe is guiding you every step of the way. And that's just the beginning, you guys. Because there's so much more to explore in this reading. But for now, just sit with these insights and see what resonates with you. All right, so Justice. Wow, this is a big one, okay? So after all of that, with the Lovers, the Four of Cups, and the Hanged Man, now we have Justice. And justice is like all about fairness, truth, and consequences, right? So I'm immediately thinking that this card is coming in to bring some serious clarity to the situation. It's like the universe is saying, okay, it's time to face the music. You know, like whatever choices have been made, whatever actions have been taken, now it's time to deal with the consequences and to find some balance and equilibrium. And you guys know, this is all about lunar illumination, igniting mutual awareness, and justice is like shining a light on everything, right? And in the context of a twin flame journey, that can be a little scary because twin flame relationships are so intense and so complex, and they often bring up a lot of unresolved issues and old wounds. And so, when justice comes into the picture, it can feel like everything is being put under a microscope. Like every little thing you've done, every little thing you've said is being scrutinized and evaluated. But ultimately, it's a good thing, you know, because it's an opportunity to really take responsibility for your actions and to create a more balanced and harmonious relationship. Justice can also sometimes literally mean that legal issues could be at hand too. So, if you have any legal battles going on, that could be something to pay attention to as well. I'm curious, do you think your twin flame is fair? Do you feel like this person has treated you fairly? So, looking back at the Lover's card, I think justice is asking you to really examine the choices that you've made in this relationship. Like, have you been true to yourself? Have you been honest with your twin flame? Have you been making decisions that are aligned with your values and your higher purpose? Because if you haven't, now is the time to course correct. Now is the time to make amends and to get back on track. And honestly, this could even mean just being truthful to yourself and your feelings, even if it's not something that you were anticipating. It's that moment of realizing, oh my gosh, I really was in the wrong. And then, with the Four of Cups, I think justice is highlighting the importance of taking action and of seizing opportunities. Because when you're stuck in a state of apathy or boredom, you're not really living up to your full potential. You're not really contributing to the relationship. And you're not really creating a life that's fulfilling and meaningful. So justice is urging you to wake up, to re-engage, and to start taking responsibility for your own happiness. Stop waiting around to be happy and start making it happen yourself. The Four of Cups and the Justice card is really giving me the vibe of almost being a spoiled brat. Almost like things have been so easy for one or both of you that you're acting out almost, And with the Hanged Man, I think justice is emphasizing the need for surrender and acceptance. You can't control everything. You can't force your twin flame to change. You can't make the relationship perfect. You have to let go of your need to control things and just trust that everything is happening for a reason. But at the same time, you also have to take responsibility for your own boundaries and your own needs. You can't just let your twin flame walk all over you. You have to stand up for yourself and assert your own power. With the Four of Cups and the Hanged Man energies combined here, I'm also sensing that there's been a lot of delays, a lot of waiting, and a lot of just like hopping that the other person is going to be the person to, I don't know, chain, or something like that. So, how does all of this relate to the theme of lunar illumination? Igniting mutual awareness. Well, I think justice is shining a light on the areas where you need to grow, both individually and as a couple. It's helping you to see the truth about yourselves, about your relationship, and about your shared destiny. And it's giving you the clarity and the courage to make the necessary changes to create a more balanced and harmonious connection. But here's where it gets really interesting. Because justice is not always easy. Sometimes it requires facing some hard truths. Sometimes it requires making difficult decisions. And sometimes it requires accepting consequences that you don't like. And in the context of a twin flame relationship, that can be incredibly challenging. Because twin flame relationships are so emotionally charged and so deeply intertwined. So when justice comes into the picture, it can feel like your whole world is being turned upside down. And it can be really tempting to resist it, to fight it, to try to control the outcome. But the thing is, justice is inevitable. You can't escape it. You can't avoid it. You have to face it head on. If there's something in your life you need to address, the energy of the twin flame is only going to amplify that and make it even harder. It's like when you have a test coming up and you're like, oh, I'll study for that later. But the test date just keeps getting closer and closer and closer, and you're running out of time. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting with this. And honestly, sometimes justice means walking away. Sometimes justice means ending the relationship. And that can be a really hard pill to swallow, especially when you're dealing with a twin flame connection, because the bond is so strong and so intense. And the idea of separating from your twin flame can feel unbearable. But sometimes it's the only way to truly heal and to grow. Sometimes it's the only way to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. You know, I'm feeling like there's a possibility that one of you is not being completely honest, either with yourselves or with each other. And justice is going to bring that to light. It's going to expose any hidden agendas, any secret resentments, any unspoken truths. And that can be really painful. But it's also necessary, because you can't build a healthy, sustainable relationship on a foundation of lies. You have to be willing to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to be transparent, even when it's scary, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it means facing some difficult consequences. You know, this also might have to do with like a fear of being abandoned, almost like one of you or both has the mentality of I'm going to leave before they leave me, or just a constant waiting for the other foot to drop, which is causing so much damage to what could be. And I think it's really important to remember that justice is not about punishment. It's not about revenge. It's not about getting even. It's about creating balance and harmony. It's about restoring order and fairness. And it's about helping you to learn and to grow from your mistakes. So, even if you're facing some difficult consequences, try to see them as an opportunity for growth. Try to learn from your experiences, and try to use those lessons to create a better future. You know, this is also the kind of transit where if you are in the wrong, don't double down. Just admit to it. I feel like there's some stubborn energy around this too. Someone or both of you are needing to be right, and it's hindering the entire process. Now, let's talk about karma, because justice is often associated with karma. And in the context of a twin flame journey, karma can play a really significant role. Twin flame relationships are often seen as karmic relationships, meaning that you and your twin flame have a shared history, a shared past, and a shared destiny, and that you're brought together in this lifetime to resolve any unresolved issues from previous lifetimes. So, if you're experiencing challenges in your twin flame relationship, it's possible that you're dealing with some karmic baggage. Maybe there are old wounds that need to be healed. Maybe there are old patterns that need to be broken. Or maybe there are old debts that need to be repaid. But the thing is, you can't ignore karma. You can't avoid it. You have to face it head on. You have to take responsibility for your actions and for your past. And you have to be willing to make amends for any harm that you've caused. You know. And the beauty of the twin flame connection is that it can actually accelerate the karmic process. Because when you're with your twin flame, you're forced to confront your deepest fears, your deepest insecurities, and your deepest wounds. And that can be really painful. But it can also be incredibly healing. Because when you face those issues together, when you support each other through the pain, you can actually clear a lot of karma and create a much more positive future. But here's the thing. Karma is not always about punishment. It's not always about paying for your sins. Sometimes karma is about reward. Sometimes it's about reaping the benefits of your good deeds. And sometimes it's about experiencing the joy and the fulfillment that you've earned through your hard work and your dedication. So, if you've been living a life of integrity, honesty, and compassion, you're likely to experience some positive karma in your twin flame relationship. You're likely to attract abundance, love, and happiness. And you're likely to create a connection that's truly extraordinary. You know, this is also the kind of energy that if someone has screwed you over royally, like in business, in love, in life, like karma is coming for them. You don't have to do anything. This card is saying the universe will handle it. I'm also feeling like there's a need to forgive, both yourself and your twin flame. Because holding onto resentment, anger, and bitterness is only going to keep you stuck in the past. It's only going to prevent you from moving forward. So, if you want to create a better future, you have to let go of the past. You have to forgive yourself for your mistakes. And you have to forgive your twin flame for their mistakes. And that can be really hard, especially if you've been deeply hurt. But it's necessary, because forgiveness is the key to healing. It's the key to freedom. And it's the key to creating a more loving and compassionate relationship. Forgiveness doesn't mean you have to forget or condone what happened. It just means you're choosing to release the negative energy and to move on with your life. You know, it's interesting too because there's an element of self-love that's here too. It's like if you want to be truly happy in a relationship, you have to actually be happy with yourself first. And I think it's really important to remember that justice is not always fair. Sometimes life just isn't fair. Sometimes bad things happen to good people. And sometimes you have to deal with consequences that you don't deserve. But the thing is, you can't let those injustices define you. You can't let them steal your joy or your hope. You have to rise above them. You have to find the strength to persevere. And you have to trust that even though things may be difficult right now, they will eventually get better. You know, I'm sensing a real need for honesty, especially in communication. Have you both been truly open and transparent with each other? Or have there been things left unsaid, feelings suppressed, or truths avoided? Justice is urging you to clear the air, to have those difficult conversations, to express your needs and your boundaries, and to listen with an open heart to what your twin flame has to say. Because communication is the foundation of any healthy relationship. And if you're not communicating effectively, you're going to struggle to create a lasting connection. It's like you have to ask for what you want, you know. Your person isn't a mind reader. There's also a strong emphasis on personal responsibility here. Are you taking ownership of your own actions and emotions? Or are you blaming your twin flame for everything that goes wrong? Justice is reminding you that you are responsible for your own happiness. You are responsible for your own choices. And you are responsible for your own growth. You can't rely on your twin flame to fix you or to complete you. You have to do the work yourself. You have to heal your own wounds. And you have to create your own fulfilling life. And when you do that, you'll be able to attract a much healthier and more balanced relationship. You know, so really ask yourself, am I acting like a victim? I'm also seeing a potential for legal or contractual issues to arise. This could be related to a business partnership, a property dispute, or even a divorce. If you're involved in any legal matters, justice is advising you to proceed with caution and to seek expert advice. Make sure you're protecting your interests and that you're being fair and ethical in your dealings. And trust that the truth will ultimately prevail. You know, if you know your person is married, maybe this is a sign you need to move on. And I think it's really important to remember that justice is not about judgment. It's not about condemning yourself or your twin flame. It's about understanding. It's about compassion. And it's about growth. So, even if you're facing some difficult consequences, try to approach the situation with an open heart and a willingness to learn. Try to understand your twin flame's perspective. Try to empathize with their struggles. And try to offer them forgiveness and support. Because that's what true love is all about. It's about accepting each other, flaws and all. And it's about helping each other to become the best versions of yourselves. You know, so let's bring this back to our theme of lunar illumination, igniting mutual awareness. Justice is shining a light on the areas where you need to grow, both individually and as a couple. It's helping you to see the truth about yourselves, about your relationship, and about your shared destiny. And it's giving you the clarity and the courage to make the necessary changes to create a more balanced and harmonious connection. It's about mutual accountability and ensuring that both individuals are being seen and heard in the relationship. And as the citrine moon guides us towards awakening, justice ensures that this awakening is grounded in truth and fairness. It's a reminder that true enlightenment comes from facing our shadows and taking responsibility for our actions. Justice is urging you to find equilibrium, to seek truth, and to take responsibility. This card suggests that the scales are being balanced, and the outcome will be a direct result of past actions and decisions. Now is the time to ensure you are acting with integrity and honesty, aligning yourself with the highest version of yourself. But like I said, it's not always easy. It requires courage, vulnerability, and a willingness to to confront uncomfortable truths. It requires letting go of old patterns and embracing new ways of being. And it requires trusting that even though the path may be difficult, it will ultimately lead you to a place of greater peace, joy, and fulfillment. You know, and I'm feeling like that's really the heart of the matter here, like you're going to come out stronger on the other end. You just have to get through it. So, with the Lovers, the Four of Cups, the Hanged Man, and now Justice, it's like we're seeing a journey of connection, stagnation, surrender, and accountability. And all of this is happening under the light of the Citrine moon, which is guiding you towards awakening and mutual awareness. It's a powerful combination of energies that's pushing you to grow, to heal, and to create a more authentic and fulfilling relationship. And even with the tough love that the Justice card brings, there's so much hope to be seen here. I really think this card can signal that the good times are coming. But first you have to clear this blockage. But of course, there's still more to the story. We have 3 more cards to pull, and I'm really curious to see what they reveal. Will they bring more challenges? Will they bring more clarity? Or will they bring more opportunities? We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, take some time to reflect on these insights. Ask yourself what resonates with you, and trust that the universe is guiding you every step of the way. Okay, so the Two of Wands, all right, this is like interesting, you know. So, after all that stuff with the Lovers, the Four of Cups, the Hanged Man, and then Justice coming in with that, like, boom of truth, we now have the Two of Wands. And that's like, okay, what are we doing here? Because, like, this card is all about, like, decisions and planning. And, like, feeling a little bit, like, stuck between 2 different paths, you know. So, immediately I'm thinking, okay, this is about, like, after you've faced all those hard truths, after Justice has, like, shone a light on everything, now you're at this point where you're like, okay, what direction do I even take now? You know? And like, in a twin flame journey, that can be, like, a really big question, because everything is already so intense, you know. And so this Two of Wands is kinda making me feel like there needs to be a literal, and maybe even physical, decision made to make something happen. I almost feel like whatever that decision is, there is a right decision to make in this situation, and there's also a wrong decision to make. It's like, are you going to go with your gut? Or are you going to go with what somebody else is telling you? It's a real fork in the road moment, you know. So, like, connecting this back to the Lovers, I'm wondering if the choice that's being presented is really about choosing between your own path and, like, the path that your twin flame wants you to take, you know. Like, are you guys aligned on where you want to go? Or are you pulling in different directions? And I think with the Lovers and the Two of Wands combined, this means that no matter what choice you make with the Two of Wands, your person is going to follow. It's like a where you go, I go kind of vibe. And with the Four of Cups, it's like maybe you've been so stuck in that apathy that you haven't even been able to see the options that are available to you. Like you've been so disconnected that you haven't realized that you actually have a choice. You know? And so, this Two of Wands is like a wake-up call. It's like, hey, there are possibilities here. You're not stuck. You have the power to create your own future. But you have to actually, choose to do it. You know? And with the Hanged Man, it's like, maybe you need to take a step back and really, reassess your priorities before you make a decision. You need to surrender to the process and trust that the universe is going to guide you to the right path. You know, because sometimes the best decisions are the ones that you don't force. They're the ones that come naturally when you're in alignment with your higher self. And what I mean by that is not what you think you should do, what your parents would want you to do, what your friends would want you to do, but what you actually want to do, you know. And with Justice, I think this card is really asking you to consider the consequences of your choices. Are you making decisions that are fair to yourself and to your twin flame? Are you taking responsibility for your actions? Are you creating a future that's based on truth and integrity? Because if you're not, then justice is going to come back around and bite you. You know? So it's like you really have to weigh the pros and cons and make sure that you're making a decision that's aligned with your values. With the Two of Wands and the Justice cards combined, I also am feeling like maybe you need to make sure this person is the right person for you, because it almost feels like you're bending over backwards to try to make it work. And what I mean by that is, if you know in your gut that they aren't the right person for you, then maybe it's time to make the decision to let it go. You know? So, let's dig into this a little bit more, because I'm getting, this feeling that there's a real sense of, empowerment here, but also a sense of, feeling limited. You have the potential to create something amazing, but you're also feeling held back by something. And I think that something is fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of making the wrong decision, fear of failing. You know, it's like you're standing at the edge of a cliff and you can see this incredible vista in front of you, but you're also terrified of falling. And so you're just kind of stuck there, paralyzed by fear. But the thing is, you can't let fear control you. You have to be willing to take a leap of faith. You have to be willing to risk it all in order to achieve your dreams. You know, because otherwise, you're just going to stay stuck in the same place, never realizing your full potential. And I think that's what the Two of Wands is really about. It's about embracing your power and your potential and taking the necessary steps to create the life that you want. Even if it's scary, even if it's uncertain, even if it means stepping outside of your comfort zone. You know, this card is also making me think about, planning for the future. What are your goals? What are your dreams? What do you want to create in your life? And how are you going to get there? Because it's not enough to just have a vision. You have to actually take action. You have to create a plan. You have to set goals. And you have to work towards them every single day. You know, and I think that's where a lot of people get stuck. They have all these big ideas, but they don't know how to actually make them happen. And so, they just kind of give up. They get discouraged, and they never really achieve their full potential. But you can't let that happen. You have to be willing to put in the work. You have to be willing to learn. You have to be willing to adapt. And you have to be willing to persevere. Because success is not about luck. It's about hard work, dedication, and a willingness to never give up. You know, and I'm also getting this sense that there's a need to, balance your own needs with the needs of your twin flame. It's not enough to just focus on your own goals and your own dreams. You have to also consider what your twin flame wants and what they need. And you have to find a way to create a future that works for both of you. Because, ultimately, that's what a twin flame relationship is all about. It's about creating a shared destiny. It's about supporting each other's growth. And it's about building a life that's based on love, respect, and mutual understanding. You know, I'm also really sensing this vibe of almost needing to choose between your old life and your new life. And that could be scary, you know. It almost could feel like choosing between the devil you know and the devil you don't. But I think in this situation, you need to pick the devil you don't know, because the one you do know has been tried and tested. You know. It's also important to also consider, how this decision impacts your living situation too. Are you planning on moving? Are you planning on staying where you are? You know, what does that look like? Because, to me, it feels like moving is the right decision. I keep hearing new environment, new me, almost. It could also literally be, you know, what's the next level? What's the next thing? What's the next thing that I'm building? Because it almost feels like there's some entrepreneurship things coming through in this as well. And so I'm getting this message too of what is your next move when it comes to your business? What is the next product that you're launching? What's the next offer? You know, this card is also making me think about the balance of power in the relationship. Who's calling the shots? Who's making the decisions? Who's in control? Because sometimes in twin flame relationships, there can be a real power imbalance. One person might be more dominant, more assertive, more controlling. And the other person might be more submissive, more passive, more willing to go along with whatever the other person wants. But that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. You know, you could literally get your own apartment just to have some space from this person. You know, it's okay to have some boundaries in the relationship. And if you don't, this is your sign to get those boundaries in order. Because in a healthy relationship, both people should have equal power. Both people should have equal say. Both people should be able to express their needs and their desires without fear of judgment or rejection. And that's what you should be striving for in your twin flame relationship. You know, and I think this Two of Wands is really encouraging you to step into your power and to assert your own needs, to stand up for yourself, to make your own decisions, and to create a future that's aligned with your own values and your own desires, even if it means going against the grain, even if it means challenging the status quo, even if it means rocking the boat, you know. So let's bring this back to our theme of lunar illumination, igniting mutual awareness. How does the Two of Wands fit into this? Well, I think it's about illuminating the choices that are available to you. It's about helping you to see the different paths that you can take. And it's about giving you the courage to choose the path that's right for you, even if it's the scarier path, even if it's the more challenging path, because ultimately, that's where the growth happens. That's where the transformation happens. And that's where you truly awaken to your full potential. You know, and I think that the Citrine moon's energy is really amplifying this. It's shining a light on your intuition. It's helping you to trust your gut. And it's guiding you towards the decisions that are going to lead you to the greatest level of fulfillment and happiness. So, trust the process. Trust yourself. And trust that the universe is supporting you every step of the way. You know, and I'm also seeing this like potential for travel. Like, maybe this decision involves moving to a new city or a new country. Or maybe it involves taking a trip to explore new possibilities. Or maybe it just involves expanding your horizons and opening yourself up to new experiences. But whatever it is, I think that travel is going to play a significant role in your journey. It's going to help you to gain new perspectives. It's going to help you to connect with new people. And it's going to help you to discover new parts of yourself. You know, and I'm also getting this sense that there's a need to, like, let go of control. Like, you can't plan everything. You can't control everything. You have to be willing to surrender to the flow of life and trust that everything is going to work out for the best, even if it doesn't look like it right now, even if it's scary, even if it's uncertain. You know, this might also have to do with literally traveling with your person or going on dates with your person. Because the Two of Wands, it almost feels like maybe you've been cooped up or in the house for too long with each other, that you're literally driving each other crazy. Like literally go on dates with each other, take each other out, show each other off a little bit. You know, it's like you need to go out and literally like experience life a little. Because all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, you know. And like, it's interesting because, like, thinking back to all the cards, we started with the Lovers, which is all about connection and passion. But then we moved into the Four of Cups, which is all about apathy and disconnection. And then we had the Hanged Man, which is all about surrender and sacrifice. And then we had Justice, which is all about truth and accountability. And now we have the Two of Wands, which is all about decision-making and planning for the future. And so it's like we're seeing this whole journey unfold. We're seeing the ups and downs, the challenges and the triumphs. And we're seeing how each card builds upon the previous card to create a more complete picture. You know, and I think that's what makes this reading so powerful. It's not just about one card. It's about the whole story. It's about how all the pieces fit together. And it's about how you can use this information to create a better future for yourself and for your twin flame. And this really makes me curious about what has happened recently too, because it could almost literally be that this all started out with a bang, and then fizzled out, and then it turned into, like, I need to surrender, I need to sacrifice, I need to find out what's going on, I need the truth. And now it's all like, okay, well now what? What do I do now? And that's okay too. Just trust the process a little bit. I'm also getting this feeling that, like, you have to be willing to step into your leadership role. Like, you can't wait for your twin flame to make all the decisions. You have to be willing to take charge and to create the future that you want, even if it means stepping outside of your comfort zone, even if it means challenging the status quo, even if it means rocking the boat. You know, you almost have to channel like a boss babe kind of energy. The Two of Wands is like, okay, I'm the boss, I'm the CEO, let me make it happen. You know, because sometimes that's what it takes to create something truly amazing. You have to be willing to be bold, to be assertive, and to be unapologetic about your dreams. And I think that's what the universe is calling you to do right now. To step into your power, to embrace your potential, and to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. This card is also making me think about, like, the importance of having a support system. Like, you can't do it all alone. You need to have people in your life who believe in you, who support you, and who encourage you to pursue your dreams. And that could be your friends, your family, your mentors, or even just a supportive online community. But whatever it is, make sure that you have people in your corner who are cheering you on and helping you to stay motivated. Because it's easy to get discouraged. It's easy to give up. But when you have a strong support system, it's much easier to keep going. You know, and I'm also getting this sense that there's a need to, like, celebrate your successes. Like, don't just focus on the challenges. Don't just focus on the obstacles. Take time to acknowledge your accomplishments, to celebrate your wins, and to appreciate how far you've come. Because it's important to recognize your progress and to give yourself credit for all the hard work that you've put in. And it's also important to remember that success is not a destination. It's a journey. And so, even when you reach your goals, there will always be new challenges to face, new heights to climb, and new dreams to pursue. And that's okay, because that's what makes life so exciting. It's the constant evolution. It's the constant growth. And it's the constant opportunity to create something new and amazing. You know, the Two of Wands is kind of giving me a vibe that someone feels restricted, like they have an idea of what they want, but they aren't able to get it right now, and that's super frustrating. And like thinking about the Citrine moon and the lunar illumination theme, it's like this is all about, like, igniting that mutual awareness. And so, this Two of Wands is really asking you to be aware of the choices that you're making and how they're impacting your twin flame. Like, are you making decisions that are aligned with their highest good? Are you supporting their growth? Are you creating a future that's based on mutual respect and understanding? Because if you're not, then you're not really igniting that mutual awareness. You're just kind of perpetuating the cycle of disconnection. And I think that's what the universe is really trying to teach you right now. It's trying to teach you that love is not just about passion and connection. It's also about responsibility and accountability. It's about making choices that are aligned with the highest good of both yourself and your twin flame. And it's about creating a future that's based on mutual respect and understanding. And that's what true love is all about. It's about supporting each other's growth. It's about celebrating each other's successes. And it's about creating a life that's truly extraordinary. And I'm also getting this sense that there's a need to, trust your intuition. Don't just rely on logic and reason. Listen to your gut. Pay attention to your feelings. And trust that your inner wisdom is guiding you towards the right path. Because sometimes the best decisions are the ones that don't make sense on paper. They're the ones that just feel right in your heart. And that's what you should be following. Your heart, your intuition, your inner wisdom. Because that's where you'll find the answers that you're looking for. This card is also about the future. I keep hearing the phrase long-term investment in my head, and that could apply to many different things in your life. So, trust your gut here as well. And with the Lovers, the Four of Cups, the Hanged Man, Justice, and now the Two of Wands, it's like we're seeing this whole journey unfold. We're seeing the connection, the disconnection, the surrender, the accountability, and the decision-making. And it's all leading to this point where you have to choose your path. You have to decide what you want to create. And you have to take the necessary steps to make it happen. And it's not going to be easy. There will be challenges. There will be obstacles. There will be moments of doubt. But you can't give up. You have to keep going. You have to keep believing. And you have to keep trusting that the universe is supporting you every step of the way. So it's like, buckle up, because you're about to embark on a new adventure. And it's going to be amazing. There's a lot of trust in the unknown that this card is all about. And I think that this also means don't settle for less than you want, I also feel like someone needs to set the intention to communicate better. The lines of communication need to be clearer, like ASAP. I'm also seeing that with this card, there's a need to be realistic in your planning and in your expectations. And it's also important to remember that this is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs, challenges and triumphs. But the important thing is to keep moving forward, to keep learning, to keep growing, and to keep loving. Because that's what it's all about. It's about the journey. It's about the connection. And it's about the love. This card is also making me think about the importance of having a clear vision. What do you want your life to look like in 5 years? In 10 years? In 20 years? What kind of relationship do you want to have with your twin flame? What kind of career do you want to have? What kind of impact do you want to make on the world? And once you have a clear vision, you can start to create a plan to make it happen. You can set goals, you can take action, and you can start to build the life that you want. You know, and I'm also getting this sense that there's a need to, let go of the past. You can't keep dwelling on your mistakes. You can't keep holding onto resentment. You can't keep replaying old hurts. You have to let go of the past and move forward, because the past is gone. It's over, and you can't change it, but you can change your future. You can create a new story. You can build a new life, and you can make a new choice. So, let go of the past and embrace the future, because the future is full of possibilities, and you have the power to create whatever you want. You know, with the Two of Wands, I'm also sensing a real need to get a better understanding on your finances, to learn and understand investments or something in that arena. I feel like that message is really coming through strong too. The need to learn about crypto, stocks, something in that arena. And so, as we move towards the final cards, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen next. Will we see more challenges? Will we see more triumphs? Will we see more growth? Or will we see something completely unexpected? We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, take some time to reflect on these insights. Ask yourself what resonates with you, and trust that the universe is guiding you every step of the way. And I think that's a really good place to pause for now. You know, we've covered a lot of ground, and I want you to really sit with these ideas and see what comes up for you. But don't worry, we're not done yet. We still have one more card to pull, and I have a feeling it's going to be a big one. So, get ready, because the journey is about to continue. Alright, so Two of Cups. Oh my gosh, okay, so after all of that, right? With the Lovers, the Four of Cups, the Hanged Man, Justice, and then the Two of Wands, now we have the Two of Cups. And it's okay, wait, so are we talking about a real union here? Because you know the Two of Cups is all about, harmony and partnership, right? So I'm immediately thinking, okay, this decision that you're making with the Two of Wands, it's leading to something really beautiful and connected if you make the right choice. If you make the wrong choice, the Two of Cups could turn into the Five of Swords real quick, and you're going to have more problems than you anticipated. And twin flame journeys, they're so complicated, and they're so full of ups and downs that to see the Two of Cups come up, it's almost like a sigh of relief, you know? It's okay, maybe there is some hope for this connection after all. Maybe there is a chance for true love and happiness. This is a card that could also literally be about soulmates, too. So this card can be a symbol of a deep union between two souls. And with the lunar illumination theme, it could symbolize an awakening to the deep connection that you have with someone. Connecting it back to the Lovers, this Two of Cups. It's the evolved version of that initial spark, right? The Lovers is that intense, fiery passion. But the Two of Cups is like the mature, balanced love that comes after you've worked through all the challenges and you've learned to truly understand and appreciate each other. So this also shows me that you're going to have to grow up. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean you're going to have to drop the bullshit. It's time to be an adult. And with the Four of Cups, you know that apathy and disconnection, it's like the Two of Cups is the antidote to that, right? Like, it's the reminder that even when you're feeling bored or uninspired, there's still so much love and connection available to you if you're willing to open your heart and reach out to your twin flame. So it's kind of up to you to either wallow in the Four of Cups or embrace the Two of Cups. And with the Hanged Man, it's like that surrender and sacrifice. It's all leading to this point of union and harmony. Like, you had to let go of control. You had to release your ego. You had to make some sacrifices. But now, you're finally ready to receive the love and connection that you deserve. Because the Hanged Man energy mixed with the Two of Cups is like the lesson was learned. You did it. You learned what you needed to learn, and now you are being rewarded for it. And with justice, like that truth and accountability, it's all about creating a solid foundation for this partnership. Like you had to face the music. You had to take responsibility for your actions. You had to make amends. But now you're able to build a relationship that's based on honesty, integrity, and fairness. So if someone has been in the wrong, or if you have been in the wrong, have you made it right? You need to ask yourself that. And then with the Two of Wands, like all of those decisions and plans that you're making, they're all leading to this point of union and harmony. Like you're choosing a path that's aligned with your heart. You're taking action towards your dreams, and you're creating a future that's based on love and connection. So really ask yourself, are the plans that I'm making going to lead me to union? Or are they going to lead me further down the wrong path? But it's not just about romantic love, right? Like, the Two of Cups can also represent partnerships of all kinds. Like maybe you're forming a new business partnership, or maybe you're collaborating with someone on a creative project, or maybe you're just deepening your friendship with someone. This might literally be a sign of a business partnership. And I really feel like maybe you've been struggling with who you want to work with because there's been that Two of Wands energy of being like, what do I do? But this is your sign to move forward with it. And whatever it is, the Two of Cups is telling you that this is a relationship that's based on mutual respect, understanding, and support. Like, you're both bringing something valuable to the table, and you're both committed to working together to achieve a common goal. It's almost like two halves of a whole. And like in the context of a twin flame journey, that can be so powerful because twin flame relationships are all about mirroring each other and helping each other to grow. And so, when you find someone who truly sees you and understands you, and who's willing to support you on your path, it can be like the most incredible feeling in the world. It's like being seen for all that you are. And that can feel scary, but also liberating. But it's not always easy, right? Like, twin flame relationships can be incredibly challenging because they bring up all of your deepest wounds and insecurities. And so, it can be really tempting to run away or to shut down, to go back to the Four of Cups energy. But the Two of Cups is reminding you that love is worth fighting for. It's reminding you that even when things get tough, you can always find your way back to each other. You just have to be willing to communicate, to compromise, and to forgive. It's also that constant work towards forgiveness, too. Remember, you don't have to accept bad behavior, but you can forgive that person and still move on. And like thinking about the lunar illumination theme, this Two of Cups is really about igniting that mutual awareness. It's about seeing each other clearly and understanding each other deeply. And it's about creating a connection that's based on authenticity and vulnerability. If you're not truly being yourself, that can be a problem. It's about recognizing that you're both on this journey together and that you're both here to support each other's growth and evolution. And that can be like the most beautiful thing in the world. It's like having a partner in crime for life. You have to know that you both have the same end goal in mind. But it requires work, right? It requires effort. It requires a willingness to show up and be present. And it requires a commitment to creating a relationship that's based on mutual respect and understanding. No one said relationships were easy. And like thinking back to the Two of Wands, that decision that you're making, it's not just about what's best for you. It's also about what's best for the relationship. Are you sure you're making a decision that isn't selfish? Sometimes it's hard to tell. And you know, are you choosing a path that's going to lead to greater harmony and connection? Are you willing to compromise? Or are you choosing a path that's going to create more distance and conflict? Are you prioritizing your own needs over the needs of the relationship? You always need to remember that it takes two to tango. Because, ultimately, the Two of Cups is about finding that balance. It's about creating a partnership that's based on equality and reciprocity. And it's about recognizing that you're both in this together, and that you're both responsible for creating a relationship that's healthy, happy, and fulfilling. This card is also making me think about the importance of communication. Like, are you really talking to each other? Are you really sharing your feelings and your needs? Are you really listening to each other? Or are you just kind of going through the motions? Are you actually present? Because in order to create a true partnership, you have to be able to communicate openly and honestly. You have to be able to share your vulnerabilities and your fears. And you have to be willing to listen to your twin flame without judgment. You have to actually hear the words that they are saying, not what you think they are saying. It's about creating a safe space where you can both be yourselves, where you can both express your needs, and where you can both feel heard and understood. And that can be like the most amazing thing in the world. If you're constantly fighting or bickering, then it might not be there. But it requires trust, right? It requires vulnerability. It requires a willingness to be open and honest. And it requires a commitment to creating a relationship that's based on mutual respect and understanding. I'm also sensing an element of codependency here. Are you too reliant on this person? And thinking about the challenges that you've already faced in this journey, with the Four of Cups and the Hanged Man and Justice, it's like you've already proven that you're capable of overcoming obstacles. You've already proven that you're willing to fight for this connection. So don't give up now. Remember that what you went through made you stronger. The Two of Cups is reminding you that love is worth fighting for. It's reminding you that even when things get tough, you can always find your way back to each other. You just have to be willing to keep showing up, keep communicating, and keep loving. Remember the saying, this too shall pass. And as we move towards the final cards, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen next. Will we see more harmony and balance? Will we see more challenges? Or will we see something completely unexpected? You never really know, do you? The Two of Cups is a sign of hope, a promise of unity, and a reminder of the profound connection that you share with another soul. Embrace it, nurture it, and allow it to illuminate your path forward. It symbolizes the importance of relationships and connections in your life, and suggests a deep bond with someone. This card often appears when a new relationship is forming, or when an existing one is deepening. It represents mutual attraction, harmony, and understanding between two people. But it's not just romantic relationships that this card refers to. It can also indicate strong friendships, business partnerships, or familial bonds. The key is that there is a sense of equality and reciprocity within the relationship, with both parties giving and receiving in equal measure. The Two of Cups signifies a powerful connection that has the potential to bring great joy and fulfillment. It's a reminder that you are not alone, and that there are people in your life who support you and care about you. Take the time to nurture these relationships and appreciate the love and companionship they bring. This card also encourages you to be open and receptive to new connections, as they may hold unexpected blessings and opportunities. The Two of Cups embodies a deep sense of harmony, connection, and mutual respect. It invites you to embrace the power of relationships and to recognize the importance of human connection in your life. Whether it's a romantic partnership, a close friendship, or a business collaboration, this card signifies the potential for a strong and fulfilling bond. I am feeling like you are ready for a relationship. However, like any relationship, it requires effort and commitment from both sides. Communication, compromise, and understanding are essential for maintaining the harmony and balance that the Two of Cups represents. Be willing to listen to your partner, to express your own needs and desires, and to work together to overcome any challenges that may arise. Only with effort will it come to fruition. But it could also mean a collaboration of some kind that that's going to benefit you greatly. So be open to opportunities that are coming your way. And don't let fear get in the way of you moving forward. This could also be a sign that your current relationship is about to get a lot more serious. So be prepared for that, because that energy of the Two of Cups is powerful stuff. And if you're not careful, it can knock you off your feet. So, I think that it's really important to ground yourself and to stay centered. So, it looks like everything is getting ready to align for you. And it's also important to trust that the universe is guiding you towards the right people and the right experiences. You know, everything is happening for a reason, even the tough stuff. And I think that as long as you stay open, as long as you stay curious, and as long as you stay true to yourself, you're going to be just fine. You just have to move forward and trust it. And it's like we've come so far in this reading, right? We've explored the connection with the lovers, the stagnation with the Four of Cups, the surrender with the Hanged Man, the truth with justice, and the decisions with the Two of Wands. I really feel like all this has been worth it. And now, here we are with the Two of Cups, which is all about harmony and partnership. And it's like this is the culmination of all that work. This is the reward for all that effort. And this is the promise of a beautiful and fulfilling future. And it's like, you know, I can feel the excitement building, because we're almost there. We're almost at the end of this reading, but we still have one more card to pull, and I have no idea what it's going to be, but I know that it's going to be important. I know that it's going to be revealing, and I know that it's going to help us to understand this journey even more deeply. So, get ready, because the final chapter is about to begin. We're not done just yet. We still have one more card to explore, and I can't wait to see what it reveals. Will it bring even more clarity, or will it offer a new perspective on everything we've discussed? There's definitely that lingering question, right? Like, is this twin flame journey actually going to work out? Is it going to lead to lasting love and happiness? Or is it going to end in heartbreak and disappointment? I just hope that you are getting what you need out of all of this. But you know, whatever happens, I trust that you're going to be okay. Because you're strong, you're resilient, and you're capable of overcoming anything that comes your way. So, take a deep breath and get ready for the final card, because it's coming, and it's going to be epic. Because you know, twin flame journeys, they're not for the faint of heart. They require a lot of courage, a lot of vulnerability, and a lot of trust. But they're also incredibly rewarding, because they can lead to the most profound and transformative love that you've ever experienced. And I really do feel like you are deserving of love. So, don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your twin flame. And don't give up on love, because it's always possible. And it's always worth fighting for. So, with the Two of Cups, it's like you are now on the right track. You are now in alignment with your higher self. And you are now ready to receive all the blessings that the universe has in store for you. So, congratulations. You've made it this far. and you're about to cross the finish line. You just have to stay focused, stay committed, and stay true to yourself. And you're going to be just fine. With the Two of Cups, it's almost like a literal weight has been lifted off of you. And I'm sitting here thinking about what advice I would give to someone who's on a twin flame journey. And I think it would be this: don't try to force anything. Don't try to control anything. Just let things unfold naturally. And trust that everything is happening for a reason. You are not in control of everything. And sometimes it is important to remember that. Because ultimately, the most important thing is to love yourself, to accept yourself, and to be yourself. Because when you love yourself, you attract love into your life. And when you accept yourself, you create space for others to accept you. And when you're yourself, you inspire others to be themselves. And that's how you create a world that's based on love, acceptance, and authenticity. And that's what I want for you. I want you to be happy. I want you to be loved. And I want you to be yourself. So go out there and make it happen. And know that I'm here for you, cheering you on every step of the way. I'm also seeing, too, that this card is almost like a breath of fresh air in this situation. Like things are coming together, and things are finally starting to make sense after a long period of confusion. It's like you have been in the dark for a while, but now you are finally seeing the light. But with the light always comes the dark, and remember that you are not always going to be happy. You are not always going to feel good, and that's okay. It's okay to have bad days. It's okay to feel down. Just don't stay there. Don't let those feelings consume you. Acknowledge them, feel them, and then let them go. I am also really feeling like this is a card of destiny, too. Like you have to take it as it comes, because that's what life is all about. It's about the ups and downs. It's about the good times and the bad times. And it's about learning to navigate it all with grace, with courage, and with love. And I know that you can do it. I know that you have what it takes. And I know that you're going to be just fine. With the Two of Cups, I also am getting the vibe of, literally cheers. Let's celebrate. You need to take the time to be thankful for everything that you have in your life, and to appreciate all the people who love and support you. Because you are blessed, you are loved, and you are worthy of all good things. And this theme of lunar illumination, igniting mutual awareness, it just keeps coming back to me. Because it's so important to be aware of your own thoughts, your own feelings, and your own actions. And it's so important to be aware of the thoughts, the feelings, and the actions of your twin flame. Because when you're both aware, you can create a connection that's based on understanding, empathy, and compassion. So, keep shining your light. Keep illuminating the darkness, and keep igniting that mutual awareness, because that's how you create a world that's based on love, peace, and harmony. And I'm also getting this sense that there's a need to, be patient. Don't rush things. Don't force things. Just let things unfold in their own time. And trust that everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to, because the universe has a plan for you. And that plan is unfolding perfectly, even if you can't see it right now. So, have faith, trust the process, and know that everything is going to be okay. With the Two of Cups, I also am getting the vibe of being like, you need to take a day off. Like, you need to do something that you enjoy, that makes you happy, and that relaxes you. Because you deserve it. You work hard. You give a lot. And you need to take some time to recharge your batteries. I also feel like there is passion here too. So, go ahead and indulge in some self-care. Take a bath. Read a book. Watch a movie. Listen to music. Go for a walk. Spend time with friends. Whatever it is, just do something that makes you feel good. And know that you're worth it. Because, as we move closer to the final card, I'm just feeling this sense of anticipation. I'm feeling this sense of excitement. And I'm feeling this sense of hope. Because I know that you're on the right path. And I know that you're going to be just fine. So, get ready. Because the final chapter is about to begin. And it's going to be amazing. You have put in the work, and you know what to do. So, what are you waiting for? It's time to get out there and make it happen. Because you are worthy of love, and you are worthy of happiness. With the Two of Cups, I also am getting a feeling that you are very charming. Like, you have a way of making people feel good about themselves. And that's a gift. So, use it. Use it to spread love, to spread joy, and to spread positivity. Because the world needs it. And you can make a difference. So, go out there and be yourself. Be authentic. Be genuine. Be real. Because that's what people are attracted to. And that's how you create meaningful connections. And that's how you change the world. This isn't necessarily romantic, but it's the people you love. The Card of Cups is all about love, but it's about family. It's about friends. It's about your community. And it's about the people that you care about. And you know, you can always use support. And with the citrine moon and the lunar illumination theme, I think it's really important to remember that you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to manifest your dreams. And you have the power to change your life. So, believe in yourself. Trust in yourself. And know that anything is possible. So, go out there and create the life that you want. Create the relationship that you want. And create the world that you want. Because you have the power to do it. I know that you do. I have faith in you. And I'm here for you. And as we get ready to see the next card, I am also feeling like you need to trust that things are going to work out in your favor. Because they are. You just have to keep believing. You have to keep hopping. And you have to keep loving. You are so close, I can feel it. So, get ready for it. Because it's coming. And it's going to be beautiful. There is nothing that can stop you now. You have everything that you need to be successful. You just have to go out there and use it. With the Two of Cups, I also am getting the vibe of needing to trust the timing of things. Like everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to. So, don't try to rush things. Don't try to force things. Just let things unfold naturally. and trust that the universe has your back. You are on your own time, and don't compare yourself to others. And with all of that said, I think that we're ready to pull the final card. So, take a deep breath, clear your mind, and get ready to receive the message that the universe has for you. Because it's going to be powerful. It's going to be revealing. And it's going to help you to understand this journey even more deeply. So, let's do it. I'm so excited. Okay, here we go. Okay, wow, so the 10 of Swords. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Like after all of that. After the Lovers and the 2 of Cups, and all of those like we're in love, and we're so connected vibes. Then the 10 of Swords shows up. Like, it's all feeling like the end of the world. So right off the bat, I'm feeling like this is a huge wake-up call. And this card can literally mean like the end of something, whether it's a relationship or a situation. And this may not be the end all be all of the relationship, but this is definitely something that is going to be a difficult moment in time. And really what you're going to have to do is pick yourself up. It's like you've been stabbed in the back or something, you know? And in relation to all those good cards from before, this card, it's almost like the universe is laughing, you know? Like, yeah, you thought you had it all figured out. You thought you were on the right path. But surprise, here's a huge obstacle to make you stronger. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it is going to be what you need to become a stronger person. It's like something needed to dramatically end, so something better can dramatically start. Because sometimes endings are beginnings in disguise. Now, like, let's connect this back to the Lovers, okay? Because I know that card feels like a lifetime ago, but it's still relevant, right? So the Lovers is all about choice. And like, with this 10 of Swords coming up, I'm wondering if the choice that you made back then, the choice to be with this person, is now coming back to haunt you. Or has your twin flame made a decision that is now hurting you? And it's like, did you make the wrong decision? Did you ignore some red flags that you should have paid attention to? Did you let your heart lead you astray? Because this card is also about betrayal. And it's also a sign of being completely defeated. Now, you can let that defeat beat you, or you can move forward with the strength and wisdom and pick yourself back up and say, okay, that sucked, but I'm moving on and I'm becoming a better person. So ask yourself, is the partnership the real deal? Or is this a sign that things aren't going to work out? And it can literally be both. It can mean like, okay, this really, really sucked, but I learned my lesson, and I'm never going to let that happen to me again. And then, like thinking about the 4 of Cups, that apathy and disconnection, it's like, maybe that was a warning sign, right? Maybe you were feeling disconnected for a reason. Maybe your intuition was trying to tell you that something was wrong, but you ignored it. You just kept going through the motions, hoping that things would get better. And now, here you are, facing the consequences of your inaction. So, let's talk about what this may look like. It could be that this means that someone cheated. It could mean that someone is in some sort of substance abuse situation. It could mean that someone is struggling with their mental health. It can mean a number of different things. So think back to what has been going on in the relationship to determine what this could mean. Then, with the Hanged Man, that surrender and sacrifice, it's like maybe you sacrificed too much, right? Maybe you gave up too much of yourself in this relationship. Maybe you let your own needs and desires fall by the wayside. And now, you're feeling completely drained and depleted. And with the Justice card, that truth and accountability, it's like maybe someone wasn't being honest, right? Maybe someone was lying to you, or maybe you were lying to yourself. And now the truth is coming out, and it's painful. Someone is likely playing the victim, but the truth is they are not. In reality, they are probably the bully. So don't let them play that role because it's not true. And you're going to have to move on from this and pick yourself up. With this all in consideration, though, I do think that this is truly the beginning of the end. And you truly are going to be able to start a brand new chapter in your life. Then, like with the Two of Wands and that decision that you were making, maybe you made the wrong decision. I know that that's not what you wanted to hear, but I'm just telling you the truth. And it's like maybe you chose a path that wasn't aligned with your heart. Maybe you let someone else influence your decision. And now you're paying the price. But all of this said, this doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go back in time and change things. It just means that you need to make a different decision now. I also feel like there is an element of forgiveness that is needed in this situation. And like, I'm not saying that you have to forgive the person who wronged you, but I am saying that you have to forgive yourself. You have to let go of the anger, the resentment, and the bitterness. Because those emotions are only hurting you, and they're preventing you from moving on. And then, with the Two of Cups, that harmony and partnership, it's like maybe that was just an illusion, right? Maybe you thought you had found your soulmate. Maybe you thought you were building something special. But in reality, it was all just a fantasy. And now, the fantasy is over, and you're left with the cold, hard reality. It can feel so hard to move on, especially when you feel like you've put everything into this relationship, and especially because of the twin flame connection. Like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling so much energy right now. This is like a ton of bricks. But you know, I have to be honest with you. That's my job. To tell you the truth, even when it's not what you want to hear. Now, I really want you to remember to not fall into despair with this card. It's important to move forward, and this should not stop you from doing that. Okay, but let's dig a little deeper, right? Because the Ten of Swords is not just about endings. It's also about new beginnings. It's about rising from the ashes. It's about transforming yourself into something stronger and more resilient. With the Ten of Swords, it almost feels like the worst thing that could possibly happen has happened. And all that's left is to get better, to get stronger, to learn from it, and to turn it into something beautiful. It's a symbol of the potential that is within you to turn something bad into something good. I'm definitely feeling a lot of fire energy, too. And like thinking about the citrine moon, this card is shining a light on the things that need to be released. It's helping you to see the patterns that are no longer serving you. And it's giving you the courage to let go of the past and move forward. So maybe you should have saw this coming, right? Maybe there were signs all along that this relationship was doomed. But you didn't want to see them. You were too afraid of being alone. You were too invested in the fantasy. But now, the universe is forcing you to face reality. And it's painful, but it's also necessary. Because you can't build a new life until you let go of the old one. A lot of times, it's the universe intervening. This card is also about taking responsibility for your own life. It's about recognizing that you are the creator of your own reality. You're not a victim. You're not powerless. You have the ability to change your life for the better. I'm getting the sense that you are being called to really step into your power. Are you ready? It's almost like you had to go through this experience to learn a valuable lesson. And that lesson is that you deserve better. You deserve someone who loves you, who respects you, and who treats you with kindness. You deserve a relationship that's based on honesty, trust, and mutual support. And you're not going to settle for anything less. You know, this card is also reminding you that you are not alone. Even though it may feel like you're the only one who's ever gone through something like this, there are millions of people who have experienced heartbreak and loss. And they've come out stronger on the other side. So, reach out to your friends and family. Talk to a therapist. Join a support group. Do whatever it takes to get the help that you need. Because you don't have to go through this alone. It's time to lean on the people in your life that are there for you. And maybe it's time to cut off the people that are negative and that are not supportive of your growth and your healing. Because it's okay. You are not obligated to maintain relationships with people that are not serving you. And it's okay to let go of people. The thing about the Ten of Swords is that it also means the end of a cycle. And with cycles, there are beginnings. Are you ready to start that new beginning? And like thinking back to all the cards we've pulled, it's like we've gone through this whole journey together. From the initial spark of the lovers to the harmony of the Two of Cups, and now to the ending with the Ten of Swords. It's like it's been a wild ride. And I'm so grateful that you've allowed me to be a part of it. So, let's talk about something more tangible that you can literally do to get yourself out of this rut that you might find yourself in. First and foremost, I think therapy is a great option. I'm a big advocate for therapy. I think everyone should go to therapy at least once in their life. I think it's a great way to process your emotions and to learn how to cope with difficult situations. And if therapy is not an option for you, there are other things that you can do. You can journal. You can meditate. You can exercise. You can spend time in nature. You can do whatever it takes to take care of yourself and your mental health. It's also important to remember that you are not defined by this relationship. You are not defined by this experience. You are so much more than that. You are a beautiful, intelligent, and capable person, and you have so much to offer the world. And this situation does not define who you are, and it does not determine what your future is going to look like. So, don't let it. So, don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on love, because you deserve all the good things that life has to offer. It's going to feel tough, and it's not going to feel easy. You're going to have good days and bad days, but it's important to just remember to keep pushing forward and remember that the universe has a plan for you. And that plan is unfolding perfectly, even if you can't see it right now. And you know, I'm sitting here thinking about what advice I would give to someone who's going through a breakup. And I think it would be this: be kind to yourself. Allow yourself to grieve. Allow yourself to feel the pain. Don't try to suppress your emotions. Just let them flow. Because the only way to heal is to feel. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to lean on your friends and family. Don't be afraid to talk to a therapist, because you don't have to go through this alone. This card is also a reminder to take care of your physical health. Eat healthy foods. Get enough sleep. Exercise regularly. Because when you take care of your body, you take care of your mind. And when you take care of your mind, you're better able to cope with difficult situations. And don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to explore new possibilities, because you never know what you might discover. You might find a new hobby. You might meet new people. You might find a new passion. And you might just find a new love. I think the most important thing to remember is that you are worthy of love and happiness. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You are beautiful. You are intelligent. You are capable. And you deserve all the good things that life has to offer. So, go out there and claim it. Go out there and live your best life. Go out there and create the future that you want, because you have the power to do it. I know that you do. And as we come to the end of this reading, I'm just feeling this sense of hope. I'm feeling this sense of possibility. And I'm feeling this sense of excitement, because I know that you're on the right path. And I know that you're going to be just fine. But here's the thing. I can't just leave you there on this reading. Remember how the theme of this reading is lunar illumination, igniting mutual awareness. This doesn't just apply to a harmonious, loving relationship, but it also means realizing when a connection has run its course. It also means gaining the self-awareness to realize when a relationship is toxic, or when it's holding you back from achieving your full potential and your destiny. Sometimes you think the relationship is the thing, but in reality, it's a mirror reflecting back all the lessons that you need to learn. But here's the thing that I need you to know. The citrine moon energy is still there, too. Even amidst the devastation and heartache, you still are being called to awaken. You're still being illuminated, and it is important to also remain open to receiving new connections, new blessings, and new opportunities. Because you never know what the universe has in store for you. You never know who might be just around the corner. You never know what amazing things might be waiting for you. But the most important thing that I'm seeing is to work on being an individual and stop focusing on this other person. So stay open, stay curious, and stay true to yourself, and trust that everything is going to be okay. You know, and with that, I think it's time to end this reading. I know that it wasn't easy. I know that it was painful, but I also know that it was necessary. And I trust that you're going to take these insights and use them to create a better future for yourself. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of your journey. It's been an honor. But hold on, hold on. I'm getting a feeling that there's one more thing that I need to tell you. It's like this message is for someone who's been feeling lost and confused for a long time. Someone who's been searching for answers and not finding them. Someone who's been feeling like they're all alone in the world. This is your time. So here it is. You are loved. You are valued. You are worthy. And you are not alone. There are people who care about you. There are people who want to support you. And there are people who believe in you. So reach out to them. Let them know how you're feeling. And let them help you. Because you don't have to go through this alone. This reading, and specifically this card, it's all about the end of a cycle. It's about the end of something that's no longer serving you. And it's about the beginning of something new. And I think you're ready. I think you're ready to let go of the past and to move forward. I think you're ready to embrace the future and to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and purpose. I think you're ready to shine your light and to make a difference in the world. So go out there and do it. Go out there and be yourself. Go out there and live your best life because you deserve it. And I'm here for you, cheering you on every step of the way. I'm also getting the vibe that this person from your past is going to try to come back. But don't do it. This is your time to move on. And now, I really think that this is it, that we've reached the end of this reading. Thank you so much for being here with me. It's been an honor and a privilege to share these messages with you. But as the Ten of Swords signals an ending, I'm also left wondering what kind of new beginning awaits. What will you choose to create in the wake of this ending? What lessons will you carry forward? And how will you use this experience to illuminate your path and inspire others? This isn't over. It's simply a transformation into something new. And for whatever awaits you in the future, you will be able to handle it because you're not defined by this situation. You are defined by how you rise above. What happens next is up to you. And I'm so excited to see you turn something terrible into something amazing. Okay, wow, the Ten of Swords, I know that's probably not what you wanted to see, especially after all that talk about love and connection, and potential union, It's really. But the thing about tarot is, it's not always sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes it shows you the hard truths, the things you need to face in order to grow. And honestly, the Ten of Swords, it's a tough one, I'm not gonna lie. It's like the ultimate ending the feeling of being completely defeated, stabbed in the back, like everything's falling apart. It's the kind of card that makes you want to just curl up in a ball and hide, you know. And I totally get that. I really do. Because when you're on a twin flame journey, you're already dealing with so much intensity, so much emotion, so much vulnerability. And then to have this card come up, it's like, seriously, universe, what else are you gonna throw at me? But you know, the thing is, even though it feels like the end of the world right now, it's not. It's really not. It's the end of a cycle, yes, but it's also the beginning of something new. And honestly, sometimes those endings are necessary. Sometimes you have to let go of what's not working in order to make space for what is, you know. I'm getting a strong feeling that you need to trust the process here and not resist what is happening. So, take a deep breath. Allow yourself to feel the pain, the sadness, the anger, whatever emotions are coming up for you. Don't try to suppress them or push them away. Just let them flow. Because the only way to heal is to feel, you know. It's like if you try to ignore the wound, it's just gonna fester and get infected. But if you clean it out and tend to it, it'll eventually heal. And yeah, it's gonna hurt like hell in the process, but you'll come out stronger on the other side. I know that's a cliche, but it's true, you know. I also feel like you are much stronger than you think you are. And you know, it's okay to grieve. It's okay to mourn the loss of what you thought was going to be. It's okay to be angry at the universe for not giving you what you wanted. Just don't let those emotions consume you. Don't let them define you. Don't let them keep you stuck in the past. Because you deserve so much more than that, you know. It's important to be aware of your thoughts and feelings during this time. And you need to stay connected to your body. So, let's reframe this a little bit, okay? Because the Ten of Swords, it's not just about the end. It's also about the release. It's about cutting ties with what's holding you back. It's about freeing yourself from the pain and suffering. It's like you've been carrying this weight for so long, and now you finally get to put it down. It's like taking off a heavy backpack after hiking up a mountain, you know. You're exhausted, but you're also relieved. You're also lighter. You're also freer. You know, the Ten of Swords, it's about hitting rock bottom. It's about reaching the absolute lowest point. But the thing about rock bottom is, it's also a solid foundation to build on. It's like when you've got nothing left to lose. You're free to do anything. You're free to create anything. You're free to become anything. And I know you can do it. And you know, this card is also about closure. It's about bringing things to an end. It's about putting a period at the end of a sentence. It's about saying goodbye to what was and hello to what will be. It's like you've learned your lessons. You've grown from your experiences. And now it's time to move on. It's time to close this chapter and start a new one, you know. But here's the thing. Closure doesn't always mean understanding everything. Sometimes it just means accepting that you'll never get the answers you're looking for. Sometimes It just means letting go of the need to know why and trusting that everything happened for a reason, even if you don't understand it right now. You know, you need to understand that your boundaries are important here. And it's interesting because thinking back to the other cards, it's like we can see how this ending was kind of inevitable. The lovers, that initial spark, that intense connection, it was beautiful. But it was also like a warning sign, right? Because twin flame relationships, they're not always easy. They're not always meant to last forever. Sometimes they're just meant to teach you a lesson, to help you grow, to prepare you for something even better. And I think the key here is to release the pressure you might be putting on yourself. And then the Four of Cups, that apathy, that disconnection, that was another sign, right? That was your intuition telling you that something was off, that something wasn't right. But you ignored it. You brushed it aside. You hoped that things would get better, but they didn't. And that's okay. Because now you know. But hey, what's done is done. It's important that you don't focus on the past. It's time to focus on what's next for you. And then the Hanged Man, that surrender, that sacrifice, that was about letting go of control, about trusting the universe, about seeing things from a different perspective. But maybe you surrendered too much, Maybe you sacrificed too much of yourself. Maybe you lost sight of your own needs and desires. And now you're paying the price. But that's a valuable lesson to learn. And I'm sure you won't make that mistake again. Just be kind to yourself during this time. And then justice, that truth, that accountability, that was about facing the consequences of your actions, about taking responsibility for your choices. And maybe you made some mistakes, Maybe you weren't always honest with yourself or with your twin flame. Maybe you didn't always act with integrity. And now you're dealing with the fallout. But that's part of being human. We all make mistakes. The important thing is to learn from them and to move forward, It's like you learn from your mistakes. And then the Two of Wands, that decision, that choice, that was about stepping into your power, about creating your own future. But maybe you chose the wrong path, Maybe you let fear guide your decision instead of love. Maybe you let someone else influence you, and now you're regretting it. But it's not too late to change course. It's not too late to choose a different path. It's not too late to create a future that's aligned with your heart. You have the power to do that, to create the life that you want. And then the Two of Cups, that harmony, that partnership, that was about finding a soulmate, about building a deep connection, about creating a shared destiny. But maybe that was just an illusion, Maybe you projected your hopes and dreams onto this person. Maybe you ignored the red flags. Maybe you weren't really seeing them for who they were. And now the illusion is shattered, and you're left feeling heartbroken and betrayed. It's important to be able to step back and assess the situation. But even though it feels like everything's falling apart, there's still hope. There's always hope. Because the Ten of Swords, it's not the end of the story. It's just the end of a chapter, and you get to decide what happens next. You get to decide what kind of life you want to create. You get to decide who you want to be. And I know that you're capable of creating something amazing, something beautiful, something that's even better than what you had before. You just have to believe in yourself, you know. It's important to keep that in mind. So, what do you do now? How do you move forward from this? Well, the first thing is to take care of yourself, to prioritize your own needs and desires, to give yourself the love and compassion that you deserve. Because you can't pour from an empty cup, you know. So, fill yourself up first. Do things that make you happy. Spend time with people who make you feel good. Take a break from social media. Get some exercise. Eat healthy foods. Get enough sleep. Do whatever it takes to nourish your body, your mind, and your soul. I'm getting the vibe that you might need to do some journaling. And then start to rebuild your life. Set some new goals. Pursue your passions. Learn a new skill. Travel to a new place. Connect with new people. Do things that excite you, that challenge you, that make you feel alive. Because the best way to get over someone is to get under something new, you know. I don't necessarily mean a new relationship, although that's always an option. I just mean a new hobby, a new project, a new adventure. Something that takes your mind off the past and focuses you on the future. It's a good idea to think of these things ahead of time. And then, forgive. Forgive yourself for your mistakes. Forgive your twin flame for their mistakes. Forgive the universe for not giving you what you wanted. Forgive everyone who's ever hurt you. Because holding on to anger and resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die, you know. It only hurts you. So, let it go. Release the negativity and free yourself from the past. This doesn't mean that you have to be friends with this person or anything. But it does mean that you should release any of the negative energy you are harboring. And then learn from your experiences. What did this relationship teach you? What did you learn about yourself? What did you learn about love? What did you learn about life? Take those lessons and use them to create a better future. Don't repeat the same mistakes. Don't fall into the same patterns. Choose a different path. Choose a different life. Choose a different love. This is going to be the key to your success in the future. And then trust your intuition. Listen to your gut. Pay attention to the signs. Because your intuition is always guiding you, always leading you towards what's best for you. It's like a compass that's always pointing north, you know. You just have to learn how to read it. And the more you listen to it, the stronger it will become. Then you will be able to trust it. And then believe in yourself. Know that you are worthy of love and happiness. Know that you are capable of creating an amazing life. Know that you have the power to overcome any obstacle. Because you do. You really do. You just have to believe it. And I believe in you. I really do. I am confident that you can get through anything. And you know, it's not gonna be easy. There will be days when you feel like giving up. There will be days when you miss your twin flame. There will be days when you doubt yourself. But on those days, just remember why you're doing this. Remember what you're fighting for. Remember what you deserve. And keep going. Keep pushing forward. Keep believing. Because you're almost there. You're almost at the finish line. And I know that you can do it. You need to remember how strong you are. And you know, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to lean on your friends and family. It's okay to talk to a therapist. It's okay to join a support group, because you don't have to go through this alone. There are people who care about you, who want to support you, who want to help you heal. So let them be there for you. Let them hold your hand. Let them tell you that everything's going to be okay. Because it is. It really is. I know you don't see that right now, but trust me, it is. It's not always going to be easy, but I know you are strong enough to get through it. And you know, it's okay to cry. It's okay to scream. It's okay to punch a pillow. It's okay to feel angry and frustrated and sad. Just don't stay there. Don't let those emotions consume you. Don't let them define you. Acknowledge them, feel them, and then let them go. Because you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved. You deserve to live a life that's filled with joy and purpose. And you're not going to let anything stand in your way. So, you know, don't beat yourself up. And you know, it's okay to be selfish. It's okay to put yourself first. It's okay to say no. It's okay to set boundaries. Because you're not responsible for other people's happiness. You're only responsible for your own. So, take care of yourself. Protect yourself. And do what's best for you. It's not your job to save other people. And you know, it's okay to change your mind. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to try new things. It's okay to be imperfect, because you're human. And humans make mistakes. The important thing is to learn from them and to keep growing. I think everyone is a work in progress. And you know, it's okay to dream. It's okay to have big goals. It's okay to want more, because you deserve it. You deserve to have a life that's filled with passion, purpose, and joy. So, don't be afraid to dream big. Don't be afraid to reach for the stars. Don't be afraid to create the life that you want, because you have the power to do it. It's not going to be easy, but you can do it. And you know, it's okay to be alone. It's okay to be single. It's okay to not have a twin flame, because you don't need someone else to complete you. You are already whole and complete, and you are worthy of love just as you are. So, don't settle for anything less than you deserve. Wait for someone who loves you for who you are, who respects you, who supports you, and who makes you feel good about yourself. And if that person never comes along, that's okay too, because you can still have a happy and fulfilling life on your own. Self-love is so important. And you know, it's okay to be happy. It's okay to laugh. It's okay to smile. It's okay to enjoy life. Because you deserve it. You've been through so much. You've overcome so many challenges. You've earned the right to be happy. So, let yourself be happy. Let yourself be joyful. Let yourself be free. And you know, this is where I'm going to leave it with you today. And like I'm really feeling the citrine moon energy right now. Because even though this reading ended on a tough note with the Ten of Swords, it's also about awakening, about seeing the truth, about embracing change. It's about recognizing that even in the darkest of times, there's always a light to be found. And that light is within you. It's your own inner strength, your own resilience, your own ability to overcome any obstacle. And that's what's going to guide you through this, you know. You are in charge of your own destiny. So trust that. Trust yourself. Trust the universe. And know that everything is going to be okay. Because it is, I promise. You are so close. And with that, I'm sending you all my love and support. You've got this. I just know it. Have a wonderful life. This is just the beginning. Now get out there and shine. Make the world a better place. Trust the new path. You are worthy of love and respect, and you need to take care of you. Trust that the process is happening for you. Don't give up and don't give in. I'm so proud of you. Believe in yourself and you can do anything. And remember, you're not alone. Okay, so turquoise tree, right? Empowering energy, branching outward, nurturing independent growth together. That's what we're vibing with for this pile. I think that's a really beautiful energy as we move forward. Like, how can you grow together while also staying true to yourself, you know? All right, let's jump right into these cards. Ooh, this looks interesting. Okay, first up, we have the Queen of Wands. Now, isn't she just like radiating confidence? Just look at her, sitting there on her throne, holding that sunflower with her black cat. Like she knows who she is, and she's not afraid to show it. This queen, she's all about passion, energy, and taking charge. She's got this fire within her, this inner spark that just lights up everything around her. When the Queen of Wands shows up, it's like a sign that you're stepping into your power, embracing your creativity, and just owning your awesomeness. She is a leader, but of a different kind, not the type that wants to control you, but the type that wants to inspire you. She's the type of person that just naturally knows what to do and leads by example. So you just have to respect that, you know. So, in the context of a twin flame journey, this could mean that you, or your twin flame, is embodying this energy. Maybe you're finally feeling confident enough to pursue your dreams, to speak your truth, to just be unapologetically yourself. Or maybe, and this is interesting, maybe you're inspiring your twin flame to step into their own power. Like, your light is shining so brightly that it's helping them see their own potential. It could also mean, and this is something to watch out for, that you need to be careful not to become too independent. Like you don't want to shut your twin flame out or become so focused on your own goals that you forget about the connection. Remember, it's about nurturing independent growth together, right? Not just independent growth. So keep that balance in mind. Okay, what else could this Queen of Wands mean? Let's see. She could also be a sign that you need to embrace your sexuality and your sensuality. Twin flame connections are often very intense and passionate, right? So this card could be encouraging you to explore that side of yourself and your connection. Or, you know what else? Maybe you're being called to be a leader in some way. Maybe in your community, in your workplace, or even just in your family. The Queen of Wands isn't afraid to take charge and inspire others. So maybe that's what you're being asked to do too. Be that light for other people. Okay, so that's the Queen of Wands. Fiery, confident, independent, a total boss babe. Or dude, you know, whatever. Okay, so, yeah, just keep that balance in mind. And don't forget about the together part of the equation. Okay, Hugh, that was a lot. So, we have this fiery energy, this confident queen. But what's lurking beneath the surface? Ah, yes, next up we have the moon. Ooh, mysterious. Okay, this card is all about intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. It's about what's hidden, what's not quite clear, the things that lurk in the shadows. The moon is a powerful card, but it can also be a little bit scary because it represents the unknown. And you know, most people are a little afraid of the unknown, right? In the context of a twin flame journey, the moon could mean a few different things. First, it could mean that there are hidden emotions or unresolved issues that need to be addressed. Maybe one or both of you are suppressing your feelings or avoiding certain truths. Like, there's something that's not being said, something that's lurking in the shadows, and it's preventing you from moving forward. It could also mean that there's some kind of illusion or deception at play. Maybe you're not seeing things clearly, or maybe someone is not being honest with you. It could be your twin flame, or it could even be yourself. Are you being honest with yourself about what you truly want? The moon is also about intuition, so this card could be a sign that you need to trust your gut. Pay attention to your dreams, your feelings, your hunches. Your intuition is trying to tell you something, so listen up. It knows the way. The moon invites you to look at the world in a different way and realize that everything is not what it seems, because of course it isn't. What else could the moon mean? It could also mean that you're going through a period of uncertainty or confusion. Maybe you're not sure what to do next, or maybe you're feeling lost and directionless. That's okay. The moon reminds us that it's okay to not have all the answers. Sometimes we need to just sit in the darkness and wait for the light to return. It will come back. It always does. You just have to trust. In a twin flame dynamic, this can mean that you need to take some time to reflect on your feelings and your connection. Are you truly aligned with your twin flame? Are you both on the same path? Are there any hidden fears or insecurities that are holding you back? The moon invites you to go deep within yourself and find the answers that you seek. But here's the thing about the moon. It can also represent illusion. Are you seeing your twin flame or the connection as you want it to be, or as it truly is? Are you romanticizing things? Are you ignoring red flags? Be honest with yourself. It's okay to want things to work out, but you also need to be realistic. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Also, dreams could be very, very vivid right now. So pay attention to those. Write them down if you can. They are telling you something. You just have to decipher it. And remember, the moon rules the tides, so emotions are probably going to be heightened during this time. If you are someone who is affected by the moon cycles, then you may be feeling a little more anxious, maybe a little more emotional, a little more sensitive than usual. Be kind to yourself and know that it will pass. So, yeah, the moon. Mysterious, intuitive, a little bit scary, but ultimately, it's about uncovering the truth and trusting your inner guidance. Just be careful not to get lost in the shadows, and be honest with yourself about what's really going on. Okay, that was deep. So we have the fiery Queen of Wands, the mysterious moon. And that leads us to dun dun dun, the Five of Swords. Uh-oh. Okay, so the Five of Swords is not exactly a card you want to see in a reading, right? It's all about conflict, defeat, and sometimes unnecessary drama. Just look at the image. Someone is standing there with all these swords, looking smug, while everyone else is walking away defeated. Not a good look. This card often represents a situation where someone has won an argument or conflict, but at what cost? Everyone involved is feeling hurt, resentful, and just plain awful. Like nobody really wins in the Five of Swords. In the context of a twin flame journey, the Five of Swords could mean that there's been some kind of conflict or disagreement between you and your twin flame. Maybe you've had a fight. Maybe you've said things you regret. Or maybe there's just a general sense of tension and unease in the connection. It could also mean that there's some kind of competition or power struggle going on. Maybe you're both trying to be right, or maybe you're both trying to control the situation. But remember what the crystal and theme is here. Branching outward. Could this defeat actually be the thing that pushes you both to branch outward? But here's the thing about the Five of Swords. It often represents unnecessary conflict. Sometimes we create drama where there doesn't need to be any. We get caught up in our egos. We start arguing over silly things, and we end up hurting each other in the process. Does this sound familiar at all? Twin flame connections can be so intense and passionate that they can also be prone to drama. Like everything feels so important, so meaningful, that even the smallest disagreement can feel like the end of the world. But the Five of Swords is a reminder that sometimes it's better to just let things go. Is it really worth fighting over? Is it really worth sacrificing your peace of mind? This card can also represent a situation where someone is being manipulative or deceitful. Maybe someone is trying to get their way by using underhanded tactics or by playing mind games. If this is the case, it's important to stand your ground and protect yourself. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. But also, don't stoop to their level. Two wrongs don't make a right, right? The Five of Swords can also be a sign that you need to reevaluate your priorities. What's really important to you in this connection? What are you willing to fight for? and what are you willing to let go of? Sometimes the best way to win is to simply walk away from the conflict, to just let it go. What else could the Five of Swords mean? It could also mean that you're feeling defeated or discouraged. Maybe you've been trying to make things work with your twin flame, but it just seems like you're hitting a brick wall. It's okay to feel frustrated, but don't give up hope. Remember, twin flame journeys are rarely easy. They're full of challenges and obstacles, but they're also full of love and growth. And remember the theme of this reading, it's about branching outward. So this energy might be the thing that forces you to branch outward. Sometimes that's what it takes. Also, it's super important to not let your ego get involved. The Five of Swords is often a card of ego. Someone has to be right. Someone has to win. But in a twin flame connection, it's not about winning or losing. It's about growing together, learning from each other, and supporting each other. So, if you find yourself getting caught up in your ego, take a step back and ask yourself what's really important. Is it more important to be right or to be happy? Okay, so yeah, the Five of Swords. Conflict, defeat, unnecessary drama. But also a reminder to let go of your ego, to reevaluate your priorities, and to focus on what's truly important. So, with all of that, let's put it all together, okay? We have the Queen of Wands, the Moon, and the Five of Swords. So, what's the story here? How do these cards connect? Well, first of all, I think it's clear that there's a lot of intensity and emotion going on in this connection. You've got the fiery passion of the Queen of Wands, the hidden emotions of the Moon, and the conflict of the Five of Swords. It's like a pressure cooker. So, it makes sense that things may be bubbling to the surface. Maybe, like, all of this is happening at the same time. You're stepping into your power, Queen of Wands, and that is causing the illusions to reveal themselves. The Moon, which is causing conflict with your twin flame, Five of Swords. Or the other way around. Or something else completely. That's the beauty of tarot, right? So many possibilities. It could also mean, and this is interesting, that the conflict Five of Swords is actually a catalyst for growth, branching outward. Maybe the challenges you're facing with your twin flame are forcing you to confront your own issues and insecurities, the Moon. And as you heal those wounds, you're stepping into your power and becoming more confident and independent Queen of Wands. Like the conflict is actually pushing you to become the best version of yourself. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe the Queen of Wands energy is actually contributing to the conflict. Maybe you're being too independent, too focused on your own goals, and not paying enough attention to your twin flame's needs. Remember, it's about nurturing independent growth together, not just independent growth. So, maybe you need to find a better balance. The Moon suggests that there are hidden things at play, and that you have to trust your intuition to see what is actually there. There could be a fear of being too vulnerable, so you are pushing the person away. There could be a fear of not being vulnerable, so you are pushing the person away. Both things are possible. But here's the thing I am seeing, based on the turquoise tree marker you chose. The message I am getting is that this is all about empowerment. This is about finding your inner strength and stepping into your power, even in the face of challenges and conflict. It's about remembering who you are, what you want, and what you deserve. And it's about nurturing your own growth and independence, while also staying connected to your twin flame, even if that means branching outward. So, I think the key here is to be honest with yourself and with your twin flame. Communicate openly and honestly about your feelings, your needs, and your expectations. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, but also don't be afraid to stand your ground. And remember, it's okay to disagree. Conflict is a natural part of any relationship, but it's how you handle the conflict that matters. Choose your battles wisely, and don't let your ego get in the way. Also, don't forget to take care of yourself. Twin flame journeys can be emotionally draining, so it's important to prioritize your own well-being. Make sure you're getting enough rest, eating healthy, exercising, and doing things that bring you joy. And don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. Talk to a therapist, a trusted friend, or a spiritual advisor. You don't have to go through this alone. So yeah, that's kind of the overall message I'm getting from these 3 cards. It's a complex and challenging situation, but it's also an opportunity for growth and empowerment. Just remember to stay true to yourself, trust your intuition, and communicate openly and honestly. And don't forget to branch outward when you need to, but always find your way back to each other. I'm also getting that this isn't just about the twin flame dynamic. This is about your individual journey and how it plays into the twin flame dynamic. These individual lessons need to be addressed first and foremost before you can be an effective partner with anyone. This might be the lesson here that you are not seeing. These cards might be showing you that you still have healing to do on your own. Remember, the turquoise tree is all about empowering you to grow and expand. And sometimes that means facing difficult truths and making tough decisions. But you are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy of love and happiness. Keep that in mind as you navigate this journey. Okay, Hugh, that was a lot. So we've covered the Queen of Wands, the Moon, the Five of Swords, and how they all connect. I'm super excited to see what's next because I feel like we're just scratching the surface here. I'm also excited to see how this all plays out. Remember to stay empowered and true to yourself throughout it all. Remember that you are a powerful person no matter what happens in the relationship. I think the most important thing I can stress to you is not to forget about yourself, and don't lose yourself. It is so easy to do in relationships and twin flame relationships, but at the end of the day, you have to choose yourself, and you have to love yourself, and you have to be okay by yourself. That's where the empowerment comes in. So don't forget that, okay? Okay. So let's move on to the next card. Ah, I'm so excited. What's coming up next? Okay, so where were we? Yeah, so much going on already, right? Queen of Wands, Moon, Five of Swords, and now the Empress. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, so first things first. Let's just look at the Empress card, right? I mean, she's like the ultimate feminine energy. Like abundance, nurturing, creativity, all that good stuff. She's usually depicted as this beautiful woman, often pregnant or surrounded by lush greenery. She's connected to Mother Earth, to fertility, to growth. She's all about creating and nurturing life in all its forms. So, in the context of a twin flame journey, the Empress could mean a few different things. First of all, it could be a sign that this connection is meant to be fruitful, like it's meant to create something beautiful and lasting. It could represent a deepening of the bond, a move towards commitment, or even the creation of a family, if that's something you both want. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets interesting, especially considering the other cards we've pulled. The Empress can also represent a need for control. Like, she's so used to creating and nurturing that she can sometimes become a little bit overbearing, you know. She can try to control the situation to make sure everything is going according to her plan. And that's where the potential conflict comes in, especially with that Five of Swords energy we saw earlier. So, let's think about this. We've got the Queen of Wands, who is all about independence and confidence, right? And then we have the Empress, who is all about nurturing and creation. These are both powerful feminine energies, but they can also clash if they're not balanced. Like the Queen of Wands might feel stifled by the Empress's need for control, while the Empress might see the Queen of Wands as being too independent and not nurturing enough. And then you throw the Moon into the mix, with all its hidden emotions and illusions, and the Five of Swords, with its conflict and ego. It's like a recipe for drama, right? So, what's the story here? How do these cards all connect? Well, one possibility is that you, or your twin flame, is embodying the Empress energy. Maybe you're feeling a strong desire to create something together, to build a life together, to start a family. But maybe, and this is a big maybe, you're also trying to control the situation a little bit too much. Maybe you're trying to force things to happen. Or maybe you're not giving your twin flame enough space to be themselves. And that's where the conflict comes in, right? The Five of Swords could be representing a power struggle, a clash of wills. Maybe you're both trying to be in charge, and that's creating tension and resentment. And the Moon is just adding to the confusion, because there are probably hidden emotions and insecurities fueling the conflict. But here's another possibility, and this is where it gets really interesting. Maybe the Empress is actually a call to embrace your feminine side, to connect with your intuition, to nurture yourself and your connection. After all that conflict from the Five of Swords, maybe the answer is to soften, to be more compassionate, to be more understanding. Maybe you need to let go of the need to control everything and just trust the process. Trust that the universe is guiding you both, and that everything is happening for a reason. And maybe, just maybe, that's what the turquoise tree energy is all about. Empowering independent growth together. It's not about controlling the other person or the relationship. It's about nurturing your own growth while also supporting your twin flame's growth. So, how do you do that? How do you balance the need for control with the need for independence? How do you embrace your feminine side without losing your power? Well, that's the million-dollar question, right? But I think the key is communication. Talking openly and honestly about your feelings, your needs, and your expectations. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, to share your fears and insecurities. But also, don't be afraid to stand your ground and assert your boundaries. It's all about finding that balance, that middle ground where you can both feel safe, supported, and empowered. And remember the moon. Trust your intuition. If something feels off, pay attention to that feeling. It's probably trying to tell you something. Maybe there's a hidden issue that needs to be addressed, or maybe you're just not seeing things clearly. Take some time to reflect, to meditate, to connect with your inner wisdom. The answers are within you. You just have to listen. Okay, so let's say you are embodying that Empress energy, right? Maybe you're feeling super creative, super fertile, full of ideas and projects. That's amazing. But are you sharing that energy with your twin flame? Or are you just running with it on your own? Are you including them in your creative process? Or are you shutting them out? Because if you're not careful, that could lead to conflict. They might feel like you're not valuing their input, or that you're not making them a priority. And that's where the Five of Swords comes in again. So, it's important to be mindful of how you're using your Empress energy. Are you using it to nurture and create together? Or are you using it to control and dominate? On the flip side, maybe your twin flame is the one embodying the Empress energy. Maybe they're the ones who are feeling the need to control the situation, or who are being overly nurturing. If that's the case, it's important to communicate your needs clearly and assert your boundaries. Don't be afraid to say no or to ask for space. It's okay to need time to yourself, to pursue your own interests and goals. Remember, the Queen of Wands is all about independence, so don't let the Empress stifle your fire. It's all about finding that balance, right? Okay, so what else could the Empress mean in this context? Let's see. It could also be a sign that you need to connect with your physical body. Twin flame connections can be so intense and emotional that it's easy to get lost in your head. But the Empress is a reminder to come back to your senses, to connect with the earth, to appreciate the beauty of the physical world. Take a walk in nature, get a massage, dance, cook a delicious meal. Do things that make you feel good in your body. This can also help to ground your energy and to release any tension or stress that you're holding onto. It could be as simple as taking a nice bath, Light some candles, put on some relaxing music, and just soak away all the stress and drama. Or you know what else? The Empress is all about sensuality. So, maybe this is a call to explore your sensuality with your twin flame. Twin flame connections are often very passionate and intimate. So this could be a time to deepen that connection through physical touch, through lovemaking, through just being present with each other in your bodies. But again, it's all about balance. Don't let the physical intimacy become a substitute for emotional intimacy. Make sure you're also connecting on a deeper level, sharing your thoughts and feelings, and being vulnerable with each other. Because if you're not careful, the physical connection can become empty and meaningless. Okay, so let's bring it back to the turquoise tree energy for a second, right? Empowering independent growth together. How does the Empress fit into that? Well, I think it's about finding that balance between nurturing yourself and nurturing your connection. It's about creating a life that is both fulfilling for you as an individual and supportive of your relationship. It's about empowering yourself to grow and expand, while also empowering your twin flame to do the same. And that's not always easy, right? It takes work, it takes communication, it takes trust. But it's worth it, because when you can find that balance, you can create a truly amazing and lasting connection. Okay, so we've talked about a lot of different possibilities here. The Empress as a sign of creation and abundance. The Empress as a need for control. The Empress as a call to embrace your feminine side. The Empress as a connection to your physical body. So, how do you know which interpretation is the right one for you? Well, that's where your intuition comes in. What feels right to you? What resonates with you on a deep level? Trust your gut and let it guide you. And don't be afraid to experiment. Try different things and see what works. There's no one-size-fits-all answer here. Every twin flame journey is unique, and what works for one couple might not work for another. So, be open to trying new things, to exploring different possibilities, and to finding what works best for you. And remember, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to stumble and fall. The important thing is to learn from your mistakes and to keep moving forward. Twin flame journeys are rarely easy, but they're always worth it, because they're an opportunity to grow, to heal, and to become the best version of yourself. And that's what the Empress is all about, right? Nurturing growth, creating abundance, and empowering yourself to live a life that is full of joy, love, and fulfillment. Okay, so yeah, the Empress. Powerful, nurturing, creative, and a little bit controlling, maybe. But ultimately, it's about embracing your feminine energy, connecting with your intuition, and creating a life that is both fulfilling for you and supportive of your twin flame connection. But here's a question. How much are you mothering your twin flame? Are you treating them like a child instead of a partner? The Empress can sometimes fall into the trap of being too nurturing, of smothering the other person with love and attention. And that can be just as damaging as being too distant or independent. So, it's important to be mindful of that dynamic. Are you giving your twin flame the space they need to grow and develop on their own? Or are you trying to control their every move? Are you supporting their dreams and goals? Or are you trying to mold them into someone you want them to be? Because if you're not careful, you can end up stifling their growth and creating resentment in the relationship. And that's the opposite of what you want, right? You want to empower them to be their best selves, not to control them or to make them dependent on you. So it's important to step back and ask yourself some tough questions. Are you being too controlling? Are you giving your twin flame enough space? Are you respecting their boundaries? If the answer to any of these questions is no, then it's time to make some changes. It's time to let go of the need to control everything and to trust that your twin flame is capable of making their own decisions. It's time to support their growth and to celebrate their independence. Because that's what true love is all about, right? Empowering each other to be the best versions of yourselves. Also, I'm getting a sense that maybe you need to focus on nurturing yourself right now. The Empress is often associated with self-care, with taking time to nourish your body, mind, and spirit. And maybe that's what you need to do right now. Maybe you've been so focused on your twin flame connection that you've neglected your own needs. If that's the case, then it's time to shift your focus. It's time to prioritize your own well-being and to do things that make you feel good. Take a yoga class, get a massage, spend time in nature, read a good book, listen to music, meditate. Do whatever it takes to recharge your batteries and to reconnect with yourself. Because when you're feeling good, you're better able to show up for your twin flame and to nurture your connection. And remember, self-care is not selfish. It's essential. You can't pour from an empty cup. So, take the time to fill your own cup so that you have plenty to share with your twin flame. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here, right? We've talked about the Empress in all its glory and how it connects to the other cards we've pulled. But I think the key takeaway here is that balance is essential. You need to balance your need for control with your need for independence. You need to balance your desire to nurture with your desire to be nurtured. And you need to balance your focus on your twin flame connection with your focus on your own well-being. It's a delicate dance, but it's a dance that is worth learning. Because when you can find that balance, you can create a truly amazing and lasting connection. And that's what the turquoise tree energy is all about, right? Empowering independent growth together. It's not about sacrificing your own needs or desires for the sake of the relationship. It's about finding a way to grow and expand together while also staying true to yourself. And that's a beautiful thing. Okay, so before we move on to the next card, I just want to reiterate one thing. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Twin flame journeys can be challenging, and it's okay to need support. Talk to a therapist, a trusted friend, or a spiritual advisor. Join a twin flame support group. There are people out there who understand what you're going through and who can offer guidance and support. You don't have to go through this alone. And remember, you are not alone. There are millions of people all over the world who are on twin flame journeys. You are part of a global community of souls who are awakening to their true potential and who are helping to raise the vibration of the planet. So, take heart and know that you are supported. Okay, so, yeah, the Empress. A powerful reminder of the importance of nurturing, creation, and balance, but also a reminder to watch out for the need for control and to prioritize your own well-being. It's all about finding that middle ground, that sweet spot where you can both thrive. All right, so we've got the Queen of Wands, the Moon, the Five of Swords, and the Empress. What a combination. I'm so curious to see what's coming up next. I feel like we're just getting started here. It's like each card is peeling back another layer of the onion, revealing more and more about this complex and fascinating journey. And I'm so excited to see what the next card has to reveal. I have a feeling it's going to be a big one. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, let's do it. What's the next card? I'm so excited I can't wait. I wonder what it could be. It could be anything at this point, right? We've already seen so much. Queen of Wands, Moon, Five of Swords, and Empress. What is the universe trying to tell you here? This reading is just so amazing. It's like every card is connected, and they're all building on each other. I can't believe how much we've uncovered already. It's like we're detectives, solving a mystery. And the mystery is your twin flame journey. And I am so excited to see what the next clue is. Are you excited? I know I am. Okay, drum roll please. Let's see what's next. I'm so ready. Okay, here we go. I am just so excited to do this work with you. Because this twin flame dynamic is just so intense, you know. And it can bring up so much stuff. But it's also so rewarding. Because when you can work through all the challenges, you can create something truly beautiful and lasting. And I think that's what you're doing here. You're working through the challenges, you're facing your fears, and you're becoming the best version of yourself. And that's why I'm so excited to be a part of this journey with you. Because I know that you're capable of amazing things. You are such a strong and powerful person, and you have so much love to give. And I know that you're going to find your way to your twin flame, and you're going to create a beautiful life together. I just know it. And I'm so honored to be able to help you along the way. Okay, so, yeah, let's get to the next card. I'm just rambling at this point. I'm so excited, I can't help myself. Okay, here we go. What's next? I am literally on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to see what the universe has in store for you. Okay, let's do this. And also just remember the crystal that you chose, okay? I think that is super important. The turquoise tree. So that is all about branching outward. And it's all about empowering independent growth together. So keep that in mind as we are moving forward. Because even if the cards are telling us a bunch of different things, at the end of the day, we still have that theme to fall back on. We have that foundation to work with. So, keep that in mind. Don't forget about that. because that is so super important. Okay, all right, next card. Here we go, so ready. This is so fun, I am like, seriously, having a blast. This is awesome. I love doing readings, and I especially love doing readings for people that I care about, because I just want to help you in any way that I can. And I think that tarot is such a powerful tool for guidance and insight. It can help you to see things from a different perspective, and it can help you to make better decisions. So I am just so happy to be able to share this gift with you. And I am so grateful that you trust me to do this for you. It means the world to me. Okay, seriously, next card. I'm done rambling now, I promise. Okay. Deep breaths. Focus. Next card. Here we go, I'm so ready. Okay, here we go. The anticipation is killing me. I literally can't wait. I'm so excited. This is so fun. Okay, so the next card we have here is the Seven of Swords. Ooh, sneaky. Okay, so like first impressions, right? What do you see when you look at this card? Usually, it's someone kinda creeping away with a bunch of swords, right? Like they're getting away with something, or they're like avoiding confrontation. It's a card about like maybe not being entirely honest, or doing things in a way that's not completely above board, you know? So, in general, the Seven of Swords can mean a few different things. It can be about deception, trickery, or feeling like you have to be sneaky to get what you want. Maybe you're cutting corners, or maybe you're not being entirely truthful with yourself or with others. It can also be about feeling like you're being taken advantage of, or that someone is trying to deceive you. But, and this is important, it's not always a negative card. Sometimes, the Seven of Swords can represent cleverness, resourcefulness, or finding a way to outsmart your opponents. Maybe you're in a situation where you feel like you have to be strategic and think outside the box to succeed. It could be that you are the only one that can see this, and it requires moving a little bit differently to get the message across. Okay, so how does this fit into the context of a twin flame journey, especially with all the other cards we've pulled? That's the big question, right? Well, let's think about it. We've got the Queen of Wands, who is all about confidence and independence, but also maybe a little bit headstrong. Then we have the Moon, which is like hidden emotions and illusions galore. And the Five of Swords, that's just pure conflict and ego. And then the Empress, with her nurturing energy, but also potential for control. And now we have the Seven of Swords. This can just add a little bit of spice to the story. One possibility, and this is something to consider, is that the Seven of Swords is related to the illusions of the moon. Maybe there's something that's not being said, or something that's being hidden, either from yourself or from your twin flame. Maybe one of you is being dishonest, or maybe you're both avoiding a difficult truth. And that's creating this feeling of sneakiness or deception. Like, maybe you're pretending that everything is okay when it's really not, you know. Or maybe you're hiding your true feelings because you're afraid of being vulnerable. Or maybe And this is a big maybe. Your twin flame is not being entirely honest with you. The moon is all about hidden things, so this could be a warning to pay attention to your intuition and to look beneath the surface. But, and this is important, it's not necessarily malicious, you know. It could be that someone is just trying to protect themselves, or that they're afraid of hurting the other person. But even with good intentions, dishonesty can damage a relationship. Another possibility, and this is where it gets interesting, is that the Seven of Swords is connected to the conflict of the Five of Swords. Maybe you're in a situation where you feel like you have to fight dirty to get what you want. Maybe you're resorting to manipulation or underhanded tactics to win an argument. And that's just going to make things worse in the long run. Like maybe you're trying to prove that you're right, even if it means hurting your twin flame in the process. Or maybe you're trying to control the situation, even if it means being sneaky or deceptive. But remember, the Five of Swords is all about ego, and the Seven of Swords can be a sign that your ego is getting in the way of your connection. And this is a big, but it could also be that you're the one being taken advantage of. Maybe your twin flame is the one who's being sneaky or manipulative, and you need to protect yourself. It's important to stand your ground and to assert your boundaries, even if it means being assertive or confronting them. And remember the Queen of Wands. Stand tall. Okay, so let's think about the Empress for a second. How does the Seven of Swords relate to her nurturing and creative energy? Well, one possibility is that the Seven of Swords is a sign that you're not being true to yourself in your creative pursuits. Maybe you're trying to create something that's not authentic, or maybe you're compromising your values to achieve success. You have to be careful with that because it can really backfire. Like, maybe you're trying to please other people, or maybe you're afraid of being judged. But the Empress is all about embracing your true self and expressing your creativity in a way that's authentic and meaningful. So the Seven of Swords could be a reminder to stay true to your vision and to not let fear or insecurity get in the way. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe you're feeling stifled by the Empress's need for control. Maybe you feel like you have to be sneaky or deceptive to maintain your independence. And that's where the conflict comes in, right? The Queen of Wands wants to be free and independent, but the Empress wants to nurture and control. And the Seven of Swords could be a sign that you're trying to navigate this tension in a way that's not entirely honest. Maybe you're agreeing to things that you don't really want to do, or maybe you're hiding your true feelings to avoid conflict. But here's the thing, and this is super important. Dishonesty always comes back to bite you in the end. It might seem like the easy way out in the short term, but it's going to create problems down the road. So, it's always better to be honest and authentic, even if it's difficult, even if it means having a tough conversation. Because in the long run, that's what's going to create a stronger and more fulfilling connection. And that's what the turquoise tree energy is all about, right? Empowering independent growth together. It's not about sacrificing your own needs or desires for the sake of the relationship. It's about finding a way to grow and expand together while also staying true to yourself. And that requires honesty, vulnerability, and a willingness to communicate openly and honestly. So let's bring it back to the Queen of Wands for a second. How does the Seven of Swords relate to her confidence and independence? Well, one possibility is that the Seven of Swords is a sign that you're not being confident enough in your own abilities. Maybe you're doubting yourself, or maybe you're afraid of taking risks. And that's causing you to be sneaky or deceptive in some way. Like maybe you're trying to take credit for someone else's work, or maybe you're exaggerating your accomplishments. But the Queen of Wands is all about owning your awesomeness and being confident in your own skin. So, the Seven of Swords could be a reminder to believe in yourself and to trust your own abilities. You got this. You really do. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe you're being too independent. Maybe you're so focused on your own goals that you're neglecting your twin flames' needs. And that's causing them to feel like they have to be sneaky or deceptive to get your attention. Like, maybe they're trying to manipulate you, or maybe they're just trying to get you to notice them. But either way, it's a sign that there's a lack of communication and understanding in the connection. So, it's important to take a step back and to ask yourself if you're truly being present and supportive. Okay, so what else could the Seven of Swords mean in this context? Let's see. It could also be a sign that you're feeling overwhelmed or stressed out. Maybe you have too much on your plate and you're trying to cut corners to get everything done. And that's causing you to be dishonest or deceptive in some way. This can happen to anyone, right? Like, maybe you're procrastinating, or maybe you're making excuses for not following through on your commitments. But the Seven of Swords could be a reminder to prioritize your tasks and to focus on what's truly important. It's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to say no to things that you can't handle. You don't have to do everything yourself. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe you're feeling trapped or restricted in some way. Maybe you feel like you don't have any control over your own life, and you're resorting to sneaky tactics to regain your freedom. Like, maybe you're rebelling against authority, or maybe you're breaking the rules just to see what happens. But the Seven of Swords could be a sign that you need to find a healthier way to express your independence. It's okay to challenge the status quo, but it's important to do it in a way that's respectful and responsible. So, how do you navigate this Seven of Swords energy in a way that's aligned with the turquoise tree theme of empowering independent growth together? Well, I think it's about being honest with yourself and with your twin flame about your needs and desires. It's about communicating openly and honestly, even when it's difficult. And it's about finding creative solutions that allow both of you to thrive. Like, Maybe you need to set better boundaries, or maybe you need to find a new way to express your creativity. Or maybe you just need to have a heart-to-heart conversation and clear the air. Whatever it is, the key is to be proactive and to not let things fester, because the longer you wait, the worse it's going to get. And no one wants that. Okay, so let's say you are feeling like you have to be sneaky or deceptive in some way. What can you do to change that? Well, the first step is to identify why you're feeling that way. What's causing you to feel like you can't be honest or authentic? Is it fear? Is it insecurity? Is it a lack of trust? Once you understand the root cause of the problem, you can start to address it. Like, maybe you need to work on building your self-confidence, or maybe you need to learn how to communicate more effectively. Or maybe you just need to let go of some old baggage that's holding you back. Whatever it is, be patient with yourself and remember that change takes time. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Talk to a therapist, a trusted friend, or a spiritual advisor. There are people who care about you and who want to support you. You don't have to go through this alone. On the flip side, let's say you suspect that your twin flame is being sneaky or deceptive. What can you do? Well, the first thing is to trust your intuition. If something feels off, pay attention to that feeling. It's probably trying to tell you something. The moon is there for a reason, right? And then gather as much information as you can. Observe their behavior, listen to what they say, and pay attention to the details. Are they being consistent? Are they being truthful? Are they avoiding certain topics? The more information you have, the better equipped you'll be to make a decision. And then confront them. But do it in a way that's calm and respectful. Don't accuse them of anything. Just express your concerns and ask them to be honest with you. Be prepared for them to deny it or to get defensive. But stay firm and stand your ground. You deserve to know the truth, but do all of this with kindness. Don't let the ego get involved, and then be prepared to walk away. If they're not willing to be honest with you, or if they continue to be sneaky or deceptive, then you need to protect yourself. It's okay to end the relationship, even if it hurts. You deserve to be with someone who is honest and trustworthy. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here, right? We've talked about the Seven of Swords in all its sneaky glory and how it connects to the other cards we've pulled. But I think the key takeaway here is that honesty is essential. Honesty with yourself and honesty with your twin flame. Without honesty, there can be no trust, and without trust, there can be no lasting connection. And that's what the turquoise tree energy is all about, right? Empowering independent growth together. It's about building a relationship that's based on honesty, trust, and mutual respect. And that requires a willingness to be vulnerable, to communicate openly and honestly, and to support each other's growth. So, how do you cultivate honesty in your twin flame connection? Well, it starts with being honest with yourself. What are your needs? What are your desires? What are your fears? Once you understand yourself, you can start to communicate those things to your twin flame. And then listen to them. Really listen. Pay attention to what they're saying and try to understand their perspective. Don't interrupt, don't judge, just listen. And then respond with empathy and compassion. Let them know that you understand their feelings and that you care about their well-being. This is the best way to build trust. And then be willing to forgive. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone says things they don't mean. Everyone has moments of weakness. The key is to be willing to forgive each other and to move forward. Because holding onto grudges is just going to poison the relationship. So yeah, the Seven of Swords. A sneaky card for sure, but also a card about cleverness, resourcefulness, and the importance of honesty. And a reminder that, ultimately, the best way to navigate any challenge in your twin flame journey is to stay true to yourself, to communicate openly and honestly, and to support each other's growth, even when it's hard. Also, I'm getting a sense that maybe you are hiding something from yourself, something that you don't want to admit, or something that you are afraid to face. And that's causing you to project that energy onto your twin flame. Maybe you're accusing them of being dishonest, when really, it's you who's being dishonest with yourself. If that's the case, then it's time to take a good, hard look in the mirror. What are you hiding? What are you afraid of? What do you need to face? Because until you can be honest with yourself, you can't be honest with anyone else. It's just not possible. And that's what the moon is all about, right? Uncovering the hidden truths and facing your deepest fears. It's not always easy, but it's necessary for growth. So be brave, be honest, and be willing to do the work. You got this. You really, really do. This reading is going to help. Okay, so before we move on to the final card, I just want to reiterate one thing. Trust your intuition. If something feels off, pay attention to that feeling. It's probably trying to tell you something. The universe is always trying to guide you, but you have to be willing to listen. And that means trusting your gut, even when it doesn't make sense. And remember the turquoise tree. Stay connected to that energy of empowering independent growth together, because that's the key to navigating any challenge in your twin flame journey. It's about finding a way to grow and expand together, while also staying true to yourself. And that requires honesty, trust, and a willingness to communicate openly and honestly, and a little bit of sneaky resourcefulness when you need it. Okay, so yeah, we've got the Queen of Wands, the Moon, the Five of Swords, the Empress, and now the Seven of Swords. What a wild ride. I'm so curious to see what the final card is going to be. I feel like it's going to tie everything together and give us a clear direction forward. Are you excited? I know I am. Okay, here we go. I am literally on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to see what the universe has in store for you. Okay, let's do this. And also just remember the crystal that you chose, okay? I think that is like super important. The turquoise tree. So that is all about branching outward, it's all about empowering independent growth together. So keep that in mind as we are moving forward. Because even if the cards are telling us a bunch of different things, at the end of the day, we still have that theme to fall back on. We have that foundation to work with. So, keep that in mind. Don't forget about that, because that is so super important. Okay, all right, last card. Here we go, so ready. This is so fun, I am seriously having a blast. This is awesome. I love doing readings, and I especially love doing readings for people that I care about, because I just want to help you in any way that I can. And I think that tarot is such a powerful tool for guidance and insight. It can help you to see things from a different perspective, and it can help you to make better decisions. So, I am just so happy to be able to share this gift with you. And I am so grateful that you trust me to do this for you. It means the world to me. Okay, seriously, last card. I'm done rambling now. I promise. Okay. Deep breaths. Focus. Next card. Here we go. I'm so ready. Okay, here we go. The anticipation is killing me. I literally can't wait. I'm so excited. This is so fun. Okay, so now we have the Wheel of Fortune. Ooh, exciting. Okay, first things first. Let's just take a look at the card, right? The Wheel of Fortune is a classic tarot card, and it's usually depicted as this big wheel turning, with different figures clinging to it, some going up, some going down. It's all about cycles, change, and the ebb and flow of life. It's about luck, destiny, and the idea that what goes around comes around. When the Wheel of Fortune shows up, it's like a sign that things are about to change, whether you're ready or not. It can be a really exciting card because it means that new opportunities are on the horizon. But it can also be a little bit scary because it means that you're not totally in control. Sometimes the wheel turns in your favor, and sometimes it doesn't. So, in general, the Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that life is always changing, and that we have to be adaptable and resilient. We have to learn to roll with the punches and to embrace the unexpected, because you never know what's going to happen next. Okay, so how does this fit into the context of a twin flame journey, especially with all the other cards we've pulled? That's the million-dollar question, right? Well, let's think about it. We've got the Queen of Wands, who is all about confidence and independence, but also maybe a little bit headstrong, like we said before. Then we have the Moon, which is hidden emotions and illusions galore. And the Five of Swords, that's just pure conflict and ego. And then the Empress, with her nurturing energy, but also potential for control. And the Seven of Swords, sneaky, a little bit of deception in there. And now we have the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, this is getting interesting. So one possibility, and this is something to consider, is that the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that your twin flame journey is about to take a major turn. Something big is about to happen that's going to change everything. It could be a positive change, like a deepening of the connection, a move towards commitment, or even a reunion after a period of separation. Or it could be a negative change, like a breakup, a betrayal, or some other kind of heartbreak. The wheel of fortune is unpredictable, so you really can't know for sure what's going to happen. But what you can know is that things are not going to stay the same. So, how do you prepare for that? How do you brace yourself for whatever's coming? Well, I think the key is to stay grounded and centered, to remember who you are and what you want, to trust that the universe has a plan for you, even if you can't see it right now, and to be open to whatever opportunities come your way. Because even if things don't go exactly as you planned, there's always a chance that something even better is waiting for you just around the corner. But, and this is important, the Wheel of Fortune is not just about luck or fate. It's also about choice. We always have the power to make our own decisions, even when it feels like we're being swept along by the current. We can choose to react to change in a positive way, or we can choose to resist it. We can choose to learn from our mistakes, or we can choose to repeat them. We can choose to focus on the good, or we can choose to dwell on the bad. The Wheel of Fortune reminds us that we are the co-creators of our own destiny. We have the power to influence the outcome, even if we can't control everything that happens. So, how do you use that power wisely? How do you make choices that are aligned with your highest good? Well, I think the key is to listen to your intuition. The moon is still there in the background, reminding us to trust our gut and to pay attention to our inner guidance. If something feels right, go for it. If something feels wrong, steer clear. Your intuition is your compass, and it will always lead you in the right direction. But, and this is a big, but it's also important to be realistic. The Wheel of Fortune can sometimes create illusions. It can make you believe that things are better than they really are, or that things are worse than they really are. So, it's important to see things clearly and to not get carried away by your emotions. The Five of Swords is still there too, reminding us to watch out for conflict and ego. Don't let your pride or your fear get in the way of making good decisions. Be honest with yourself and with your twin flame, even if it's difficult. Honesty is always the best policy, especially when things are changing rapidly. Okay, so let's think about the Queen of Wands for a second. How does the Wheel of Fortune relate to her confidence and independence? Well, one possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that you're about to step into your power in a big way. You're about to embrace your confidence and your independence like never before. You're about to realize that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And that's incredibly exciting. But, and this is something to watch out for, the Wheel of Fortune can also be a test of your confidence. It can throw unexpected challenges your way and make you question your abilities. It can make you feel like you're not good enough or that you're not strong enough. And that's when it's really important to remember who you are, to remember your worth, to remember your strengths, and to remember that you've overcome challenges before. You've got this. You really, really do. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that you need to let go of some of your control. The Queen of Wands can sometimes be a little bit too independent, a little bit too self-reliant. And the Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that we can't always do everything ourselves. Sometimes we need to surrender to the flow of life and to trust that the universe has our back. It's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to lean on others. You don't have to do it all alone. Okay, so let's think about the Empress now. How does the Wheel of Fortune relate to her nurturing and creative energy? Well, one possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that you're about to create something amazing. You're about to give birth to a new idea, a new project, a new relationship, or a new way of life. And that's incredibly exciting. The Empress is all about abundance and fertility, so this could be a time of great creativity and productivity. And this is something to be mindful of, the Wheel of Fortune can also disrupt your plans. It can throw unexpected obstacles in your way and make it difficult to bring your ideas to fruition. It can make you feel frustrated and discouraged. And that's when it's really important to stay focused on your vision, to remember why you started in the first place, and to not give up on your dreams. The Empress is all about perseverance and determination. So keep going, even when it's hard. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that you need to let go of some of your control. The Empress can sometimes be a little bit too controlling, a little bit too focused on making things happen according to her plan. And the Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that we can't always force things to happen. Sometimes we need to surrender to the flow of life and to trust that the universe has a better plan for us. It's okay to let go of your expectations, and it's okay to be open to new possibilities. You never know what amazing things might be waiting for you if you just let go and trust. Okay, so let's bring it back to the Seven of Swords for a second. How does the Wheel of Fortune relate to that sneaky energy? Well, one possibility is that the Wheel of Fortune is going to reveal some hidden truths. It's going to bring to light some secrets that have been buried for a long time. And that could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. It depends on what those secrets are and how you choose to deal with them. But either way, the Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that honesty is always the best policy. Don't try to hide from the truth, and don't try to deceive others. Just be honest with yourself and with your twin flame, and trust that everything will work out for the best. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe the Wheel of Fortune is going to expose some deceptive behavior. Maybe your twin flame is not being entirely honest with you, or maybe you're not being entirely honest with them. And the Wheel of Fortune is going to bring that to light. And that could be painful, but it's also an opportunity to heal and to grow. It's an opportunity to create a more honest and authentic connection. And this is super important. The Wheel of Fortune is not just about exposing secrets. It's also about forgiveness. If you or your twin flame has made mistakes, it's important to forgive each other and to move forward. Holding onto grudges is just going to poison the relationship. The Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that we all make mistakes and that we all deserve a second chance. So, be compassionate, be understanding, and be willing to forgive. And remember the turquoise tree theme here. Branching outward. Maybe a betrayal means that one of you needs to leave the situation in order to grow. That sounds harsh, but it's possible. Okay, so what else could the Wheel of Fortune mean in this context? Let's see. It could also be a sign that you're about to meet your twin flame. If you haven't already, the Wheel of Fortune could be a sign that your paths are about to cross. And that's incredibly exciting. And this is something to be prepared for. Meeting your twin flame is not always easy. It can be a challenging and intense experience. It can bring up a lot of old wounds and insecurities. It can force you to confront your deepest fears. But it's also an opportunity to heal, to grow, and to become the best version of yourself. So, if you think you're about to meet your twin flame, be prepared for a wild ride. It's going to be the most challenging and the most rewarding experience of your life. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that you're about to enter a new phase in your twin flame journey. Maybe you've been together for a while, and things have been relatively stable. But the Wheel of Fortune is a sign that things are about to change. Maybe you're about to move in together, get married, start a family, or embark on some other major life change. And that's incredibly exciting. And this is something to be mindful of. Major life changes can also be stressful. They can bring up a lot of unexpected challenges and make you question your relationship. So it's important to communicate openly and honestly with your twin flame and to support each other through the transition. Remember, you're in this together. You're a team. And together, you can overcome any obstacle that comes your way. Okay, so how do you navigate this Wheel of Fortune energy in a way that's aligned with the turquoise tree theme of empowering independent growth together? Well, I think it's about embracing change and being open to new possibilities. It's about trusting that the universe has a plan for you, even if you can't see it right now. And it's about remembering that you are strong, capable, and worthy of love and happiness. You have everything you need inside of you to navigate whatever challenges come your way. And you have the support of the universe, your twin flame, and your own inner wisdom. So trust yourself, trust the process, and trust that everything is happening for your highest good. Because it is. It really is. Also, I'm getting a sense that maybe you need to focus on letting go of control. The Wheel of Fortune is all about surrendering to the flow of life and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. And maybe you've been trying to control things too much. Maybe you've been trying to force things to happen according to your plan. and that's just not working. So, it's time to let go. It's time to surrender. It's time to trust that the universe has a better plan for you. And that's not always easy, right? It can be scary to let go of control. It can feel like you're losing your grip on things. But the truth is, you're not losing anything. You're actually gaining something. You're gaining freedom. You're gaining peace. You're gaining trust. And you're gaining the opportunity to experience something even better than you could have ever imagined. Also, I'm getting a sense that maybe you need to focus on taking risks. The Wheel of Fortune is all about embracing change and being open to new opportunities. And maybe you've been playing it safe for too long. Maybe you've been afraid to step outside of your comfort zone, and that's holding you back. So, it's time to take a risk. It's time to try something new. It's time to step into the unknown. And that's not always easy, right? It can be scary to take risks. It can feel like you're putting yourself out there and making yourself vulnerable. But the truth is, you're not risking anything. You're actually gaining something. You're gaining experience. You're gaining confidence. And you're gaining the opportunity to discover something amazing about yourself. So, be brave, be bold, and be willing to take a leap of faith. You never know what amazing things might be waiting for you on the other side. Also, and this is something that I'm getting very strongly, you have to be prepared for things to not go the way you want them to go. Because that is a very real possibility here. The Wheel of Fortune doesn't guarantee that you're going to get what you want. It just guarantees that things are going to change. And sometimes, change can be painful. Sometimes, change can be disappointing. Sometimes, change can be downright awful. And that's okay. It's okay to feel sad. It's okay to feel angry. It's okay to feel disappointed. Just don't let those feelings consume you. Don't let them define you. And don't let them stop you from moving forward. Because even in the midst of the pain, there is always an opportunity for growth. There is always an opportunity for healing. And there is always an opportunity to create something new and beautiful. So, be prepared for the worst, but hope for the best. And trust that whatever happens, you will get through it. You are strong, you are resilient, and you are capable of anything. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here, right? We've talked about the Wheel of Fortune in all its glory, and how it connects to the other cards we've pulled. But I think the key takeaway here is that change is inevitable. Life is always changing, and we have to be adaptable and resilient. We have to learn to roll with the punches and to embrace the unexpected. And we have to trust that the universe has a plan for us, even if we can't see it right now. And that's what the turquoise tree energy is all about, right? Empowering independent growth together. It's about finding a way to grow and expand, even in the midst of change and uncertainty. It's about staying true to yourself, even when things are difficult. And it's about trusting that you have everything you need inside of you to navigate whatever challenges come your way. So, embrace the change, trust the process, and know that you are loved, supported, and guided every step of the way. Okay, before we move on to the final card, I just want to remind you to breathe. This is a lot to take in, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed. Just take a deep breath and remember that you are not alone. You have me, you have your guides, and you have the universe supporting you. So breathe, relax, and trust that everything is going to be okay. It really is. Okay, so we've got the Queen of Wands, the Moon, the Five of Swords, the Empress, the Seven of Swords, and now the Wheel of Fortune. Holy moly, what a journey. I'm so excited to see what the final card is going to be. I feel like it's going to tie everything together and give us a clear direction forward. Are you ready? I know I am. Okay, here we go. I am literally on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to see what the universe has in store for you. I am literally so invested in this reading at this point. It's like I'm on this journey with you, and I just want the best for you. And I know that you're going to get there. You are such a strong, amazing, and resilient person. And you deserve all the love and happiness in the world. And I know that you're going to find it. You just have to keep trusting yourself, keep listening to your intuition, and keep moving forward. You got this. You really, really do. And also, just remember the crystal that you chose, okay? I think that is super important. The turquoise tree. So that is all about branching outward. And it's all about empowering independent growth together. So keep that in mind as we are moving forward. Because even if the cards are telling us a bunch of different things, at the end of the day, we still have that theme to fall back on. We have that foundation to work with. So, keep that in mind. Don't forget about that, because that is so super important. I'm also feeling this energy so intensely right now. I can feel the excitement, I can feel the anticipation, and I can also feel the fear. Because change is scary, right? It's scary to step into the unknown, but it's also where all the magic happens. It's where all the growth happens, and it's where all the amazing opportunities are waiting for you. So, don't be afraid to embrace the change. Don't be afraid to take risks. And don't be afraid to trust yourself. You got this. You really, really do. And I'm so excited to see what the final card is going to reveal. I have a feeling it's going to be something really special. Something that's going to tie everything together and give you the clarity and direction that you need. So, let's do it. Let's see what's next. I am seriously on the edge of my seat. I can't wait. Okay, all right. Last card. Here we go. So ready? This is so fun. I am seriously having a blast. This is awesome. I love doing readings, and I especially love doing readings for people that I care about. Because I just want to help you in any way that I can. And I think that tarot is such a powerful tool for guidance and insight. It can help you to see things from a different perspective, and it can help you to make better decisions. So, I am just so happy to be able to share this gift with you. And I am so grateful that you trust me to do this for you. It means the world to me. Okay, seriously, last card. I'm done rambling now. I promise. Okay. deep breaths. Focus. Next card. Here we go. I'm so ready. Ah. Okay, here we go. The anticipation is killing me. I literally can't wait. I'm so excited. This is so fun. It's like we're on a treasure hunt, and the final card is the treasure. And I know it's going to be something amazing. Something that's going to change your life. So let's do it. Let's find the treasure. I am like bursting with excitement right now. I can't even handle it. Okay, seriously, last card. Here we go. I'm ready. Are you ready? I hope so. Because this is going to be epic. I can feel it. Okay, deep breaths. Focus. Last card. Here we go. And also, just remember that this is just one reading. This is just one snapshot in time. Your life is constantly evolving, and the cards are constantly changing. So, don't get too attached to any one interpretation. Just take what resonates with you and leave the rest. And trust that you have the power to create your own destiny. You are the co-creator of your own life, and you can choose to create a life that is full of love, joy, and happiness. You just have to believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and keep moving forward. You got this. You really, really do. And I'm so excited to see what you create. I know it's going to be something amazing. So let's do it. Let's see the final card. I am literally shaking with excitement right now. I can't wait. Okay. Last card. Here we go. And remember, the universe is always supporting you. You are never alone. You are always loved, and you are always guided. So trust yourself, trust the process, and know that everything is happening for your highest good. It really is. Okay. I'm ready. Let's do this. The final card is... Okay, so now we have the 9 of Swords. Oh, wow. Okay, so like this card. It's intense, right? I mean, look at the imagery. Someone's sitting up in bed, clearly in distress, like they're having a nightmare or they're just filled with anxiety. There are swords hanging above them, like looming over them, and it just creates this feeling of dread and worry. So in general, the 9 of Swords is all about anxiety, fear, guilt, and just feeling overwhelmed by negative thoughts. It's about those sleepless nights when you're just tossing and turning, replaying all your mistakes and worrying about everything that could go wrong. It's about feeling trapped in your own head, like you can't escape the negative thoughts that are swirling around and around. It's not fun, right? But, and this is important, the 9 of Swords is not always a prediction of doom. Sometimes it's a call to address your anxieties and to find healthy ways to cope with stress. It's a reminder that you're not alone and that there are people who care about you and who want to help. It's a sign that you need to take care of yourself, both mentally and emotionally, and to prioritize your well-being. It is very similar to the Moon card that we had earlier, but in a different way. It's kind of more the extreme version of it. It's a bit. The Moon is more passive. The 9 of Swords is active worry, if that makes sense at all. Okay, so how does this fit into the context of a twin flame journey, especially with all the other cards we've pulled? is what we need to ask ourselves, right? I mean, with everything we've got going on here, with the Queen of Wands being confident, but maybe also a little bit too independent, the Moon being hidden emotions and illusions, the Five of Swords being conflict and ego, the Empress being nurturing, but maybe controlling, the Seven of Swords being sneaky and deceptive, and the Wheel of Fortune being this big, sweeping change. Now we have the Nine of Swords. It's like, okay, what does this all mean? Well, one possibility, and this is something to consider, is that the Nine of Swords is a sign that all of this change and upheaval is causing you a lot of anxiety. Like, maybe you're worried about what the future holds, or maybe you're afraid of losing your twin flame, or maybe you're just feeling overwhelmed by all the emotions that are coming up. It makes sense, right? Twin flame journeys are intense, and they can bring up a lot of stuff. So, it's not surprising that you might be feeling anxious or stressed out. But, and this is super important, it's important to not let those anxieties consume you. It's important to find healthy ways to cope with the stress and to take care of yourself. Because if you don't, you're going to burn out. And that's not going to help anyone, least of all yourself. So, what can you do to manage your anxiety? Well, there are a lot of things you can try. You can talk to a therapist. You can meditate. You can exercise. You can spend time in nature. You can journal. You can do whatever it takes to calm your mind and to soothe your soul. The key is to find what works for you and to make it a regular part of your routine. And remember, it's okay to ask for help. You don't have to go through this alone. There are people who care about you and who want to support you. So, reach out to them and let them know what you're going through. They'll be there for you, I promise. Another possibility, and this is something to consider, is that the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're holding onto some guilt or shame. Maybe you've made mistakes in the past that you're still beating yourself up about. Or maybe you're feeling guilty about something you did or said to your twin flame. Whatever it is, it's important to forgive yourself and to let go of the past. Because holding on to guilt and shame is just going to weigh you down and prevent you from moving forward. And it's not fair to yourself either. You deserve to be happy, and you deserve to be free from the burden of the past. So, how do you forgive yourself? Well, it starts with acknowledging your mistakes and taking responsibility for your actions. It's about admitting that you messed up and that you're sorry. And then, it's about learning from your mistakes and committing to doing better in the future. But it's also about recognizing that you're human and that everyone makes mistakes. It's about being compassionate with yourself and treating yourself with kindness and understanding. Because you deserve it. You really do. And then, once you've forgiven yourself, it's important to let go of the past. It's about releasing the negative emotions that are holding you back and choosing to focus on the present and the future. It's not always easy, but it's possible. And it's worth it. Because when you let go of the past, you free yourself to create a better future. And that's what you deserve. Now, let's go back to the other cards to see if anything else sticks out. Let's go to the Seven of Swords and how that sneakiness and deception plays into all of this. If one of you is feeling guilty from that Seven of Swords energy from being sneaky or manipulative, then the Nine of Swords makes complete sense. It is completely normal to feel this way, but you have to address this now, or it will only get worse. And what if that change that we were talking about from the Wheel of Fortune is that you are no longer together? Then the Nine of Swords, again, makes sense. You are experiencing the natural grieving process of anxiety, fear, guilt, and just feeling overwhelmed by negative thoughts. But again, the message of the Nine of Swords is not to let those feelings consume you. Okay, so let's think about the Queen of Wands for a second. How does the Nine of Swords relate to her confidence and independence? Well, one possibility is that the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're doubting yourself. Maybe you're questioning your abilities or your worth. Or maybe you're afraid that you're not good enough for your twin flame. And that's causing you a lot of anxiety. And this is super important. It's important to remember that you are worthy. You are capable. And you are deserving of love and happiness. You have so much to offer the world, and you shouldn't let your insecurities hold you back. So, how do you overcome your self-doubt? Well, it starts with recognizing your strengths and focusing on your accomplishments. It's about reminding yourself of all the things you've done well and all the challenges you've overcome. And then it's about celebrating your successes and giving yourself credit for your hard work. But it's also about being kind to yourself and accepting your imperfections. It's about recognizing that you're not perfect, and that's okay. No one is. And then it's about focusing on your growth and committing to becoming the best version of yourself, because that's what matters most. And the Queen of Wands is all about that, right? Self-love is a must-hear, or you can't make it. So, what if the Wheel of Fortune is actually pushing you to take time apart so you can be the best version of yourself and fully practice self-love? That could definitely be the message here. Or, and this is another possibility, maybe the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're being too independent. Maybe you're so focused on your own goals and ambitions that you're neglecting your relationship with your twin flame. Or maybe you're afraid of being vulnerable and letting your guard down. And that's causing you a lot of anxiety. The need for independence can be super real, and that can cause some real worry. And I think that might actually be the case. I think that you need to be on your own to practice that self-love. But, and this is super important, it's important to remember that relationships require vulnerability and connection. It's about being willing to share your feelings and to let your twin flame see the real you. And it's about being willing to support each other and to be there for each other, even when it's hard. Because that's what true love is all about. So, if you're being too independent, it's time to let your guard down and to open yourself up to your twin flame. It's time to be vulnerable and to show them your true self, because that's the only way to build a lasting and meaningful connection. Okay, so let's think about the Empress now. How does the Nine of Swords relate to her nurturing and creative energy? Well, one possibility is that the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're feeling overwhelmed by your responsibilities. Maybe you're juggling too many things at once, or maybe you're feeling pressured to be perfect. And that's causing you a lot of anxiety. And this is super important. It's important to remember that you don't have to do everything yourself. It's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to delegate tasks to others. You don't have to be Superwoman. The Empress is all about abundance, so focus on that. And the Nine of Swords is saying to delegate when necessary. And what if the Wheel of Fortune pushes you to a new situation where you have to delegate? Then the anxiety makes sense. Maybe your job is shifting, your home is shifting, and you can't control it all. That's okay. Surrender and delegate. And this is another possibility, maybe the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're not expressing your creativity. Maybe you're suppressing your artistic talents or your passions. Or maybe you're afraid of being judged for your creative pursuits. And that's causing you a lot of anxiety. The Wheel of Fortune comes in, and maybe now you have to express them. So you are feeling all the pressure and anxiety. The message is to do it anyway. Don't suppress who you are. Okay, so let's bring it back to the turquoise tree for a second. How does the Nine of Swords relate to that energy of empowering independent growth together? Well, one possibility is that the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're not allowing yourself to grow. Maybe you're stuck in a rut, or maybe you're afraid of change, or maybe you're just not taking the time to nurture yourself and to pursue your passions. And that's causing you a lot of anxiety. The Nine of Swords is a big message here. The message is to stop it. Take care of yourself. You are worth it. And this is super important. It's important to remember that growth requires courage and vulnerability. It's about being willing to step outside of your comfort zone and to take risks. And it's about being willing to fail and to learn from your mistakes. Because that's how you grow. So, if you're not allowing yourself to grow, it's time to challenge yourself and to embrace new experiences. It's time to step outside of your comfort zone and to take a leap of faith. Because you never know what amazing things might be waiting for you on the other side. The turquoise tree is all about branching out. Branch out, even if it is scary. And this is another possibility, maybe the Nine of Swords is a sign that you're not allowing your twin flame to grow. Maybe you're being too controlling, or maybe you're not supporting their dreams and ambitions, or maybe you're just not giving them the space they need to be themselves. And that's causing you a lot of anxiety. And this is super important. It's important to remember that relationships require mutual respect and support. It's about being willing to let your twin flame be themselves and to encourage their growth and independence. And it's about trusting that they know what's best for themselves, even if you don't agree with their choices. So, if you're not allowing your twin flame to grow, it's time to let go and to trust that they're on the right path. It's time to support their dreams and ambitions and to give them the space they need to be themselves. And that's the best way to show them that you truly love them. And that goes with what was discussed earlier. Branch outward. It seems like the running message is that this connection will not work if you don't practice that. Okay, so what else could the Nine of Swords mean in this context? Let's see. It could also be a sign that you're holding onto some unresolved issues from the past. Maybe you're still carrying around some baggage from a previous relationship, or maybe you're still dealing with some childhood trauma, and that's causing you a lot of anxiety. The need for control is a real issue, and that can cause issues. And this is super important. It's important to remember that you can't change the past. You can only learn from it and move forward. And it's important to forgive those who have hurt you and to let go of the resentment and anger that you're holding onto. Because those negative emotions are just going to weigh you down and prevent you from living a happy and fulfilling life. So, if you're holding on to some unresolved issues from the past, it's time to seek help from a therapist or counselor. It's time to heal those wounds and to let go of the baggage that you're carrying around. Because you deserve to be free from the pain of the past. You really do. And then, what if the wheel of fortune is forcing you to deal with the baggage? So the anxiety is going to be there, right? But you have to remember that this is making you better. And you have to release all that negativity. Wow, this is getting intense, right? I mean, with all these cards, it can be a lot. Let's summarize the running message with all of these. I think it's also about finding a balance between your individual needs and the needs of the relationship. It's about creating a life that is both fulfilling for you as an individual and supportive of your twin flame connection. And that's not always easy, right? It takes work. It takes communication. It takes trust. But it's worth it, because when you can find that balance, you can create a truly amazing and lasting connection. But this all comes back to the turquoise tree energy. All of this is happening so you can grow independently and effectively with your twin flame. If you are in constant turmoil, that isn't growth. And what if you're just meant to be on your own? That is entirely possible, and you have to be okay with that too. And that can cause anxiety, but it's okay. Don't let it eat at you. Everything happens for a reason. And one thing that might be happening is you may not be with your twin flame in this lifetime, and you have to accept that. The message I am getting is to continue the work. Don't ever stop it. The work of learning how to love yourself is a lifelong journey. What I am also getting is that you are incredibly afraid of that. That you are so focused on this dynamic that you don't realize that you are your own person. You're going to be okay, no matter what. Okay, so before we wrap things up, I just want to remind you to be kind to yourself. This is a lot to take in, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed or confused. Just take a deep breath And remember that you are loved, supported, and guided every step of the way. And trust that you have the strength and resilience to overcome any challenge that comes your way. Because you do. You really do. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here, and I know it's a lot to process. But I hope that this reading has given you some clarity and insight into your twin flame journey. And I hope that it's empowered you to make choices that are aligned with your highest good. Just remember to stay true to yourself, to trust your intuition, and to keep growing and evolving. Because that's what life is all about. And that's what's going to lead you to the love and happiness that you deserve. What if the 9 of Swords is that there isn't a twin flame connection at all, and that you are fearing that reality? That can absolutely be the case. And I want you to also prepare yourself for that potential. The need for things to be something might be greater than what it actually is. Do you ever feel like you try to mold something so bad that it just never works? What if that's the case here? Okay, so yeah, that is the reading. It's definitely intense, but I'm here to help you. I believe in you. And I think that everything is going to work out the way it is supposed to. And you have to trust that. Okay. So, wow, that 9 of Swords, right? I mean, that's a heavy card. It's like, after all that journey, all that excitement, and all that change, and all that sneakiness, you're just left feeling anxious and overwhelmed. Like all the what-ifs are hitting at once. All the doubts are creeping in, and you're just sitting there in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering what the heck is going to happen next. And honestly, that's totally valid. Like, twin flame journeys are not for the faint of heart. They bring up so much stuff. They challenge you in so many ways, and they can leave you feeling completely drained and confused. So, if you're feeling anxious right now, if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling like you just want to curl up in a ball and hide from the world, know that you are not alone. It's okay to feel that way. It really is. And it's important to acknowledge those feelings and to give yourself permission to feel them. Don't try to push them down or pretend that they're not there. Just let yourself feel whatever you're feeling and know that it will pass. It always does. Remember that Queen of Wands, right? Like, she's so confident and independent, but even SHE has her moments of doubt. Even she has times when she feels anxious or overwhelmed. It's part of being human. And remember the moon. All those hidden emotions and illusions. Well, the 9 of Swords can be like the culmination of all those hidden fears and insecurities coming to the surface all at once. It's like all those things you've been trying to ignore are finally demanding your attention. And what about the 5 of Swords? All that conflict and ego. Well, the 9 of Swords can be a sign that you're still holding onto some of that conflict. Maybe you're still beating yourself up about something you said or did. Or maybe you're still resentful towards your twin flame. And that's just adding to your anxiety. And then there's the Empress, with all her nurturing and creative energy. The 9 of Swords can be a sign that you're not taking care of yourself. Maybe you're neglecting your own needs and focusing too much on others. And that's leaving you feeling drained and depleted. And don't forget the Seven of Swords. All that sneakiness and deception. Well, the Nine of Swords can be a sign that you're not being honest with yourself. Maybe you're hiding from the truth, or maybe you're trying to avoid a difficult conversation. And that's just making things worse. And of course, we can't forget about the Wheel of Fortune. All that change and uncertainty. Well, the Nine of Swords can be a sign that you're afraid of what the future holds. Maybe you're worried about what's going to happen next, or maybe you're just feeling like you're not in control. It's like the ground is moving beneath your feet. So, yeah, the Nine of Swords is a tough card. It's a card about anxiety, fear, guilt, and just feeling overwhelmed by negative thoughts. But here's the thing. It's not the end of the story. It's not a permanent state. It's just a temporary setback. It's a sign that you need to take a step back, reassess your situation, and find healthy ways to cope with your stress. And that's where our final card comes in. Because after all that darkness, after all that anxiety, after all that fear, we have the sun. Oh my gosh, isn't that just the best card to end on? It's like the clouds have parted, the sun is shining, and everything is suddenly bright and clear. It's pure joy, pure optimism, pure freaking happiness. Like, after all that heavy stuff, this card is like a breath of fresh air. It's a reminder that there is always light at the end of the tunnel, and that even the darkest nights eventually give way to the dawn. So let's just take a moment to bask in the glory of the sun, okay? Just feel that warmth, feel that joy, feel that sense of hope and optimism washing over you. It's like everything is going to be okay. Everything is working out for your highest good, and you are exactly where you need to be. So, what does the sun mean in the context of this reading? After all we've been through with all those other cards? Well, first of all, it's a sign that you're finally ready to release all that anxiety and fear. You're finally ready to let go of the past and embrace the present moment. You're finally ready to step into your power and shine your light for the world to see. It's like you've been through the darkness, you've faced your demons, and now you're ready to emerge stronger and more radiant than ever before. And that's incredibly empowering, right? The sun is all about clarity too. So, after all that confusion and illusion from the moon, this card is like a spotlight shining on the truth. It's like you're finally able to see things clearly, without any filters or distortions. You're finally able to understand what's been going on, why it's been happening, and what you need to do to move forward. And that's incredibly liberating, because the anxiety is now gone. And what about all that conflict from the Five of Swords? Well, the sun is a sign that you're finally ready to let go of the ego and embrace forgiveness. You're finally ready to forgive yourself for your mistakes, and you're finally ready to forgive your twin flame for theirs. You're finally ready to move on from the past and create a more harmonious and loving future. It's so easy to focus on all that negativity, but the sun is saying you can't. And what about the Empress and all that nurturing and creative energy? Well, the sun is a sign that you're finally ready to embrace your creativity and to share your gifts with the world. You're finally ready to express yourself authentically and to let your light shine brightly. And that's incredibly fulfilling. And the Seven of Swords, all that sneakiness, well, the sun is saying to forget it. Dishonesty is a thing of the past. You are going to show your authentic self. So the sun is also a sign that you're finally ready to be honest with yourself and with others. You're finally ready to communicate openly and authentically without any fear or hesitation. You're finally ready to be vulnerable and to share your true self with the world. And that's incredibly liberating because it sets you free from all the burden of secrecy and deception. And the wheel of fortune, all that change and uncertainty. Well, the sun is a sign that you're finally ready to embrace the future with joy and optimism. You're finally ready to trust that everything is working out for your highest good, even if you can't see it right now. You're finally ready to let go of your fears and to step into the unknown with confidence and excitement. And that's incredibly empowering because it reminds you that you are the creator of your own destiny. So, yeah, the sun is a pretty amazing card, right? It's like it's the perfect ending to this reading because it brings everything full circle and it shows you that even after all the darkness and all the challenges, there is always light, there is always hope, and there is always joy waiting for you on the other side. But what I'm also seeing is that it is dependent on you. The sun is always there, right? But it can be blocked by clouds. And what are those clouds? Those are all those things that have been holding you back that we've been talking about. All that anxiety, all that fear, all that guilt, all that shame. It's time to clear those clouds away. I am feeling like that Nine of Swords is also a card of resistance to the sun energy. It's like you are choosing to focus on the negative, and that's blocking your sunshine. And the message of the reading is, stop it. Don't you want to be happy? So, how do you embrace the energy of the sun? How do you bring more joy, optimism, and clarity into your life? Well, there are a few things you can do. First of all, it's important to focus on the present moment. The sun is all about being present and enjoying the here and now. So instead of dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, try to focus on what's happening right now. Take a deep breath, look around you, and appreciate the beauty of the world. Notice the little things that bring you joy, like the warmth of the sun on your skin, the sound of the birds singing, or the taste of your favorite food. The sun is saying you're so caught up in the big picture, you're forgetting the little things. And also, what does the sun bring? It brings growth. It's what plants need. It is what the planet needs, right? It is literally life. Everything is literally better with the sun. The sky is brighter, the weather is better, and there is just an overall sense of just fun. And that is what you need to embrace. If you let all those swords keep hanging over you, you won't have that. Second, it's important to practice gratitude. Take some time each day to reflect on all the things you're grateful for. It could be anything from your health to your friends, to your family, to your job, to your pets, to your home. Just focus on the positive aspects of your life and appreciate all the blessings you have. Gratitude is a powerful way to shift your perspective and to bring more joy and abundance into your life. Also, go outside, feel the sun, be grateful. If you are someone who lives in a place where the sun doesn't come out often, maybe it's time to move. What is life without that beautiful sun? So let me ask you that. Are you living a life that reflects the sun? Third, it's important to express your creativity. The sun is all about expressing yourself authentically and sharing your gifts with the world. So, find a way to tap into your creativity and to let your light shine brightly. It could be anything from painting to writing to dancing to singing to playing music to cooking to gardening to decorating to designing. Just do something that makes you feel alive, and that allows you to express your true self. The Queen of Wands is totally saying yes to this. The turquoise tree too. Let that creativity branch outwards. I'm also being told that by expressing your creativity, that turquoise energy that you are wanting will be activated, and that light within you will shine. Fourth, it's important to connect with others. The sun is all about connection and community. So, spend time with people who make you feel good and who support your growth. Surround yourself with positive and uplifting influences, and reach out to those who need your help. Sharing your light with others is a powerful way to bring more joy and fulfillment into your own life. And I think it's time to be around people who bring you joy, not people that bring you down. Fifth, it's important to practice self-care. The sun is all about taking care of yourself and prioritizing your well-being. So make sure you're getting enough sleep, eating healthy, exercising regularly, and doing things that bring you joy. And don't forget to set boundaries and to say no to things that drain your energy. You deserve to take care of yourself, and it's not selfish to prioritize your own needs. Sixth, you can also get out in the sun, which seems obvious, but I have to say it. Seriously, sunlight can dramatically improve your mood. It's science. Take a walk, sit on a bench, whatever. Just soak up those rays, of course, be safe. But seriously, get out there. And finally, and this is the big one, it's important to let go of your attachment to the outcome. The sun is all about trusting that everything is working out for your highest good, even if you can't see it right now. So, instead of trying to control everything or to force things to happen according to your plan, try to surrender to the flow of life and to trust that the universe has your back. Let go of your expectations and be open to whatever opportunities come your way, because you never know what amazing things might be waiting for you just around the corner. And this is also coming back to that 9 of Swords. You are being so attached to a certain outcome that you are fearing, that that's not going to happen. But you need to release that. Okay, so the sun is not necessarily about this twin flame connection working out. You know, it's about you finding your joy, your happiness, your light. And if that involves being with your twin flame, great. But if it doesn't, that's okay too. Because ultimately, the most important relationship you have is the one with yourself. And if you're not happy and fulfilled on your own, no relationship is going to fix that. You need the turquoise tree and its energy to make you empowered. The message of the reading is that is the most important thing to focus on. So, if you're feeling like your twin flame journey is causing you more pain than joy, it might be time to take a step back and reevaluate things. It might be time to focus on yourself and to create a life that is fulfilling and meaningful, regardless of whether or not you're with your twin flame. And that doesn't mean you have to give up on your twin flame connection entirely. It just means that you need to shift your focus. Instead of making your twin flame the center of your world, make yourself the center of your world. Focus on your own growth, your own happiness, and your own well-being. And trust that whatever is meant to happen with your twin flame will happen. But don't force it. Don't chase it. Just let it be. And if it's meant to be, it will come back to you. But if it's not, that's okay too. Because you're going to be okay either way. You are the sun. You will shine no matter what. The universe is telling me to tell you to prepare for the unexpected. That this connection may be the most beautiful surprise in your life, or the most painful thing you experience. And you need to be ready for either. You need to be ready for happiness, and you need to be ready for heartbreak. Because that's what life is all about, right? It's about the ups and downs, the joys and the sorrows, the triumphs and the failures. It's about learning to embrace all of it and to find the beauty in every moment. And the sun is also telling me that even the downs can be a blessing in disguise. That sometimes the most painful experiences are the ones that teach us the most and that help us to grow the most. So, don't be afraid of the challenges that come your way. Embrace them, learn from them, and use them to become a stronger and more resilient person. You can do it. So, yeah, the sun. It's not just a card, it's a way of life. It's about choosing joy, choosing optimism, choosing clarity, and choosing to live your life to the fullest, no matter what. And it's about remembering that you are the light of the world, and that you have the power to shine your light brightly, and to make a positive impact on the world. So, go out there and shine, baby. You got this. Okay, so where do we go from here? What do you do with all of this? Well, first, take a deep breath. Seriously, all of this is a lot, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed. But don't let that 9 of Swords creep back in. Remember the sun. Second, revisit the turquoise tree. That's your touchstone here, empowering independent growth together. That's the key. That's the energy you want to cultivate, no matter what. Third, make a plan. What small steps can you take today to start embracing the energy of the sun? Maybe it's as simple as going for a walk outside, or maybe it's something bigger, like signing up for a class or starting a new project. Just pick one or two things and commit to doing them. You have to make the choice to step into the sun. Fourth, trust yourself. You have all the answers you need inside of you. Listen to your intuition and don't be afraid to follow your heart. You know what's best for you. And remember that the moon is still there. You have to trust your intuition, and you have to make the right choices for yourself. Your gut will never lie to you. Fifth, be patient. Change takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. So don't get discouraged if you don't see results right away. Just keep putting in the effort, and eventually you'll get there. So many people get frustrated when things don't happen immediately, but the sun takes a long time. And finally, remember that you are loved, you are supported, and you are never alone. The universe is always conspiring to help you achieve your dreams. So trust the process and have faith that everything is working out for your highest good. What does the sun give? It gives life. You have to remember to bring life into what you do. Do things that reflect that. So pile crystal, turquoise tree. That is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for being yourself. And thank you for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. But remember, the most important thing to do is to embrace that sun and to be your authentic self. If that's meant to happen with your twin flame, then it will. You can and will make it. I believe in you. I really, really do. Okay, bye.